Felix understood that it was impossible for any life form to enter the void realm since it had absolutely no laws whatsoever. The moment anything gets inside, it gets decomposed into nothingness. Literally. From minerals, life forms, energies, and even light itself couldn't remain in the void realm. This meant that the entire realm was as dark as a black hole without a single star or a pebble in sight. However, that didn't mean that nothing exists there. If the void energy rejects everything foreign, it didn't mean that it would reject anything made out of it. Hence, the void realm was actually packed with creatures born from nothing but void energy, and they wanted nothing more than destroy anything related to other laws. That's why the moment void tunnels appear in different parts of the universe, those void creatures get attracted to the light from the other side and try their very best to annihilate everything in the matter universe. In other words, they were the #1 enemy for every race in the matter universe without exceptions. Fortunately, those void creatures had a very minuscule chance of dropping void-related treasures after they get slain. Probably 1 in a million chances for it to happen. Yet still, many mercenaries decide to participate in hunting them down, hoping for a void-related treasure to drop since it would immediately set them for life. Alas, that wasn't a valid plan to harvest pure void energy for Felix. The only rumored proper way to do it was by getting it from the center of the void realm. So, how the fuck could he do that when he couldn't even get close to a void tunnel, where millions of void creatures keep storming out? Even if he luckily bypassed them and got inside, he would still get decomposed into nothingness with his spaceship. I really risked my life over nothing, huh? Felix wiped his eyes with a never-felt sense of defeat. He didn't even dare to request Lady Sphinx to provide some of her stock since it should be valuable material for her research and he wouldn't be able to afford it. You think like I still own some, Lady Sphinx said calmly. I have already used everything I had in multiple different experiments, and I am currently having those experiments on hold because I am out of stock. This was more than enough to showcase how rare getting one's hand on void energy if even Lady Sphinx was having difficulty with it. Though, don't lose hope yet. Lady Sphinx uplifted his spirits with a smile. We have worked out a method that will allow you to get more void energy than you can spend. You kidding? Felix's eyes widened in shock at the sound of that. Thor patted Felix on his shoulder lightly and said, "In fact, possibly only you in the entire universe could achieve so." This was truly a grand claim, and if it was true then Felix believed that he would be set for life. Hee. What do I need to do? Felix asked while rubbing his hands together like a sleazy merchant. With Tilda Ermungandr coughed as he replied, You simply need to obtain void affinity and enhance it as much as possible. Then hunt down higher rank void creatures and absorb their void energy. Lastly, Asna will purify it for you. It's possible to absorb void creatures' energy? Felix's raised his eyebrow in surprise. He had seen before wars between the Guardian Empire's army and the void creatures in both outer space and on land. In every one of those battles, the killed void creatures always disappear the moment they were slain. That's because they were made out of the void, which in a sense was made out of nothingness. So how could you kill nothingness? Turns out you simply don't. The only method that worked against those low-leveled void creatures was by using destructive energies in big bursts. In other meaning, the void creatures needed to be overwhelmed by another type of energy, so they would actually get consumed instantly by it instead of consuming it. It's possible if you used void-based abilities to hunt them, Lady Sphinx said calmly. In the void realm, those with the highest affinity to void element can easily turn weaker void creatures into substance. So, if you had both higher affinity and also could use void abilities, then dealing with low-leveled void creatures should be doable. Only after hearing so did Felix understand why Tilda Ermungandr and Thor were acting slightly weird. The bastards wanted him to use Void Primogenitor's bloodline in his third replacement. Hold on a second. Felix swiftly rose on his feet and pointed out. Void Primogenitor isn't part of the list that you have given me to choose from. Doesn't that mean he is either still alive or dead but troublesome to deal with? Felix had absolutely no interest in dealing with such high-ranked primogenitors if he wasn't a friend of those three. It was simply acting for a beating to use his bloodline when he didn't approve of it. He learned his lesson from the thrashing he received by Lady Sphinx. To be honest, I also think it's too risky. J with tilde Remungander sighed. The Void Primogenitor is quite an enigma within our circle. He rarely interacts with anyone, and when he does, it always ends in a couple of minutes. No one knows his true thoughts and his true personality. J with tilde Remungander added. Well, he's still alive, so it's much easier to talk to him first and see his own take on the matter. Lady Sphinx added casually. Don't forget that the Void Primogenitor wasn't known for leaving behind any descendants. So, it would be almost impossible to get his bloodline on our own. Naturally, to use Primogenitor's bloodline, it was a first for him to have descendants. Otherwise, there would be left only one option. So, you are telling me that we won't just request for his permission to use his bloodline but actually to give us some of it as well? Felix could only look at her with a speechless expression, not knowing why she would go so far to hatch that trash. In fact, he believed that he shouldn't even go with it since the moment he used the Void Primogenitor's bloodline as his third replacement, he wouldn't be able to obtain its elemental manipulation but only the Void's Primogenitor's peak ability. Just like what happened with Lady Sphinx's bloodline. Felix actually had 3 safe primogenitors with rare elements to choose from. Primogenitors could potentially give him their elemental manipulation, unlike the Void Primogenitor who was still alive. So was it worth it sacrificing one perfect elemental manipulation to hatch this egg? He doubted. Hearing his thoughts, Lady Sphinx glanced at Felix calmly for a few moments before she laid out her main reason. I am 67% certain that Nemo's existence is related to the Paragon of Sins. If my assumption turned to be correct, then Nemo should possess similar abilities to that being after he hatches. Paragon of Sins? Felix frowned his eyebrows. He remembered that Lady Sphinx had spoken about him when he tried to pick the egg, but he didn't have time to ask about him in detail. I believe you know already about some void creatures that are able to destroy planets, stars, or annihilate an entire species all by themselves, Lady Sphinx said. Felix nodded his head. I know of the symbionts, gelancious cubes, and annihilation fiends. Some of the void creatures mentioned were public knowledge like symbionts and gelatinous cubes, while the last one was locked in the lower layer in the UVR's data center. Felix was able to read about them only after he got access to that said layer. Though, there wasn't much to be told, making him still confused about many things related to those powerful void creatures. The only thing he was certain of, those void creatures were by far the strongest in that species. The other void creatures attacking galaxies couldn't hold a candle against them. Your list is still missing 4 more. Lady Sphinx shared. They are the wrathful creators, the imitators, void succubuses, and greedy jinns. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise as he had never ever heard a word about those 4 void creatures. Those 4 rarely make an appearance in the matter universe. If they did, it was almost impossible to spot them due to their unique abilities. Lady Sphinx waved her hand and a mirror-like screen was manifested before Felix. She then snapped her finger and 7 unique-shaped creatures were shown on the screen side by side. Felix instantly recognized some of them like symbiotes, but he was left completely flabbergasted by the image of some of them. Hell, there was even a dark humanoid spirit like being floating from a lamp and a humongous bug-like creature with a stomach triple its size. Compared to them, the jelly-like black symbiote appeared common. Lady Sphinx pointed at the symbiote, which looked like a blob of black jelly, and explained, everyone refers to this as a symbiote, but in reality, its real name is Gluttonous, the World Eater. It has only one desire that it serves, gluttony. Hence, the reason why it eats anything in its path until the day it goes supernova and hurls its dead skin everywhere. Felix's current dark deviant spaceship was using an artificial symbiote dead skin as a protective coating. Then, she pointed her finger at a see-through purple cube and said, you guys refer to this as a gelatinous cube due to its candy-like appearance. However, its real name is Slothouse, the Dreamer. It consumes the dreams of life forms that were caught inside its jelly-like body. As you know, its size could range from a small planet to a megastar. She pointed at a humanoid creature that was fully tattooed with question marks and said, this is the imitator. No one really knows its true appearance than its creator. That's because it is able to imitate anyone and anything perfectly. It is rumored that if it kept imitating the same target for a period of time, it would copy one of its abilities, techniques, quirks, or whatever it is permanently. That's why its real name is envious. It can't be. The more Felix heard, the faster his heartbeats got as a frightening realization kept drawing on him. Alas, Lady Sphinx kept on introducing those void creatures one by one. The moment she finished speaking, Felix couldn't help but express his astonishment. So you are telling me those unique void creators are actually based on the 7 deadly sins? And that their creator is the paragon of sins? It was too obvious to miss the connection between those void creatures and the paragon of sins, who was living within the void realm like them. Precisely, Lady Sphinx added with a serious tone. The paragon of sins is one of the strongest beings in the universe and the guardian of the void realm and judge of any matter related to void laws. Felix immediately glanced at Asna after hearing the term guardian and laws, knowing that the Unijin race was always mentioned in the same breath. TSK, you are not a total idiot after all. Asna cursed in annoyance while looking the other way. Felix ignored the curse and focused on her indirect agreement. Is it even possible for him to do that? He inquired, knowing that Asna's race is extremely limited in using their powers. No, he is forbidden from doing anything that would threaten the balance of the universe. Lady Sphinx agreed and continued on. The void creatures are currently running rampant in most corners of each galaxy. That's a literal break of balance since there are some races that are completely hopeless before those void creatures. There are even galaxies that have been completely overrun by void creatures in my days. Thor interjected. All of this due to the wrathful creators, who keep creating millions of low-leveled void creatures to invade the matter universe. J with Tilda Ermungander dropped a bombshell, making Felix doubt his ears. He always believed that the low-leveled void creatures get created on their own within the void realm since this theory was proposed by researchers from the metal race. Everyone thought the same. Yet, who would have thought that it was the doing of one of the 7 deadly sins creatures? Honestly, how would they have known when nothing could enter the void tunnel safely? I am really still too ignorant about many things. Felix rubbed his temples, feeling slightly doubtful if a lot of things that he read about those realms were false as well. Don't put too much trust in the UVR's data center. The information in it was written by people, not the universe, like some mantra. People are often wrong than right. Lady Sphinx advised calmly. I will keep those words at bay. Felix ensured with a serious tone, knowing that he was indeed more inclined to believe everything that the metal race had spoken about due to their universal reputation of being the most intelligent race. But not anymore. If even Lady Sphinx claims herself to be still ignorant and lacking, who dares to claim that he knows it all? As I have been saying, the paragon of sin's actions are finally starting to affect the universe's balance, since those void creatures are being created at a stupendous level, while their strength remains above most races. To give you an example, they had 10 times the numbers of the human race, and the weakest one has the strength equivalent to an epic 4th stage bloodliners. Lady Sphinx laid out some frightening numbers, chilling Felix's heart. Just imagining the human race having every child born with a minimum strength equivalent to 4th stage bloodliners made him gulp audibly. He knew that if the human race had such a strength, they would have a spot secured with the 10 top ruling races in the SGA. Yet, the void creatures had 10 times the number of humans? He always knew that the void creatures were strong and dangerous, but he didn't really stop for a second to think deeply about them since he rarely run across one in his 2 lives. That's because most of the void tunnels in the Milky Way galaxy were in the Guardian Empire, leaving the Mariana Empire on the safer side. Since Felix was a bona fide SG player, he was never interested in choosing the mercenary path and going out of his way to hunt those void creatures in the Guardian Empire. His lack of interest made him absolutely ignorant of the dangers of those void creatures, who were invading the galaxy every single minute. I don't understand how the Paragon of Sins was able to create such an imbalanced species, yet the universe didn't do anything about it for eons. Felix said while knitting his eyebrows. That's what everyone is wondering about in the primogenitor's circle. J with Tilda Ermungander said. The moment it was known that the Paragon of Sins was the void creature creator, All the primogenitors believed that he would be stripped from his powers and position some way or another. But billions of years had gone by and nothing had happened to him. I still remember how pissed some of those old fogies were in the meetings. Thor chuckled. They thought that the universe was starting to play favorites, since it couldn't even bother to answer one question of theirs yet, had given full freedom to the paragon of sins to play around. Felix understood that Thor was implying their meaning in life, the ultimate question of every primogenitor. Till 2 weeks ago, no one knows if the universe was ever going to make a move against the paragon of sins. Lady Sphinx slowly lifted Nimmo before everyone and said with a serious tone, I have a strong assumption that Nimmo is actually the countermeasures prepared to deal with the paragon of sins. Looking at Nimmo's retarded face as he yelled in enjoyment, made it extremely difficult for Felix and the rest to take her words seriously. This trash panda was the universe's punishment to the paragon of sin, one of the ultimate beings in the universe. You got to be shitting me, they all thought. Seeing their skepticism, Lady Sphinx explained her assumption. Think about it. We all know that the universe never makes a move directly to fix an imbalance. It can't just strip the paragon of sin's powers like some primogenitors believe. But it is highly likely that it can create a stronger version of the paragon of sins so he could replace him. Asna and the rest thought about her reasoning for a few moments and couldn't help but feel like there was some truth to it. When it comes to laws, the one with higher understanding always dominates the others with lower understanding. Asna mentioned. So, if the universe really created this trash panda with the purpose of replacing the paragon of sins, then his understanding in void laws would definitely surpass him sooner or later and claim the guardian's title. Thor nodded his head. The only reason your race members have such a high position is because of your control over laws. But, if someone else emerged with better control, then it shouldn't be impossible to take the guardian's position by force. Felix was quite taken back by this notion as he always considered the Unijin race's positions to be untouchable. However, after glancing at Asna and seeing her predicament, he started to believe that probably no one was safe in this universe. Even if we consider all of this to be true, why do you believe that Nimmo is the one? J with tilde Rmungander questioned. First, he is born with spiritual level just below primogenitors. When he reaches his mature state, I don't doubt for a second that his spiritual level could rival most Unijin race members. Lady Sphinx lowered one finger and continued on. Secondly, he was born in the center of the void realm. As it is rumored, the paragon of sins first emerged from the center of the void realm. Thirdly, his overbearing evil aura is just too similar to the paragon of sins. Lastly, the egg itself. The egg! Yes. Lady Sphinx showed them a crystal hexagon egg on the screen and said, I have told you that I have seen this egg in memory of a subject of mine. It greatly resembles Nimmo's egg, right? Right? If we used my theory, that the universe creates those eggs to replace beings in high positions, then doesn't this egg seems like it belongs to the gem primogenitor? She threw one last bomb at them, making Thor and J with tilde Rmungander lose their composure immediately. Impossible! That can't be right! Both of them shouted at the same time, believing that her claim was ridiculous. How could they not be? The gem primogenitor was known to be the first primogenitor to commit suicide after bestowing his perfect elemental manipulation to one of his descendants under the presence of most primogenitors. As Felix recalled, the light primogenitor decided to follow in his footsteps on that day. But, before he did so, he agreed with the other primogenitors to give the same descendant his light manipulation. Unfortunately, that descendant ended up dying. Yet, the worst part, the perfect elemental manipulations didn't return to the primogenitors. Ever since that day, they were lost forever. Lady Sphinx's theory literally implied that the crystal hexagon-shaped egg should have a being inside with perfect gem manipulation. Why is it impossible? Lady Sphinx revealed calmly. We already have 2 weird eggs that should be made out of pure elemental energy. Both of those eggs have a direct connection with an already existing anomaly in the universe that should be fixed. Indeed, both the paragon of sins and the gem primogenitor should be considered as an anomaly. One was making a mess, and the other's action resulted in the disappearance of a perfect elemental manipulation from the universe. In normal situations, the primogenitors either commit suicide without bestowing their elemental manipulation or bestow it before they die, or do it after they die. It didn't matter since the elemental manipulation was still obtainable somehow or someway. But it was different with Light primogenitor and Gem's primogenitor. Those facts couldn't be ignored by J-Tilde and Thor anymore even if they wanted. If this is really the case, then there should be other eggs around the universe, representing every elemental manipulation that was lost forever. J-Tilde sighed. There are more, Felix exclaimed. Naturally, some primogenitors have bestowed their manipulation upon their descendants, but they ended up dead before they could bestow it to another. Thor explained. I failed to account for that. Felix nodded his head in understanding after he remembered that it wasn't just him who could inherit the primogenitor's gift successfully. Though my theory sounds plausible, it is still a theory. Lady Sphinx looked at Felix and said, the only way for us to really prove it is by hatching Nimmo and studying him closely. Don't forget, if my theory is correct, then the benefit you will get from having Nimmo by your side is 100 times better than simply getting another elemental manipulation. She added, I understand. Felix nodded his head in agreement. After hearing everything, he had already weighed the advantages and the disadvantages of giving up on an elemental manipulation for Nimmo. If it was true, then Felix would have a companion that had full control over void laws. How does that come close to having a perfect elemental manipulation? No one explained to him the difference between laws and elements, but he wasn't a retard to not figure out that laws top elements every single time. Now that I have your approval, I can finally contact the Void Primogenitor and make a deal with him. Lady Sphinx chuckled faintly. Do know that it is highly possible that he will reject me and make everything that we discussed to be in vain. Just don't be stingy in your offer and he won't reject. Thor said, I doubt he would give a shit if he traded a drop of blood for something that he needs. We can only hope so, J-Tilde said. After the discussion was over, Felix left the consciousness space and went to take a shower. During it, he kept thinking about the load of vital information that he obtained and the things that happened in the ruins. We have emptied the entire herbal garden. This will help me break into the 3rd mark and reach up to the 5th mark. Felix pondered, Paragon of Sins, Deadly Void Creatures, Darken Faction Primogenitors, the incoming war in the galaxy and climbing the SG ladder. As long as keep increasing my strength with this pace, I won't be needing to fear or worry about anyone. That fake sense of freedom that I lived within my past life, I will get rid of it completely. Felix realized that strength doesn't come cheap, but he would still do everything in his powers to obtain it just to avoid being put in the same humiliating situation as in his previous life. It was more than enough to live through it once. If he didn't work hard to change it, then he truly didn't deserve a second chance. Speaking about gains, where the hell is the cube? Felix's eyes suddenly widened after he realized that the cube was gone. Did it integrate itself with me while I was asleep? Felix asked the tenants, who seemed to be trying their best to hold their laughter. I was worried about your health, so I decided to hide the cube as a tattoo on your skin. Asna spoke with an innocent tone. Really? Felix narrowed his eyes, feeling a bit uncomfortable with her attitude. He knew that she was still pissed at him, so he expected to get the silent treatment. Not this. You can see for yourself in the mirror, Asna said with a wide grin. She didn't need to tell him as Felix had already jumped outside of the shower and stood before the mirror. He cleared the foggy mirror and began to check every inch of his body. It didn't take long before he spotted a phrase written in black tattooed a few centimeters right above his bum. My Queen Asna. With a petrified look, Felix murmured the words out loud, feeling like his soul had just escaped his body. Not in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Asna could go this far in her pranks. Did you like my gift? Asna said while laughing her ass out. The instant Felix heard her laughter, he snapped, Asna, you hateful bitch. You better get rid of this shit now. Felix was really pissed since he couldn't help but remember his humiliating first meeting with Asna. He wanted dearly to forget that shit, but how could he do it now with this tramp stamp on his lower body? He. That's my token of love for you to remind you of our magical night. Asna giggled in enjoyment, making Nimmo quiver in fear within Lady Sphinx's bosom. Upon seeing Felix's expression turning livid, Asna swiftly disconnected their connection, blocking Felix's furious tirade from reaching her. In a few moments, Felix was left catching his breath as his curses and threats kept getting ignored. He couldn't even ask the primogenitors to help him out, since they were more inclined to be on Asna's side than his. What a way to ruin the day. Fuck. Felix punched the bathroom wall in irritation while choosing a suitable outfit in his AP bracelet to hide that humiliation. When he wore a black spacesuit, his agitation finally began to withdraw after the tattoo got out of his sight. Why are my heartbeats different? Abruptly, Felix noticed that his heartbeats were actually coming from his right side if he focused on them. So, even when my original heart got revitalized, the Devourer's heart is still working as my primary heart? Felix knitted his eyebrows in distress, not knowing if this would affect him in a negative way. He wanted to ask Lady Sphinx, but the connection was down. Whatever, since Lady Sphinx didn't mention it before, it only meant that it isn't that serious. Felix comforted himself and stopped thinking about the matter entirely. There were too many things to be done and the time wasn't in his favor. Malik, tell everyone to head to the conference room now. Felix sent a voice message with a faint smile. It's time to split the loot and get your rewards. In a short while, the conference room could be seen packed with everyone on board the spaceship. Even Samir was there since the spaceship wasn't moving at the moment due to Felix being in a coma. We are glad that you recovered to your optimal health, Sir Felix. The repairman Declan bowed respectfully. Knowing that you did everything for us, I couldn't handle the idea of losing you as our captain. Thank you for rescuing us. One by one, they started to bow respectfully at Felix while showing their appreciation until he started to feel uncomfortable. Boss, I missed you. Alas, Eric took it to a whole new level as he hugged Felix's thigh while weeping shamelessly, not caring about the funny looks he was getting. Fuck. I get it. Just leave my leg alone. Embarrassed, Felix shook Eric's clutch from his leg and swiftly took a seat. The rest sat after him, leaving Eric to walk towards his seat while wiping his tears with an enlivened expression. First of all, can we have a moment of silence for the fallen, Kodri and Pualani? Felix asked. Instead of answering, everyone closed their eyes and lowered their heads. They all had frustrated expressions, appearing like they still were hurt by losing those two. Felix neither spoke nor apologized for their death. He just paid his respect as well by remaining silent. He knew that those two weren't going to be the last to die in this squad. More dangerous adventures were waiting for all of them, and his Mindest was already prepared for the worst out possible. May their souls find peace in the spirit realm. Felix murmured one last time before opening his eyes. All right, let's get down to business, Felix said with a faint smile as he showed holographic images of all natural treasures gotten from the ruins. They were plenty. First, the natural treasures from the garden will be split in the same way as last time. You guys will get paid by the organization for your share. I hope you find out if Kodri and Paulini had any family members so we could give them some of their shares. I believe that should be enough to help them live comfortably for decades. Felix wasn't being generous here or something. This rule was written in the contract by him. In the case of them dying, their families would receive proper compensation so they wouldn't need to worry about them. As mentioned before, the slave contract in his hand was turned into a recruitment contract. He only had one term that he wanted, and that was to keep his secrets hidden. Secondly, this is the appearance of the treasure obtained from the hall. Felix showed them a holographic image of the black cube, then explained, due to the dangers revolving around it, I cannot show the real thing. Everyone nodded their heads in understanding. Felix didn't care if they believed it or not since he wasn't required to share with them anything about it in the first place. Do you know what it is? Malik inquired in intrigue. No, but don't worry. The organization will assess it carefully and give us proper rewards for our work. Felix comforted them. Honestly, I don't even feel like we deserve getting anything from it. Melissa sighed. You did everything in the hall while we were merely spectating. I wish we were just spectators. Eric tightened his fist and said, We were just a liability. Felix knitted his eyebrows in displeasure and criticized. When you say it like that, you completely void Jones and Nikki's efforts to stabilize the whole, Pualani and Kodri's unfortunate death, and lastly, Elder Declan and Samir's hard work to keep us protected any other invaders. Sure, your performance wasn't ideal, but that had nothing to do with your capabilities. It was simply due to a gap in strength that couldn't possibly be bridged by mere skills. Felix lowered the intensity of his voice and said, If you feel bad about it, use the money given to improve your strength even further. Upon hearing so, Eric pumped his chest with his fist in resolve and proclaimed loudly, I won't disappoint you again. The rest didn't shout it like Eric, but they did show the same attitude. That was all Felix wanted to see. You can expect your rewards to be wired within the next month or so. Felix suddenly stood up and laid out his final order. For now, you are free to do as you please until I call you out on your next mission. Sir Felix, are you planning to return to the Witch Empire? Malik inquired. Yes, I will be taking my spaceship. Make sure to link it with the Northern Sentinel in an hour. The moment he was done, he walked out of the conference room and headed back to his room. If it wasn't for being in a coma for 15 days, he wouldn't have been this rushed to head back. After all, he still needed to attend the second semester exams. Don't worry about the exams. Just focus on increasing your physical strength as fast as possible so we can start the experiment quickly. Abruptly, Lady Sphinx's impatient voice resounded in his mind. Is it all right to skip them? Felix raised his eyebrows in surprise. Ha, you wish. Lady Sphinx smiled. They will simply be delayed until we are done with the experiment. I see. Felix's eyelids twitched at her strictness, though he was still glad that the exams could be delayed. Sometime later, Felix could be seen lying in a VR pod with closed eyes inside his dark deviant spaceship. He had just consumed a large number of natural treasures, forcing him to enter hibernation. He made sure to eat just enough to wake up after reaching the third mark. While he was sleeping peacefully, he had no idea that the natural treasures were being consumed at a faster rate than usual. Lady Sphinx was the first to spot the difference. So making the Devourer's heart as his main did help with the absorption. I believe that he should be absorbing 70% of the natural treasure properties instead of 50%. Lady Sphinx noted it in her mind with a faint smile and returned to reading her book like nothing happened. She already believed that there was a high chance of it working like this, but she didn't want to ask Felix to let go of his human heart to test a mere theory. Luckily, fate took the wheel, helping Felix take advantage of that misfortunate incident. Days went by quickly, and the day of the second semester exams had finally arrived. The atmosphere in the Royal Academy was tense as usual. Gorgeous-looking witches could be seen walking back and forth with either stressed expressions or buried their heads in their holograms, trying to cramp as much information as possible before it was too late. Meanwhile, in the elite class for the second semester, the atmosphere was heated with intense competitive stares, but no one seemed tense about the exams. They had the utmost confidence in their abilities and preparation to be on top of the semester. When is that idiot coming? Naima murmured while watching the door, hoping that Felix shows up any second. It wasn't just her who was interested in Felix's arrival, but most witches in the classroom, especially when Felix had missed almost all courses this semester. Even when he attended some of them, it was in the UVR. Hee. Did he forget that there was an ongoing competition to claim the throne from him? Camille snickered to herself. She disliked Felix very much after he forced her into third rank during the first semester exams. Considering that she had a sage witch as a teacher, this result was two-way humiliating. Thus, she prepared endlessly to take back what was rightfully hers, the first rank. Meanwhile, the quiet beauty Lara didn't even glance at the door, knowing that Felix wasn't going to make it to the exams. She heard from Sage Delilia that Felix was granted a postponement to his exams due to some special circumstances. She didn't know what they were, but she knew that the headmistress was way too lenient with him. Even students of Sage Witchers do not get this special treatment in the academy. If the headmistress keeps this up, there will be an uproar that might result in her removal from her position. Lara thought calmly. Unbeknownst to her, the Sage Witches wouldn't dare let out a fart if they knew that the headmistress was simply moving based on Lady Sphinx's orders. Ding ding. Abruptly, bell noises rang through the academy, snapping all witches back to reality. Soon, the teachers entered the classrooms and closed them shut behind them. The moment Camel, Naima, and the rest of the girls saw this, they were left stunned in their seats. They knew that the moment the doors get closed after the teachers, no one was able to enter anymore. In other words, a guaranteed F in the exam. All right, let's begin. Teacher Jamila glanced at her AP bracelet and said, "You have 2 hours to finish the written exams." Whoosh whoosh. Holographic papers manifested before everyone, forcing them to drop the matter about Felix. Only Naima was still out of it, feeling mixed emotions about Felix's absence. Worry, disbelief, and most dominantly was fury. Daring to miss exams, huh? You prick better be dead. Naima huffed all her anger away and immersed herself in the exam, not knowing that Felix was snorting peacefully inside his spaceship that was parked in one of the capital's space stations. He was asleep for months now, and the day he wakes up was drawing closer. The day he opens his eyes would be written as the day of the first ever being to host 2 perfect elemental manipulations. Hopefully. A week later, the exams were over and the witches were sent on a seasonal holiday, emptying the campus. The exam results had already been posted both in the academy and online, creating many ripples in social media, especially when it was possible to bet on the results of those exams. Sigh. I was prepared to go all in on Felix to clutch first rank again. Same. I earned a fortune last time from my bet on him. Because Felix missed them, the gamblers who were planning to go all in on him were left disappointed. Unlike the witches. I am just glad that Tumor didn't take part. One humiliation was already enough for me. Tisk, why would anyone get antsy about him? He most likely cowered in front of the practical exams since he missed most of his classes. True, not mentioning the top 3, I doubt he would have passed them successfully. His elite classroom had received an even more challenging exam than the rest of us. This was one of the most upvoted comments in this discussion section, receiving many agreeing responses from the readers. It was to be expected since the practical exam for the elite classroom required them to concoct 2 unique rank 2 potions of their choosing in measly 2 hours. Teacher Jamila had mentioned during the demonstration months ago that she needed 1 year of effort to reach a 10% success rate in concocting the demonstrated potion. Yet, the students were required to learn how to concoct 2 unique rank 2 potions in 6 months. They were truly asking too much from them. But in the eyes of the academy, that should be doable by anyone in that classroom since they all had Grandmaster or Sage Witches as their teachers. Waking up to doubters. Heh, the usual I guess. Felix smirked sarcastically while getting dressed. Felix closed the hologram after finding out his classmates' ranking and the nasty remarks targeting him. So, Lara scored first and Camel second while Naima barely passed it. Felix rubbed his chin with a thoughtful expression. Should I congratulate Naima? Will she beat me up, thinking that I am ridiculing her? Honestly, I doubt I could even pass it as well. Felix would be lying if he said that he was confident in concocting 2 unique rank 2 potions. Hell, he doubted that he could concoct even 1 after multiple attempts. While other witches in his class were practicing concocting rank 2 potions before the second semester even started, he was busy increasing his strength. Don't make an excuse out of that, Lady Sphinx warned with an easygoing tone. If you can't score the desired mark, you won't escape punishment. Felix's eyelids twitched at the sound of that, but he didn't dare to retort back. A deal is a deal. So, he changed the subject to his increased strength. My strength increased explosively again after hitting the 3rd mark. Do you think I am ready now for the experiment? Since Felix was already halfway through the 2nd mark before going into another slumber, his strength had been increased by only 5,000 BF instead of 10,000 BF. Still, with what he had before, he was now sitting at 25,000 KBF plus. making him get placed at the middle ranks of Origin Realm bloodliners. The best part, he still had plenty of natural treasures to absorb. Still, all of this was a merely physical improvement that wasn't accompanied by mental improvement. So, no matter how strong he kept increasing his body, as long as his mental strength remained unimproved, he would get insta-killed by most players with mental affecting abilities. Yes, your body can handle it, but your mental toughness depends on you. Lady Sphinx replied with a serious tone. I will succeed no matter what. It was finally the day of his experiment and Felix wasn't planning on disappointing anyone today. His attitude would have struck a chord with anyone who heard him if it wasn't for that tattoo above his ass, appearing once in a while. Felix completely ignored its existence, knowing that Asna would soon be bored by his indifference and remove it. Unbeknownst to him, Asna didn't do it just for the fun of it but for a totally different reason. I dare see you hit on girls in real life with that tattoo up your bum. Asna laughed silently in her mansion like a creepy stalker. An hour later, Felix had finally managed to sneak inside Lady Sphinx's castle without being spotted by the moles spying on him. With lightning transmutation and Sage Delilia's help, it was a piece of cake. The moment he stepped inside, the maids escorted him to Lady Sphinx's lab immediately. He wasn't even given the time to check in his room. In a short while, Felix stepped inside the lab and closed the door behind him. The first thing he saw was a big glass tube right in the middle of the lab. It was filled with a bubbly green liquid, resembling acid. Drink those. Suddenly, Lady Sphinx appeared from the side and threw 2 bottles at Felix. He caught them reflexively and started inspecting them. Seeing their brown color and gooey-like state, he almost threw up in his mouth. The taste will be heavenly for you, don't worry. Lady Sphinx spoke while tweaking some things on the big glass cylinder. It is made mostly from poisonous materials. Oh? What's its purpose? Felix wondered while opening the lids. Weakening your poison affinity. Just as Felix wanted to ask why, Lady Sphinx berated him. Stop wasting time. The liquid within pod will start losing its potency. Upon hearing so, Felix didn't dare to dilly-dally anymore. He quickly drank the potions and waited for further instructions. As expected, she ordered him to get nude and jump inside the acid-like liquid. Felix did as he was told with a calm expression. When he submerged himself within the pod, he felt only warmness like he was tucked within 2 blankets amidst a winter storm. After the lid was closed on him, an oxygen mask connected itself with his nostrils and mouth since he was completely submerged in the liquid. Then, 2 long leather straps emerged from the bottom and 2 more from the top. They clutched on his limbs tightly, yet Felix didn't even budge. Are those strong enough to keep me held down? Felix asked. Don't worry. Even if you had the strength of an adult dragon, those straps are more than enough to keep you affixed in your place. Lady Sphinx replied. That's good. Seeing that he was getting comfortable inside, Lady Sphinx ordered, Summon your elemental inscriptions. Felix nodded his head and swiftly thought about it. Just like tiny purplish snakes, the inscriptions began to manifest entirely on his body, leaving only some small gaps. Nimmo, get inside his body now. Lady Sphinx continued lying down's orders. Asna got a bit upset about seeing her tattoo getting removed, but she knew that it had to be done, otherwise Nimmo might affect the experiment badly. If Felix wasn't too focused on keeping his mentality stable, he would have felt happy about it. But the only thing in his eyes now was passing the bestowal successfully. You ready? Lady Sphinx inquired. Felix nodded lightly, then closed his eyes shut and dove into his consciousness. There, he saw Thor standing tall with a dignified expression, completely opposite to his playful attitude from before. With-Tilda Mungander and Asna stood with stern frowns on Thor's sides. No one was taking this bestowal lightly. How could they? Thor was about to give up on his lightning manipulation forever. A gift that accompanied him for billions of years. He wasn't just giving his elemental manipulation but the position it comes with it. The lightning primogenitor. Hence, Felix didn't hesitate to bow down before Thor silently, showing utmost gratitude for his gesture. I have seen more than enough in the past months to judge your character and worthiness. Thor said composedly, all I have to say is that my brother didn't waste his gift on you. I am honored. Felix replied crisply. Though your elemental talent is too shitty, it can still be saved with efforts and tons of resources. Thor nodded his head lightly. I believe in you owning both. After he was done speaking, Thor extended his finger at Felix's forehead and gently touched it. Feeling the coldness of his finger, memories of the first bestowal invaded Felix's mind, reminding him of the hellish pain he went through. It was like his unconsciousness was trying its best to change Felix's mind into going through with this shit again. Alas, Felix was too stable mentality to be affected by those thoughts. He merely eyed the gray inscriptions crawling from Thor's finger into his skin silently. They appeared like they were trying their best to avoid getting engraved above the purplish inscriptions. Alas, there wasn't enough space for that to happen, making it a futile attempt. So, in the end, Felix's body got another set of inscriptions above the first one, turning him into a tattoo walking. After Thor pulled his finger, he looked straight into Felix's eyes and called calmly, "Activate." The moment that word resounded in Felix's ears, the grayish inscriptions lightened up on Felix's physical body. Unsurprisingly, Felix's eyes bulged out of their sockets the moment those inscriptions began to heat up. He instantly realized that the ritual was 10 times more intense than the last time. His flesh that was starting to show itself was obvious proof. His skin literally got melted down, yet Felix kept biting down hard on his lips, showing nothing but pure resolve and madness to overcome this agonizing torture. Meanwhile, Lady Sphinx could be seen noting down anything that piqued her interest. But, since she had already done this experiment with Felix's perfect clone thousands of times, she already knew everything that was about to happen. As expected, the inscriptions will not stop trying to dominate the other unless someone forcefully stopped them. Lady Sphinx sighed. Unfortunately, only the owner could do that, and Felix is still too green in his elemental manipulation to reach that level. If complete control is required to achieve coexistence, it is only possible after reaching the third stage in elemental manipulation. Thor interjected. Lady Sphinx nodded her head and said, since Felix is still far from reaching that level, that's why I created this special bath that will allow him to seal one of the inscriptions temporarily. What's the point of having two if he sealed one? Asna frowned her eyebrows. Lady Sphinx smiled and answered, he will still be able to use internal-based abilities belonging to the sealed inscriptions element. The moment they heard her response, they immediately knew that Felix was soon going to create a massive shockwave throughout the universe. While they were discussing this matter, Felix was feeling like absolute crap. He wished that heat was strong enough to burn his nerves and release him from this fiery pain. Unfortunately, the green liquid was constantly healing his skin, creating this wicked circle of recovery and agony. Lady Sphinx didn't put him in that liquid just to torture him, but to keep his flesh undamaged as much as possible. That's because the inscriptions didn't really engrave themselves on his skin but inner flesh. The writing outside was a mere projection of the real inscriptions. 3 minutes remaining, Lady Sphinx thought as she glanced at Felix's devilish appearance. She didn't have a single ounce of doubt that Felix wouldn't handle the pain. She watched him experience it way too often. She started to believe that he befriended it. The only obstacle in this experiment was having the necessary body toughness to resist melting down completely. Now that Felix had it, the ritual was guaranteed to succeed. As she expected, those 3 minutes went by without any sudden variable emerging. Felix owned the pain like a champ, and now he could be seen floating like a limp corpse within the liquid, completely passed out. His burnt skin was recovering swiftly, helping in easing up his tensed expression. Is he done? Thor asked. If you are asking about the ritual, it has been completed successfully. Lady Sphinx smiled with a satisfied expression. Felix could be now considered as the first being in the universe to own 2 perfect elemental manipulations. This was truly news to be celebrated and feel excited about it, since it meant that it was possible for Felix to host even more elemental manipulations. Just thinking about those old fogies' jaws dropping after finding out about it makes me want to spill the beams badly. Thor said with a thrilled tone. You better keep your mouth shut when we meet them in the council. Jormungandr gave him a warning look, knowing that Thor had a loose tongue. Jormungandr knew that the implication would be horrendous for Felix if he ever was found to muster more than one perfect manipulation. Being found out to own one was already going to make his life hell, since he would be hunted by Primogenitor's descendants and also Jormungandr's descendants to take it away from him. 2 or more manipulations would move the Primogenitors themselves. I know, I am not an idiot, Thor mumbled in annoyance. Everyone rolled their eyes at him after hearing him say so, making Thor slightly pissed at the way they see him. Bunch of pricks. He cursed as he gulped down an entire wine jar in his throat. After 10 long hours, Felix finally regained consciousness while still inside the pod. He was a bit dazed at the start but soon figured out his current situation. Sigh. Why everything needs to be so painful? Felix let out a long sigh of relief after recalling what he had been through earlier. If you want to break your limits, pain and struggle are necessary. Lady Sphinx looked at him from across the room and said, without them, anyone could break their limits constantly. I just wish it didn't hurt like hell. Felix laughed bitterly. Don't worry, it was worth it. Lady Sphinx smiled. You can now use both elements freely as long as you make sure that you choose a primary element and a secondary element. Freely but choose primary and secondary? Felix was delighted by the first half but confused by the second. Wait. Let me get you out of there before we talk about this. Lady Sphinx clicked on a button and the green liquid within the pod suddenly began to get suctioned off. Thud. Felix fell on the pod's floor powerlessly, feeling too exhausted to stand up on his own. The straps soon freed his limbs while the oxygen mask got withdrawn back. Then, the pod's glass opened up and Lady Sphinx offered Felix a small bottle. Felix drank it without asking questions as he already knew its effects. In a few moments, the exhaustion was gotten rid of and he started to feel refreshed yet again. He quickly dried himself and then wore his nanosuit. When Lady Sphinx saw that he was finally comfortable, she pushed a seat towards him and sat nearby. First, tell me, how do you feel? She asked. Normal, Felix replied while checking himself. Lady Sphinx nodded her head and said, there will be moments in the near future where your skin would start to feel itchy, but no matter how you scratch it, the feeling won't go away. Felix was slightly terrified upon hearing so. He knew that he would rather have his limbs cut off than experience this unscratchable itchiness. It was pure torture. Was there an issue in the experiment? He asked worriedly. No, this is because the seal on the inscription will start to weaken after some time. Lady Sphinx explained. However, don't worry. The moment you start feeling itchy, you just need to bath yourself in the same liquid for a couple of hours. It will help reinforce the seal, which will extend its period. Seeing his confusion, she clarified. You see, it's impossible for 2 inscriptions to coexist in the same body if the owner didn't have perfect control over them. For you who is still struggling in the second stage of elemental manipulation, obtaining that control is still merely a dream. So, I created 2 types of baths that will help you seal one inscription of your choosing. The sealed inscription will make it impossible for you to utilize external manipulation of that element. Lady Sphinx concluded her explanation. Felix filled in the gaps on his own. That's what you meant by choosing primary and secondary elements. If I decided to seal lightning inscription, I will be able to use poison element freely, but for lightning element, I can only use internal abilities. Correct, she agreed. Felix would be lying if he said that he wasn't disappointed at being able to freely control both elements internally and externally. But nothing could be done when his shitty elemental talent was holding him back. Reaching a 100% affinity rating was merely the start. Going above it requires elemental talent, and Felix had none of it due to his neutral race. After all, he wasn't born from a race that uses poison since birth like scorpions or serpents. He wasn't born in a race that utilizes lightning. The human neutrality allowed him to own multiple perfect manipulations, but it cursed him with garbage talent in using them. This was the universal balance. At least, I have a way to increase my affinities and get better, unlike other races who are completely stuck with a single element forever. Felix snickered. I will take this limitation any day in the week. Couldn't agree less. Jormungandr smiled with a pleased expression. After recovering his spirit, Felix closed his eyes shut and felt the energies within his body. Promptly, he noticed that his sensation of lightning energy was 10 times better than poison energy. This allowed him to figure out that his poison element was the one sealed. He had no problems with that since he wanted to play around with both external and internal lightning abilities. Let's start with something simple. Felix thought of creating 3 small lightning spears and applied the same method he used with the poison element. CLZ. In less than a millisecond, 3 flickering spears manifested above his palm and remained suspended there. It's not difficult at all. Felix played with the spears with a pleased expression. He always believed that he would require to go through the same boring and repetitive practice to master internal lightning abilities. When it comes to simple abilities that require only elemental energy, the methods at your disposal are universal. Jormungandr taught, but if you wanted to use unique abilities like supersonic speed, electromagnetic control, etc., naturally you will need to muster their own methods. I understand. Felix gave a slight head nod while snapping his finger, getting rid of the lightning spears. For now, he was certain that he could use most of the internal lightning abilities. That was already going to be a huge help in his upcoming games. Though, I will be having difficulty with external abilities since my lightning affinity is even worse than poison affinity. Felix massaged his temple as he pondered. To be able to remove the seal completely, I need to reach the 3rd stage at least in one element. Felix never felt as needy to increase his improvement in elemental manipulation as now. However, wanting it wouldn't change the fact it was going to be extremely difficult and dangerous. After all, the only way to hasten his progress was by meditating in a place extremely rich with his desired element. I have some couple places that are immense with lightning energy. Though, I don't know if they are still hidden or not since it's been a long time. Thor shared some good news. Just as Felix wanted to thank him for his suggestion, Jormungandr jumped out of nowhere and said calmly, I have already given him a couple of names for rich poisonous areas long ago. I was merely waiting for him to finish with the experiment before leading him there. Oh ho! Thor snickered as he eyed Jormungandr indifferently. My spots are in my main galaxy, which is a mere couple of millions of light years away, unlike yours. Do you really want him to cross half the universe right now? Did you forget to mention that the Milky Way galaxy is on the way of mine? He would need to head there first if he wanted to hunt down void creatures with his own people. Jormungandr retorted. Old fart, don't make me laugh. Thor still laughed loudly. Lady Sphinx had yet to receive a response from the void primogenitor. Hunt void creatures? He should think about it when he at least secures the void primogenitor's bloodline and permission. As they were bickering, Lady Sphinx and Asna could only stare at them with a bemused expression, not wanting to interrupt them. Meanwhile, Felix was already starting to sweat from his forehead. Knowing that the situation wasn't going well for him, he completely forgot that Thor and Jormungandr were rivals. So how could they allow their most prized element to be surpassed by their rival's element? Arguing about it won't solve anything. Let's give Kiddo the freedom to choose. Thor proposed, knowing that Jormungandr was as stubborn as he was. Fine by me. Jormungandr sneered. I know little Felix will choose to focus my element. When Felix realized that the hot potato was passed in his hands, he could only stare dumbly at the wall, not knowing how to respond. He knew that no matter what he picked, he was bound to upset the other one. He truly wanted to avoid being placed in such situations. Alas, what's done is done. The ball was in his court and he needed to get creative in his response to mitigate any hard feelings. Cough, elders. I am quite grateful for your concerns. I have understood your points completely and reached my conclusion. Felix spoke with a firm tone, hoping it would make a difference. I will head to Elder Jormungandr's galaxy if I manage to obtain the Void Primogenitor's bloodline and permission after I finish my exams. Felix continued on quickly. However, if we didn't get them after the exams, I will head to Elder Thor's galaxy. This was truly the best option that would please everyone involved. After all, the moment Felix finishes the exams, he needs to go increase one of his affinities no matter what. Using the void primogenitor as the true decider completely removed him from the equation, making it hard for any of them to feel upset by his choice. As expected, both of them agreed to the proposal while cursing each other for being a butt-in. "Aren't you a crafty little one?" Lady Sphinx chuckled at Felix and said, "I hope you use some of it in your upcoming exams. You have time to prepare until the end of the holiday." "After the holiday?" Felix's eyes widened in horror. "That's barely 15 days of preparation. It's impossible." Lady Sphinx shrugged her shoulders carelessly. "You have the tools to make it possible. It's not my problem if you failed to do so." "Tools? What tools?" Felix's eyes brightened up, knowing that Lady Sphinx wouldn't bother to lie to him. "Figure it yourself." Lady Sphinx waved her hand at him, shooing him away. Seeing her enter the zone with a couple of materials in her hands, Felix knew that it was time for him to take a hike. He would rather upset both Jwithtilda and Thor than bother Lady Sphinx during her work. After all, she was the only one who had no issue giving him a physical beating. After Felix returned to his room in the castle, the first thing he did was take a shower to get rid of the lingering smell from that green liquid. While he was showering, he decided to unblock his communication outlets. Just like hell broke loose, his AP bracelet began to manifest tens of holograms around him, showing all the missed calls, messages, emails, etc. In total, there were tens of thousands of them. Geez, it's not like I died or something. Felix's eyelids twitched after being reminded that he really did die for a few seconds. "Queen, filter the ones asking about my well-being or such. Just leave the important ones," Felix requested as he cleaned his armpits. Just like that, more than 80% of those messages and emails were removed. Felix already knew that he would be receiving a lot of them, especially when he went offline for months without giving anyone a reminder. When he missed the exams, he believed that his grandfather, Olivia, Emma, his teammates, and his fans would all assume the worst. "I should probably give a heads up to my Gramps at least before going in another hibernation," Felix considered to himself while writing back to his grandpa, letting him know that he was doing well and also asking him about the development of his pizzeria restaurant chain. After he clicked send, he wrote one for the little cutie Olivia, his agent Emma, his business manager, and lastly Fatty Botadai. The rest? He either ignored them or sent them a unified message. He had no time to address each one personally, so it was better to be just himself. A dick. After he finished, Felix decided to get into the critical emails sent to his organization leader persona. All of those emails were sent by the big boys in the Milky Way galaxy. Ahem. So the Anti-Royalty Alliance has yet to give up on making me meet their real leaders. Felix rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Now that I have enough strength to be considered as a strong Origin Realm bloodliner, I shouldn't be afraid of them. Though, the scary thing about them isn't their strength but the armies in their arsenal and their intuition that could sniff me out as a fraud even in the UVR. So, I should still keep a respectful facade for now. Felix had no intentions of pissing off his organization's allies, especially when he still had needs for them. After reading Chief Maganda's email, he could hear the displeased tone in his writing. Who could blame him? Felix had been ignoring those emails for over a couple of months now. That's not a nice thing to do for a so-called ally. I might as well reply and tell them that I won't be available for the next year or so due to a sudden breakthrough in my research. Felix grinned shamelessly. This will get those old fogies off my back and also give them some good news to ease their minds. I really should have tattooed shameless prick instead. Asna rolled her eyes at him. Felix flinched after hearing the word tattoo, but he didn't give Asna the satisfaction of seeing his reaction. Hell, he didn't even glance at the newly written tattoo on his lower back after he was done with the experiment. Out of sight, out of mind. So, Felix began telling the Queen what to write as his response while continuing to clean himself. When he was done, he told her to send it to all 5 members of the Anti-Royalty Alliance. Then, he contacted his business manager to check how things were going. In less than 5 minutes, Felix had heard about all the newest projects, the old projects that succeed and the failed ones. Because of his future knowledge, it was to be expected that only a few projects failed while the majority were a huge hit. The revenue Felix was getting from those hits was already in the tens of billions. All of this without him lifting a finger. "I am satisfied with our progress. Keep up the hard work," Felix said with a pleased tone. "We'll make sure of it," Mr. Igris replied composedly. Upon hearing his response, Felix hung up and began rinsing himself. Then he used a towel to dry up and exited the shower. The moment he dressed up, he laid in his bedroom and logged in to the UVR. "Right now, my priority is to pass the exams. Everything else could be done after," Felix said out loud while standing before potion concoction tables. One had raw materials and the other had empty glassware equipment. The other witches have a huge advantage of using all their time on practicing their potion concoction, unlike me. Felix frowned his eyebrows. "So if I wanted to stay competitive, I need to keep innovating new methods by using all the tools at my disposal." Felix had no plans on using the normal method of practicing a single rank 2 potion until he masters it. It was consuming too much time and he was already struggling to keep his schedule in check. Hence, he needed to find another method not just to help him pass the exams but also to assist him in his potion-making journey. After all, he wasn't learning potion-making for the sake of the Academy or pleasing Lady Sphinx, but to help himself concoct rare potions without needing to beg or buy from anyone. Elder mentioned that I can totally pass the exams if I utilized my tools. Felix pondered. Did she see a way for me to use my poison or lightning element to increase the success chance? I do have some theories that I can test out immediately. Since the moment Felix used supersonic mode to eliminate the microorganisms, an entirely new world opened up for him. This allowed him to think of many different ways where his abilities could get handy. Right now, he was testing out those methods. But he was met with only one failure after another. Nothing he did helped him create a protective dome around a bigger portion of the mixture before the dark reaction came in and ruined everything. The saved mixture is small enough to guarantee only a 5% chance of it turning into a potion after getting mixed with beneficial materials. Felix shook his head disappointedly. This is not enough to pass the exams unless I got super lucky. Felix understood that his aim wasn't merely earning a place in the 3rd semester but to reach the top 3 in the 2nd semester. Based on what he read, Lara and Camel had concocted 6 rank 2 potions in merely 2 hours. Still, Lara secured rank 1 by using a much more difficult potion to make than Camel's. This entailed that concocting a lot of potions wasn't enough but actually concocting harder ones to get higher points. This truly put Felix in a dilemma. The dark reaction is the worst obstacle in concoction rank 2+ potions. If I took care of it somehow, I will be free to concoct any potion of my desire, unlike other witches who are forced to master only a couple of high-ranked potions in their lifetime. Felix tapped his finger on the table thoughtfully. But how exactly can I do that? Seeing him struggle to think of a method made Lady Sphinx smile faintly to herself. If he found out about his unique method and mastered it, he will honestly be unequaled in potion making, surpassing even me in the future. If anyone heard Lady Sphinx's mind-blowing claim, chaos would rise within the primogenitor circle and the witches' circle. That's how much confidence Lady Sphinx had in Felix's talent in potion making. If he did find it, I might as well make him my student. The Academy's courses will be merely wasting his time from that moment on. Lady Sphinx decided while smiling faintly. If I considered the dark reaction to be made out of quintillion atomic lifeforms, then I can use my poison to kill them off at an atomic level. Felix contemplated with crossed arms. I don't know what inducement could work against them, but first I need to find out if my theory is right. Felix quickly started another concoction. When the dark reaction appeared, he paused the concoction and used his quantum vision to zoom at the pitch-black substance. This time, he kept zooming over and over, not caring that his entire vision was as dark as a moonless night. This kept going for a short while until Felix started to waver in his theory. He understood that he was already zoomed so far within, he was about to reach the quantum realm. As expected, his mental energy rapid exhaustion was starting to affect him in a negative way. Yet, Felix didn't care about it since he was in the UVR and simply kept on going, wanting to see the end of this horrifying darkness. The moment he had that thought, the static darkness before him finally showed another color within it. Came as 3 tiny red dots. Before Felix could feel thrilled by the discovery, 3 more red dots emerged in front of him, then 3 more. They kept popping around him in the tens, hundreds, thousands, millions until his eyesight was completely covered by them. This truly creeped him out, forcing him to zoom out back to safety. "Ha!" Soon, he exclaimed in shock after realizing that the red light was originated from another red that was near 2 others. When he kept zooming out, he found out that he was surrounded yet again by millions of those red dots. This bizarre and creepy situation kept on repeating until he finally saw the usual darkness around him. However, he still exited from a red dot that was accompanied by 2 mores. This time, Felix saw that those 3 dots were actually the eyes of an invisible entity since they literally blinked in front of him. Then, out of nowhere, similar red dots emerged and they began blinking slowly. Was I actually within 1 eye of a life form? Felix was too spooked to remain a single second in front of that eerie thing. So, he swiftly zoomed out until he was back in reality. Immediately after, he massaged his tired eyes, feeling like he had just experienced one of the worst and creepiest acid trips ever. The scariest part was the fact that he didn't see a single atom or particles. It was like those life forms didn't belong to this universe and followed its set of laws and rules. It's not time to think about those matters. When he readjusted his emotions, Felix resumed the concoction and watched how the dark substance consumed the entire mixture in less than a couple of seconds. He watched the process silently, but a chill couldn't help but course on his spine after imagining quintillion of those eerie monsters running over the mixture. He understood that their size should be noticeable if someone used a good microscope. So, he wondered why this was the first time he saw them even though he read multiple books concerning the dark reaction. That's because most of the witches who knew the truth about the dark reaction were all affected negatively by it. Lady Sphinx answered calmly. Felix closed his mouth shut and listened closely, knowing that Lady Sphinx was feeding him a freebie. Utmost concentration is a must-have during the creation of the protective dome in order to save the biggest portion of the mixture. However, for witches who knew about what hid behind the dark substance, their concentration would get affected negatively since they kept seeing an army of those eerie life forms, trying to corner them. Lady Sphinx sighed disappointedly. For real? Felix's eyelids twitched at the sound of that, feeling like Lady Sphinx was pulling his leg. However, hearing her disappointed sigh made him realize that she was extremely embarrassed by her story. Why wouldn't she be? It was the same as telling him that the witches were too disgusted or creeped out by the sight of those bug-like life forms. Unlike girls who scream at the sight of a cockroach, those witches merely get their concentration slightly affected by their imagination. This wouldn't have been a problem if it wasn't a must to keep it together during that critical phase. Naturally, there were exceptions to this case since Lady Sphinx mentioned most witches, not all of them. Isn't it problematic to hide such a piece of information from the younger generation? Felix inquired, a bit speechless by this situation. In the eyes of the sage witches, this piece of information was doing more harm than good. Lady Sphinx shrugged her shoulder carelessly. I also don't bother myself with it, since it is impossible for witches to affect those life forms in any shape or form. Nothing at all? Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. Currently, the only one capable of affecting those life forms is me. Lady Sphinx's eyes shone for a second and continued. I have my own special method of doing so, a method that could never be taught or copied by those witches. Upon hearing so, Felix started to believe that even sage witches had yet to touch the ankle of Lady Sphinx when it comes to potion making. The fact that they were hopeless against a major problem in potion making had sealed their fate to be always considered as B+ at best. You are right. Witches were the most compatible to inheriting my potion-making system. However, they were not the best option. Lady Sphinx wholly agreed with his take on the matter. Indeed, Witches had spiritual eyes that helped them see beyond the microscopic world and affect it with their mental energy, unlike other races. But that was merely the condition to begin treading on this path. On the other hand, I have met the basic conditions and also had unique tools to help me unlike them, Felix said with a serious tone, feeling a sense of responsibility dawning on him. Lady Sphinx was clearly disappointed by the witch's progress and limited talent in potion making. He felt like he would be disappointing her as well if he didn't utilize his talents to the maximum. So, he dropped the current matter and began contemplating ways to take advantage of the newly gotten information. Since Lady Sphinx was capable of dealing with those lifeforms, it only meant that it was possible for me to do the same. I don't know her method and I am not interested in copying it. Felix suddenly clapped his hands, and tens of colored misty balls emerged before him. They were arranged neatly from the faintest color to the darkest color. Those were all the inducements that he was capable of using currently. Let's aim to create an inducement that will coat the mixture and kill those lifeforms the instant they set foot on it. Felix cracked his fingers and started dragging one inducement after the other on the table. Then he mixed them while murmuring, I don't know what those things are made of, so it would be extremely difficult to pull off the perfect inducement. Felix knew that it was going to be a time-consuming experiment filled with hundreds of failures. After all, he needed to find exactly what could kill those lifeforms while at the same time creating an inducement that wouldn't affect the mixture in any way. That's because potions needed to follow a recipe down to the last letter. Anything extra would result in failure before even the dark reaction had its turn. First test, Killer Red Inducement, made out of 3 inducements. Acid, -12 potency/venom, -8 potency/paralyze, x2 potency/. Felix disclosed composedly while holding into a faint pistachio-colored misty ball. It was so faint, the pistachio was barely noticeable. This was due to the potency being lowered extremely out of the killer inducements. Felix knew that this combination was going to fail if ever used in a real concoction since he didn't merge anything to avoid affecting the mixture. Let's see how those little brats will react to it. Felix engulfed the mixture with the mist gently and then requested, Queen, unpause it and make the concoction stable no matter what. As you wish. Soon, Felix saw that the dark reaction had invaded the outlines of the mixture and touched his killer red inducement. Before Felix's hopes could have risen, they were crushed by the sight of the dark reaction not slowing for even a tiny bit. In a couple of seconds, the mixture was gone, leaving behind only bits of mist. Felix didn't even comment on this failure. He simply rewinded the experiment and watched the replay on an atomic level. Immediately, he found out that the dark substance marched through everything. Even his inducement had gotten consumed with the mixture. Shit. Don't tell me that those little fucks can eat even poison? This was the worst outcome that Felix desired. If even his deadliest inducements were getting chopped off, what's going to kill them? I refuse to believe that they are immune. Felix quickly started another attempt. This time, he raised the potency a little bit. He stopped caring about its effect on the mixture and simply wanted to go all out on those lifeforms. Unfortunately, nothing much changed. The poison had been completely ineffective against them. Still, Felix didn't give up on using poison. So, he started creating other inducements and noting anything unusual that happened. This kept on going for days until he had reached 100 attempts with no visible results. Hell, he even cheated and used other elements that weren't in his arsenal just to see if those little fuckers were killable. Unsurprisingly, not a single element worked against them. In the end, he finally accepted the conclusion that those lifeforms were immortal. How the hell did Lady Sphinx manage to affect them? Felix scratched his head in complete bewilderment. He already used sand element as well, but to no avail. Lady Sphinx was as silent as a scarecrow, not giving him even a tiny hint. Meanwhile, Asna and the other primogenitors were spending time playing cards, not giving a shit about Felix's dilemma. Think. Since Lady Sphinx was able to affect them, it means that they are not immorta. Wait a second. Felix's eyes widened after a sudden realization hit him. She said that she affected them but not actually kill them. So, why the fuck am I trying to kill them? Only now did Felix remember that his main target wasn't to kill the lifeforms but to increase the success chance of concocting the potion. If those lifeforms turned out to be immortals, then he simply needed to hinder them, trap them, or something like that. If he managed to pull it off, he would be able to swiftly create a massive protection dome by utilizing his supersonic mode. A protection dome big enough to save more than 20% of the mixture. Seeing him finally gain small enlightenment in his experiments had put a faint smile on Lady Sphinx's lips. Still, she remained silent, leaving Felix to his own devices. Good, good, good. Now I just need to create an inducement that could have such an effect. Enlivened, Felix was back to the drawing board. He knew that it was going to be difficult, but he would rather take such a difficulty any day than continue trying to kill those immortal lifeforms. Days went by like the wind of autumn, the current season on the campus. Some trees were brown while some had their leaves stripped away by the wind. On the campus, the starting of autumn meant the start of another semester. That's why the campus was as lively as ever, with old students coming back from their holiday and new students looking at everything in awe. Under a giant maple tree, Naima and Carrie could be seen sitting near each other with worried expressions. Don't tell me that Felix is not going to make it to the third semester with us, Naima said while dialing Felix's number nervously. Alas, it kept ringing and ringing, yet no response. Just give up. He wasn't fit to be a potioneer in the first place. Carrie sighed. How could he be one when he is constantly focusing on other matters like training for his games and such? Naima wanted to deny her claim, but she knew that Carrie was right. In the end, she let out a long exhale and stopped dialing him. I hope at least he doesn't drop out or get expelled, Naima murmured to herself. It was fun hanging out with him. Ding ding ding. Abruptly, the bell resounded loudly on the campus, forcing the witches to head back to their classes. In a short while, Naima and Carrie reached their newest classroom. It was noticeable bigger, but witches within it were fewer. That's because a handful of them failed to pass the practical exam. They were simply unlucky in their concoction, since it was impossible for them to have a 100% success rate no matter what they did. It might seem unfair that they were kicked out of the elite classroom and sent back to the regular classes, but in the witches' world, luck was a must-have. That's because most high-ranked potioneer never surpass 5% success chance in rank 4+ potions. Speaking about luck, Felix could be seen standing with his hands folded in front of a cauldron. He appeared to be praying like a devoted priest. His eyes were showing signs of exhaustion and desperation as he kept staring inside the cauldron. Precisely, he was focusing on a condensed layer of amber-colored mist surrounding the mixture in the middle. Suddenly, the dark reaction appeared out of nowhere on the corners of the mixture. The moment Felix saw that dark substance had touched the amber-colored mist, his breath was frozen and his heartbeats started to accelerate rapidly. Then, everything came to a halt the instant Felix noticed that the speed of the dark substance was slowed a tiny bit. If Felix wasn't familiar with the dark substance movement in the past 2 weeks, he wouldn't have noticed the drop in speed at all. That's how negligible it was. Yet, Felix's eyes couldn't help but get red and a bit watery after seeing it, feeling too emotional to let out a single sound. I did it. I actually did it. Even though the results were right before him, Felix was still in complete disbelief. Who could blame him? In the past 2 weeks, he was spending 20 hours a day to create the perfect inducement that could slow down those lifeforms while at the same time not affecting the mixture in any form. Thousands of inducements were created in this hellish journey. Each inducement was unique to the other due to their potency. 99.99% of them were absolutely useless. Only a handful of inducements gave Felix slight hints to creating the perfect inducement. After all of that, he finally created it. Congratulations, little thief. You finally touched the starting line. Something other witches failed to achieve in their entire lifetimes. Lady Sphinx said while clapping her hands slowly. Yes, yes, good job, kiddo. Hee hee. Look at him tearing up. Can you start training your poison affinity now? Unfortunately for Felix, His mind-boggling achievement was ruined by the other uncultured bunch, who didn't care about the art of potion-making at all. They only wanted to see Felix train his body and go in fights. Lady Sphinx gave them a death stare, making them continue playing their card game in silence. It truly feels good to be rewarded with some results finally. Felix wiped his eyes while smiling charmingly. Anyone who saw him would know that he was in a really good mood. "What are you going to name your inducement?" Intrigued, Lady Sphinx asked him. Felix looked at what remained out of his amber-colored mist and smiled. "Quagmire. I believe Quagmire Inducement will do the trick." "A fitting name," Lady Sphinx complimented. She had seen from the very start to the end how Felix struggled to reach the perfect potency and the perfect inducements combination to create it. Lastly, the logic behind it. At the start, Felix was merely slapping inducements and different potencies together randomly, then expecting that one of them would affect those lifeforms. When that failed, he began to think carefully about a plan. So, he started reading more about the dark reaction. This time, he read books written for grandmasters and sages. That's where he found out that the dark reaction happening in higher-ranked potions was actually 3 times slower in consuming the mixture. When he continued reading, he found out that the more complex bonds get, the harder it would be for the dark substance to consume them. That's because those bonds needed to be broken apart first. This finding blew his mind and gave him a major hint in the logic he used in his inducement. If those little fuckers were having difficulty with complex bonds, then he must create the most complex inducement ever made. Then place it like a protective wall between it and the dark reaction. Due to its bond's complexity, those little fuckers would have a tougher time than usual in consuming them, thus slowing their march successfully, allowing him more time to create the real protection dome by using his mental energy. All of this wouldn't be possible if Felix didn't find out the method to use the inducement on the mixture without affecting it. The method he used actually took a lot of time and effort even for him. That's because he realized that the only way for him to achieve his intended target was by making his inducement to be non-reactive with anything. So, when the inducement gets merged with the mixture, it wouldn't react with any material in the mixture. Since the dark reaction literally consumed everything no matter what, this didn't create any problems whatsoever. Just like this, the Quagmire inducement was born. However, Felix knew that it wasn't truly the perfect method since the inducement was in a mist form, making it impossible to protect the lower half of the mixture within the liquid. So, this inducement would help him slow down the advancement of the dark reaction on the mixture's surface and sides but not underneath. But Felix wasn't too worried about this since he could easily focus on creating a protective dome that would save only what his inducement was protecting. After all, he couldn't save the entire mixture, so it was better to choose what to give up beforehand. As Lady Sphinx mentioned, this was merely the start and he still needed years of effort to fully dominate the dark reaction like her. Ring ring. Suddenly, Felix's bracelet alarm went off, breaking him from his jubilation. Shit. I am gonna miss the exams if I don't leave now. Luckily, the first day would be for the written exams. This would give him some time to practice concoction by using this method. Little thief, to give you a better motivation, I will make an offer to you. Abruptly, Lady Sphinx said calmly. Offer. Felix raised his eyebrows in surprise while getting dressed. Asna and the rest all had their ears perked up from the cards table, interested in hearing her out as well. Lady Sphinx smiled cunningly and said, "If you manage to concoct a 5 stars potion in the exams, I will consider graduating you early from the academy and officially tutor you in the art of potion making." You being for real? Felix's eyes brightened up at the sound of her offer. He always desired to be her student, but he knew that it wasn't going to happen unless he really impressed Lady Sphinx. I don't crack jokes, Lady Sphinx ensured. The chance was finally here. However, remembering the conditions of her offer made him start sweating a little bit. 5 stars difficulty rank 2 potion is not going to be a walk in the park to concoct it. Felix smiled bitterly. I only have 1 day to start working on it. Knowing that Lady Sphinx hate hearing excuses, Felix stopped acting like a little bitch and proclaimed sternly, I will do my very best to live up to your expectations. I am looking forward to it. Lady Sphinx smiled faintly as she thought to herself, if he pulled it off, the witches will have no choice but to accept that a human is better than them. Hopefully, this will push more younger witches to strive hard to surpass him. Without wasting a single second, Felix called Sage Delilia, requesting the escort to arrive as fast as possible. Knowing that it was going to take them a few minutes to assemble and arrive, Felix decided to attempt concocting the Duskwraith potion. This was the exclusive rank 2 potion recipe that he was rewarded after scoring first mark in the first semester. In the previous months, he tried a couple of times to concoct, but it was extremely difficult for a newbie like him. But now, he was left with no choice but to try everything in his powers to practice it, since it was one of the 5 stars difficulty potions. 15 minutes later, Felix could be seen running across the campus as fast as his limited body could. After all, he couldn't go all out and drop the facade that the weakening potion was useless against him. That would scare the shit out of the headmistress and, honestly, everyone on the campus. Before long, Felix entered the main facility under the bewildered looks of the witches nearby. He didn't care about their looks as he was focusing on a holographic map that was leading him to his exam venue. When he reached it, he sighed in relief after seeing that the door was still open and that the teacher had yet to arrive. There are others who received postponement as well. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise after he entered the classroom and saw 10 witches, sitting far from each other. The human? Interesting, so he also received a postponement. He is probably the first student to receive it while in second semester. His entry also startled those witches, making them comment to themselves. Morning, seniors. Felix gave a slight head nod respectfully and went to take a seat. He spotted that all of them had different colored potions in their uniform. This could only entail that they were seniors of the 5th and 6th semesters. He soon remembered that in the last semesters, witches would be required to travel to deserted planets and find their own resources and concoct any rank 1+ potions. Naturally with guards and move in a group for safety. This was a mandatory task mission for any witch since it teaches them the difficulties of getting resources by their own hands. This would in turn makes them feel more responsible in each concoction to avoid extra wastage. In rare cases, some witches would end up not finding resources to concoct any potion in the appointed time. Hence, they would be required to spend more time on that deserted planet until they finally concoct a potion. This probably happened to those witches, making them miss out on their exams. Hey human, mind easing our boredom by sharing with us your reason for missing your exams? It must be epic to convince the headmistress to not fail you instantly. A stunning brunette asked while sucking playfully on a lollipop. The other witches' ears perked up after hearing so. They were also interested in hearing his story since the second semester students weren't given postponement unless a student was in a coma and couldn't awaken even by using all methods possible. Which honestly was quite unlikely. Still, Felix looked at them dead serious and replied, I was in a coma for more than 2 months without any means to be awakened. The witches were left speechless, thinking that Felix was using the obvious excuse to hide the real reason. Tisk, no need to lie if you don't want to answer. Humans are truly full of shit. The brunette clicked her tongue in irritation. The other witches didn't comment, but their annoyed looks were enough to let Felix that they shared the same sentiment as the brunette witch. But I am not lying though, Felix murmured to himself with a wronged look. Unfortunately, they didn't hear him as they were too busy sharing with their friends his sudden appearance, and also blatantly writing that he was hiding his reason for missing the exams. When their friends received the news, they didn't hesitate to forward it on their own social media, hoping to ride on Felix's name to gain some clout. One which doing it would be considered as false, but tens of them at the same. That was bound to raise some doubts. Doubts had risen indeed as more witches started paying attention to the news and checking its truthness by a simple click. Unreal. Felix is participating in the postponement exams. His name is included in the official list. Is the head office being for real? I was forced to repeat my 3rd semester, even though I told them that I was at my master's funeral. What about me? My spaceship broke in the middle of nowhere and they forced me to participate in the UVR instead of postponing my exams. I was scared shitless to die in space. I didn't concentrate at all and failed it. The head office is being racist. Just because he is the only human in the academy doesn't mean we need to hold his hands and bid to his wishes. The comment section of each discussion was heated with furious witches, who felt that it was unfair for Felix to not receive the same treatment as them. It took merely a minute or two before the news went viral on the campus, reaching most students and teachers. When Naima got the message within the classroom and realized that Felix was currently on campus, she couldn't help but curse loudly, "You prick!" She was pissed that Felix didn't even bother notifying her about his arrival on campus. "Miss Naima? Did my potion offend you somehow?" the teacher asked speechlessly while holding into a potion. "Sorry for the outburst." Embarrassed by the funny look she was getting, Naima shook her head and quickly sat down silently. However, she wasn't focusing on the class anymore but actually watching the stream of the postponement exams. She wasn't the only one doing so, but most witches in her classroom. Even Lara and Camille after they heard the news. The stream was currently showing Felix sitting far away from the other witches as he waited for the arrival of the teacher. Speak about the devil and he shall appear as the door soon closed behind a blue-haired beauty, wearing large circular eyeglasses. Felix's eyes brightened up after seeing that it was Teacher Sana, the lovely and clumsy teacher in his first semester. "Hello. I am Teacher Sana and I will be your supervisor on all of your upcoming exams." Teacher Sana smiled kindly as she eyed all of them. When her eyes landed on Felix, she showed a concerned expression and asked, "Are you feeling all right? Waking up from a long coma can be pretty difficult for the mind and the body. It was hard at the start, but I am doing fine now. Thank you for asking." Felix bowed his head in appreciation. He already expected that the headmistress would be using coma as his excuse to avoid getting bothered by other witches that she was playing favoritism. "Are you serious? Was he telling the truth?" Meanwhile, the other witches were left dumbfounded by their interaction, especially the brunette, who almost swallowed her lollipop from shock. The witches watching the stream shared the same reaction as them. But soon, the comment section exploded with curses towards Felix and some daring ones towards the head office. "Coma? Are they thinking we were born just yesterday? This is going too far. I demand to retake my exams as well." No one spent a single cell brain to believe Felix's excuse. Even his classmates were seething, especially Camille, who started typing furiously. If no evidence was provided that he was indeed in a coma with no means to be awakened, I will file a report to my master against the administration. I beseech all witches to do the same. She was truly a piece of work. The fact that she dared to threaten the administration online was beyond a foolish move, since if things have gone south, even her master would be affected negatively. Nevertheless, Camille was confident that they were merely making excuses. Unsurprisingly, her declaration had received a lot of support from most high society witches throughout the entire academy. Naturally, the racist mushroom Lily was the most vocal throughout all of this racket, wanting nothing more but to pay Felix for the previous humiliation. Unlike the witches who hid behind their holograms and wrote their frustration away, she actually summoned all of her club members and went climbing to the administration office. "I want to meet the headmistress," she proclaimed loudly the moment she reached the head office. Alas, the only response she received was a cold stare coming from the headmistress's assistants. "If you value your contribution points, I suggest that all of you leave this instant." Upon hearing so, most witches gulped nervously while taking a step back, knowing that the headmistress's assistants never gave fake threats. Even Lily was slightly scared since she had received most punishment from her. "Get your shit together. This is the perfect opportunity to expose that hateful pig and get him expelled." Lily pumped herself up and then retorted fearlessly, "I am here on behalf of all students in the academy. I won't leave until we receive our clarification. If the administration did nothing wrong, then we can easily make the queen testify." The witches backed her up, believing that if the queen testified on Felix's condition before the exams, then everything would be solved. After all, everyone believed in the queen's judgment. Suddenly, the headmistress's door was opened just slightly for a single sentence to escape. Are you sure about that? Everyone was taken back after hearing the headmistress's indifferent voice, especially Lily, who felt that all of her mustered courage had faded away with the wind. No matter how arrogant she was, she still had to bow her head respectfully before the headmistress. After all, the headmistress was a senior even when compared to sage witches. Questioning my decisions now? It seems like I have been acting too nice. The headmistress's voice was indifferent as ever, but a tint of fury could be picked up this time. The headmistress didn't bother waiting for them to respond as she continued. Right now, Felix is taking the written exams. When he finishes, I will gladly make the Queen testify on the truthfulness of his previous condition. What the hell? This is not going by the script. Shouldn't she ignore us or at least punish us after rejecting our proposal? Why is she agreeing to our demands? This is bad. Lily and the girls gulped fearfully, starting to believe that it might be true after seeing that the headmistress actually agreed to their demand. They believed that they would be rejected or ignored, which in turn would help them further their agenda that Felix was being treated favorably. If the results came back positive, every witch in the campus that had bemouthed or questioned the administration would receive a 1,000 CP deduction as a punishment. The headmistress paused and said with a stricter tone, "As for the daring ones like you, 2,000 CP deduction, 1 month suspension, and lastly, write a sincere apology letter to the administration and Felix. If it turned out to be false, I will resign immediately. Please send this reply to every witch in the academy to quieten them down." The headmistress ordered one last time before closing the door. The moment her voice faded away, Lily and the girls fell on their knees, feeling like their souls had just bailed on them. "It's over, we are doomed," Lily murmured absent-mindedly. She knew that the headmistress wouldn't put those punishments unless she was confident in her winning. When the rest of the witches across the campus received the notice, most of them thought the same. But there were still some witches who were holding into a tiny bit of hope that Felix's excuse was crap. Unbeknownst to all of this, Felix could be seen crashing the written exams without a change of expression. The questions were too easy for him since he had already finished the second semester books and even read books for the rest of the semesters months ago. In a sense, he had already finished reading the entire curriculum of the academy. However, the others didn't know about this. So, it came to them as a shock to see him stand up and forward his exams papers to Teacher Sana in less than 15 minutes. He's done already? Did he not prepare enough? Then why doesn't he look nervous at all? Maybe he really finished all questions in 15 minutes? Everyone scoffed in the comment section after reading so. They knew that the second semester written exams were much harder than even the third semester exams since they covered the dark reaction, augmentation phase, and many new things that hadn't been taught before. Since Felix was a student in the elite classroom, the questions were more difficult than usual. If it wasn't for so, Lara and Camel wouldn't have scored perfect marks in only some of them. Teacher Sana didn't comment on Felix's rashness to hand his papers like the last time. Instead, she studied the answers for a few minutes and couldn't help but smile beautifully after seeing that they were absolutely flawless. Only then did she glance at the mark given by the Queen, the real grader. A++, as expected. Teacher Sana nodded her head in satisfaction as she gave Felix permission to leave. The instant he left the classroom, his AP bracelet's blockage was removed, giving him the scare of his life after it started vibrating fiercely. What's the matter? It didn't take Felix even a couple of clicks before he saw the mayhem he caused online. When he saw the headmistress's bet that was going viral, he couldn't help but facepalm at her response. "Isn't this going to make it even worse for me either ways?" Felix sighed deeply, knowing that he would be offending most witches no matter if the Queen exonerated him or not. After all, he would be responsible for thousands of witches losing a massive sum of contribution points. Naturally, they wouldn't take their anger on the administration but on him. "Whatever, I will leave here immediately after the exams." Felix shrugged his shoulders and started walking towards the head office, not caring about the witches giving him nasty looks on the way. He really didn't catch a break since the moment he enrolled here. Sure, the academy was full of gorgeous flowers, but they had too many thorns for him to handle. In a short moment, Felix reached the head office and was escorted inside by the headmistress's assistants. "Good afternoon, headmistress," Felix greeted respectfully. The headmistress looked at his innocent eyes and started rubbing her eyebrows with a tired expression. "You sure make trouble with every step you take," she said in annoyance. Cough. "It's not my fault the master wanted me to miss the exams." Felix switched blame instantly, knowing that the headmistress wouldn't complain anymore. This little shit. He was right. The headmistress didn't dare badmouth or question Lady Sphinx's orders. Unlike him, she shared a strict disciple-slash-master relationship, so she could never be casual like him with Lady Sphinx. "Forget it. Let's get this over it already." The headmistress hastened Felix, appearing like she wanted nothing more but to send him away from her face. "You sure piss off everyone you meet." Asna giggled in enjoyment. Felix's eyelids twitched at her low blow, but he focused on the matter in hand. "Queen, please start streaming," Felix requested. The headmistress did the rest by giving permission for Felix's stream to be notified by every witch. After they received the notification, they ignored everything and focused on what was about to come next, knowing that their life on the campus literally depends on it. "Queen, was I in a coma in the past 2 months and a half?" Felix got straight to the point by asking indifferently. Yes, the queen did so as well. Her simple response sank the hearts of every witch who participated in this fiasco. To remove any shred of doubt, Felix continued on. "Was I able to be awakened if I consumed potions, applied substances, or jolted forcefully?" "No." The nail kept being drilled in the witches' hearts with every response from the queen. "Was it my intention to enter a coma to avoid the exams?" He added. "No." Indeed, Felix wanted to attend the exams, but Lady Sphinx was the one making him skip them. "Now that you have your answer, please get off my back for the next 2 days. I am too busy to deal with crap like this every time I enter the campus." Felix waved his hand at the camera and closed off the stream unemotionally. He didn't feel a sense of winning or such, but just mild irritation that he needed to justify himself. "Have a nice day, headmistress." Felix excused himself politely and closed the door behind him. The headmistress remained silent after he left. She realized that Felix was starting to dislike his experience in the academy. "Sigh, I hope those lasses don't take it too far. If he shared it online, our reputation would be taken a big hit." The headmistress didn't care if Felix liked being here or not. The only thing that mattered to her was the academy's reputation. After all, she didn't invite him to the campus, and she certainly didn't want him to be here and ruin the peacefulness of the campus. Unfortunately, that's not up for her to say. Meanwhile, the campus was filled with witches' wails and whines. Felix reeled in the scenes of witches crying as they stared at their AP bracelets. He knew that they were checking on their CP balances and not liking it one bit. With a smug smile, he hovered rapidly past them, heading to the garden. He had set a meeting with Naima and Carrie there. Speaking about them, they were currently trying their best to hold their laughter as they peeked at Camel's ugly expression in the classroom. She was the first to propose reporting the administration if they didn't provide evidence. Evidence was provided just a few seconds ago. "My teacher is going to murder me." She soon started trembling in her seat fearfully, knowing that bringing her master's name into this was a bad move. As for the casual witches who were just releasing steam on the administration, they were now all begging for forgiveness so they wouldn't have their precious points deducted. Some of them were already living in debt. Alas, the queen mercilessly analyzed everything they wrote and punished them accordingly. Just as Felix anticipated, after the witches realized that their punishment was a done deal, they immediately exploded into an angry tirade online. They were venting on no one but him. This fueled the spread of this drama even more, making it reach the ears of the people outside of the campus. In a mere few minutes, the news of Felix taking the postponement exams caught the gamblers' ears. Wherever gamblers gathered, there was a den ready to take their bets. Only this time, the bets were on Felix only and guessing the rank he would achieve in the exams. "Oh, free money?" Felix smiled innocently as he bet the maximum amount possible on him to score the first mark. That amount was 30 billion SC. You are going to bankrupt the den, how evil. Asna laughed in excitement. I love it. Half an hour later, Naima and Carrie had arrived at the garden after their class was over. Look at you, sitting all carefree while the entire academy is in flames because of you. Naima punched Felix's shoulder lightly as she sat next to him. I am happy that Camel was taught a lesson. She was being way too haughty in class. Carrie chuckled and sat on the other side. I am glad my problems are amusing you ladies. Felix smiled as he asked, So, what's up? Nothing much. The life here is pretty repetitive and boring to be honest. Naima sighed in boredom. Yeah, the current drama is actually the first interesting thing to happen in the past months. Carrie agreed. That's why you should stop skipping classes already. Naima started acting cute by hugging his arm while leaning close to him. Every day will be packed with juicy drama, easing everyone's boredom. Felix pushed her face causally with his palm as he replied, Unfortunately, that's not an option. Hearing so, they realized that Felix was going to miss most of the upcoming classes as well. Naima had gotten upset immediately. Can't you just give up on fights and such? I believe that if you focus completely on potion making, you would be earning more money than in the games. In addition, it would be much safer and comfortable. Carrie nodded her head in support. I am not doing this for money. Felix placed 2 fingers before Naima's forehead and asked indifferently, What do you think will happen if I flicked your forehead with all of my strength? Upon hearing so, Naima tensed up after remembering Felix's demonstrated strength in the games. With each memory of his brutality in the games, her heart started to accelerate in fear, especially when his fingers were so close to her, making her imagine like he was holding a gun to her forehead. If he flicked, my head will explode. Seeing her reaction, Felix smiled and patted her head gently until she finally took control of her emotions. Do you understand now? Felix asked as he eyed the sky. You think you are living comfortably, but that's merely the illusion of safety provided to you by those above you. The moment you are in a really dangerous moment, where you stop relying on them, that's when your life ends. In this vast universe, no one is completely safe if they remained under the whims of others. Felix added with a calm tone. I wish dearly to have my own freedom and live not just comfortably but as I desire. Naima and Carrie didn't know how to respond to his vision as they had never thought about life like that. In their eyes, as long as they listened to their masters work hard in their studies, graduate, and become full-fledged potioneer, then they would be able to live comfortably after selling potions. Even when they thought about it like this, they still didn't realize that their life was literally mapped out for them before they were even born. They were in a bubble, a man-made bubble, and Felix could see that they didn't really care. Each to their own goals, I guess. Felix smiled wryly and changed the subject. Tell me something useful about the practical exams. Any tips or tricks? Tips my ass. Naima crossed her arms with a pissed expression, completely forgetting her previous fear of Felix. Unfortunately, but there are no tricks in this one. Carrie sighed. If you are lucky and have a high percentage, then you will concoct your desired potions and pass the exams. If not, you are screwed. No wonder both of you barely passed it. Felix mentioned nonchalantly. Thud. Prick. Let me see you do better than us. Ouch. Embarrassed, Naima punched him in the arm but ended up only hurting herself. Meanwhile, Felix merely chuckled to himself, not wanting to sound cocky and tell them that he could do it. His invention of the quagmire inducement merely raised his chances, not making it certain. So, he could still end up not concocting a single potion and fail horribly. The next morning, Felix could be seen sitting in the same classroom away from other senior witches. They didn't speak to him and he didn't bother glancing at them. They kept this awkward silence for over 5 minutes until teacher Sana entered the classroom. Morning everyone, she greeted with a chirpy tone. They greeted her back politely and waited for her to start the practical exam. Naturally, it was streamed live and this time, there were even commentators. How could they not be here when the view count had surpassed tens of billions? An entire day was more than enough for the news to travel to the Milky Way galaxy and alert Felix's fans. His club had already surpassed the 10 billion mark, making it normal for the stream to reach such a high viewership for a mere exam. Off, because of what happened yesterday. It seems like a lot of witches want landlord to embarrass himself in the practical exams. The commentator hissed after seeing the censored curses targeted at Felix in the chat. Still, Felix's fans didn't let it slide as they kept spamming cheering emojis to block out the curses. While this was happening, Felix had already been transported into the VR classroom with others. They were all placed before 2 tables and 2 cauldrons on a circular table. Felix, your assignment is to concoct 2 unique rank 2 potions of your choosing. Before you start working on them, make sure to ask the queen how many points they reward after successful concoction. Teacher Sana informed. Felix nodded his head in understanding. Then, he named the 2 potions that he currently had the highest familiarity working with. Queen, please check the Duskwraith potion and tonic of might, he requested. Soon, he was presented with a list packed with potions and their official ranking in difficulty/points rewarded. Potion of Salvation, 5 stars/1880 points. The Duskwraith potion, 5 stars/1880 points. Tonic of Might, 4 stars/890 points. Potion of Unconsciousness, 3 stars/670 points. Tonic of Influence, 2 stars/415 points. Vial of Greed, 2 stars/400 points. Elixir of Corruption, 1 stars/210 points. Draft of Giant Growth, 1 stars/150 points. In the list, there were thousands of rank 2 potions that could be chosen from. The Academy didn't force anyone to concoct this or that in the exams since they understood that witches could only master a limited amount of potions. So, it should be up to them what they preferred since those potions would remain with them for the rest of their lives. This was the reason why Felix chose Duskwraith potion and the Tonic of Might. One was an exclusive potion that could be sold at 500 million plus and also to fulfill Lady Sphinx's offer conditions, while the other was useful in battles even for him. As expected, the Duskwraith potion's difficulty should be this high for it to be ignored by most potioneers. Felix wasn't surprised by the number of points rewarded at all. That's because during his practice to concoct it, he kept making mistakes even though his thought process worked faster than most witches. Did all of you choose your potions? Abruptly, Teacher Sana clapped her hands to let them know that duration for picking was over. Seeing them nod their heads, Teacher Sana requested, "Please share those potions with everyone. I bet he chose 2 1-star potions to concoct. Haha, it's only obvious. How could he have enough time to practice the harder ones when he was in a coma? Hehe, I skipped class to see him humiliate himself. He better make it worth I." The witch's finger suddenly froze on the key as she stared with mouth agape at Felix's highlighted pics. Just like her, the chat seemed to have gone quiet all of a sudden. Camel, Lara, Naima, the teachers, the fans, and even the headmistress herself were left shocked speechless by the number of stars on Felix's potions. None of them ever dared to think that Felix would pick anything higher than 4 stars. Those were the ones who actually had the highest confidence in Felix's talent. The headmistress knew that he was Lady Sphinx's disciple. The fans blindly believed that Felix could go above and beyond. The girls simply thought that Felix was going to aim to reach the top 10, making him choose a 4 stars potion no matter what. Yet the fucker chose 5 stars potion. One of the most difficult potions to make even for potioneer masters, who could concoct rank 3 potions. 5 stars. Did you misclick Felix? Teacher Sana cried out loud the moment she broke out of her daze. I can request the administration to give you another chance to pick, she offered with a worried tone. I appreciate the help, but I will stay with those potions. Felix rejected politely. The moment his rejection resounded in the stream, hell broke loose in the chat. I can't believe my eyes. Landlord actually dared to pick a 5-star potion willingly. The commentator shouted in excitement. If he pulled it OFF, then he would be the first student in history of the Academy to achieve so. That's right. Not a single student had managed to concoct a 5 stars potion in the second semester exams. Not even the Queen of Witches Aluna herself. The current queen and the most talented witch of all time. This is bad. The headmistress's expression couldn't help but turn pale at the thought of Felix actually concocting it. She knew that it was impossible for him, but knowing that he had Lady Sphinx as his master made her heart leap out of her chest at the possibility of it happening. A human doing something that the greatest witch failed to achieve. Forget about the first semester slap. This was going to smack the shit out of every witch throughout history of the Empire. Unfortunately, the exams couldn't be stopped anymore. Teacher Sana could only give the green light to everyone after they picked their potions. No one in the stream cared about the other witches who chose 1-star rank 3 potions to concoct for their exams. I can't believe that we are witnessing a second semester student concocting a harder potion than students in the 6th semester, the commentator exclaimed in delight. The only ones sharing his excitement were Felix's fans and gamblers. As for the witches, they were still in denial as they kept taking shots at Felix's ability to concoct the Duskwraith potion. Choosing it was one thing, concocting it was another. Too bad. Felix had started with the tonic of might. He wanted to begin easy to get himself in the rhythm. As always, preparing materials for the catalyst was the first step in potion making. Because of Felix's strength and quick reflexes that surpass witches by miles, his preparations were smooth and fast. It made him appear like a veteran chef, creating art with his fingers. Compared to senior witches, his preparation techniques are truly supernatural. Amazed, Sage Delilia commentated while watching the stream in the bedroom chamber with the queen. It was to be expected. Queen Allura smiled charmingly. Little Junior's body and mind are 100 times better than us witches, who still rely on potions to enhance it. This disparity will keep increasing each time Little Junior enhanced his strength. Queen Allura wasn't ashamed to admit that the witches' bodies were too weak, making it hard for them to have the same reflexes, quick reasoning thinking, and body control as other races. After all, they were a utility race while the other races were geared towards the battle. Felix's existence was breaking this balance since he had the abilities of both types of races. That's why his speed in preparation and working on glassware equipment appeared like a sophisticated dance when placed next to those senior witches. By the time he was done, he had already prepared catalyst for 4 tonic of might potions in less than 10 minutes. Lara and Camel couldn't help but clutch their fists at the sight, remembering that it took them 20 minutes to prepare the same amount. What's worse, it was for a 3 stars potion. He has established his dominance in the preparation tables. Now, let's see how he handles the real concoction process. The commentator shared excitedly. Everyone focused closely on Felix, who poured the catalyst into the cauldron. Then, he closed the lid and went to mix the materials together with precise amounts and accurate steps. The moment he finished, Felix turned the mixture into a small sphere instead of a flattened square. Queen Allura raised her eyebrows in surprise. What the hell is he doing? Sage Delilia was more vocal in expressing her shock like the rest of the audience. Is he fooling around or what? Even the commentator, who had minimum knowledge about potion making, was left speechless by Felix's antics. He knew that the mixture must be pasted as thinly as possible to be spread further. This would help in buying a moment or two during the battle against the dark reaction. It was such basic knowledge that even young witches knew about it without knowing its reason. Yet, Felix didn't hesitate to drop the sphere in the center of the liquid. No wonder he chose 5-star potion. Camel laughed mockingly. He is a walking retard after waking up from that coma. Most of the witches felt the same, and some of them even wanted to type it in the chat. However, before they could another shocking scene manifested before everyone. A faint brown mist started to get emitted from Felix's fingers and swiftly covered the upper half of the mixture. Immediately after, Felix snapped his finger and activated his supersonic mode, turning him into a lightning pole. Then, he turned on his quantum vision and dove into the atomic world of the mixture. Felix poured all of his concentration on creating a protective barrier with his mental energy. Because of his supersonic reflexes, making the time seem slower, His protective barrier emerged from the center and kept enlarging at the speed of sound, covering as many molecules as possible. Meanwhile, the dark reaction had started marching from the sides of the sphere into the center of it. However, its speed was slowed by the quagmire inducement on the upper half, unlike the lower half that kept getting consumed rapidly. When looked at from above, this decrease in speed was barely noticeable. However, in the atomic world, Felix could see from afar that the dark reaction appeared like it was crawling through the mud. All of this was due to the highly complex and stacked molecules of the quagmire inducement. This allowed Felix to continue enlarging his spherical barrier over and over again until the dark substances finally reached it. He had 20 seconds and he made sure to take full advantage of it. Although the dark substance had reached the barrier, Felix waited for a couple of seconds until the broken molecules between the materials finished bonding with each other completely. Only then did he lift the golden sphere from the liquid that was turned completely black. After doing so, he threw the saved portion of the mixture inside a second cauldron and followed it with 3 beneficial materials. Next, he closed the lid on them and raised the fire. Now, it all depends on luck. Felix exhaled deeply after finishing all the steps in one breath. What the heck has just happened? The commentator stood from his virtual chair with a startled expression after finally getting awakened by the sound of the lid getting closed shut. His reaction was nowhere close to Queen Allura, whose beautiful eyes were on the verge of popping outside of their sockets. "Did you see the size of his saved portion?" she yelled in awe and complete fascination. When it comes to potion making, she was a mega nerd. So, Felix's unique ways truly captivated her. Soon, the screen displayed that Felix had saved 28.8% of the mixture. Everyone felt a sense of disbelief and incredibly after seeing it. Felix's fans started cheering in the comments section, having absolutely no idea the shocking revelation behind such a percentage. "No way, the queen calculated wrong, no way, it can't be right." Meanwhile, Camel and the rest of the witches watching the stream could only repeat those words, trying to delude themselves from the horrifying reality before them. 28.8%. I am not an expert in potion making, but even I know that is an impossible percentage to hit by a student in his first year. Feverish, the commentator shouted the instant his soul returned to him. Unlike the witches, he didn't doubt the calculation since it was made by the queen. Seeing that some viewers were requesting clarification on why it was a big deal, the commentator didn't hesitate to share his knowledge. 28.8%. It is low in normal standards, but when it comes to 4-star rank 2+ potion, it is achievable only after practicing the same potion for tens of decades by gifted potioneers. The comments section went wild after hearing that decades were required. That's right. As for normal potioneers without useful traits, they will never achieve it even if they worked themselves to the bone. The witches gritted their teeth after hearing him mention so. He was literally emphasizing Felix's achievement while downgrading the witches. The commentator didn't care about displeasing those spoiled rich witches and continued on. In potion making, a 15% success rate for most rank 2 potions is achievable with hard work in a couple of months for gifted potioneers. However, each percentage after is going to be a challenge on its own, since the potioneers will be required to keep perfecting their mental control, as well as mastering their traits. This naturally takes a lot of time and effort. He paused to catch his breaths and delivered the final punch to the witches. That's why both Lara and Camel, the 2 most gifted witches in the academy, are currently stuck at 16% and 15% respectively. The moment he was done, everyone understood the witch's silence and disbelieving comments from before. By knowing all of this, those ignorant viewers were left in the same boat as the witches. How the fuck did Felix jump from 15% to 28.8%? He only started learning potion making in less than a year and learned about the dark reaction in less than 6 months. Adding his coma to the mix made it unfathomable for witches to reach such a percentage. It must be that weird mist. The commentator expressed what was in everyone's minds. Seeing that the augmentation phase had yet to finish, the commentator swiftly replayed the concoction process from the start, wanting to analyze what happened. Too bad for him, his cute attempt wasn't welcomed by most witches. After all, how could he know more than witches in potion making? All of them jumped outside of his stream and went to another witch streamer, who already started analyzing the replay. The only reason they were watching his stream was to curse Felix in front of his fans. The mist is slowing the dark substance march. The first thing that came out of that witch's mouth had already startled all of her viewers. Everyone squinted their eyes at the replay, trying their best to see what she was seeing. Alas, only a few managed to spot the speed disparity between the dark substance in the upper half and the lower half. Impossible! How could he affect those immortal life forms? Sage Delilia exclaimed in disbelief. As a witch saga capable of concocting rank 5 potions, she was battling against the dark reaction for tens of thousands of years. Not once had she affected the dark substance even when she tried everything at hand. In the end, she gave up on trying and simply accepted Lady Sphinx's verdict. Witches could never affect those lifeforms no matter what method they came up with. Did Master teach him her method? Queen Allura guessed calmly. Nope, Lady Sphinx answered her. Only after hearing so did Queen Allura show some emotions while staring at Felix. Forget it, even if he shared with you his method, you will not be able to use it. Lady Sphinx crashed her hopes the instant she read her hidden thoughts. Queen Allura's shoulders slumped slightly after hearing so. But still, she replied, trying won't hurt. You do you. Lady Sphinx stopped talking after. Queen Allura turned to Sage Delilia and requested, please bring little Junior to the palace after he finishes the exams. Was already planning on doing so. Sage Delilia nodded with a stern look. Poof! Abruptly, an explosion occurred within the stream, halting their conversation. When they looked at it, they found out that Felix's cauldron was releasing a mesmerizing bloodish red mist. Felix smiled charmingly after smelling a fragrant scent from the mist. Knowing that his concoction had succeeded, he swiftly held the cauldron and poured it into a small, beautiful curvy bottle. The moment he closed the lid on it, the queen announced publicly, Tonic of Might had been concocted successfully. Felix Maxwell has been rewarded 890 points. Haha! First potion, and he is already close to reaching the top 10 in the semester. As expected of my landlord. No matter what domain he is in, he always rules over it. I am neither a human nor a fan, but I am loving the fact that he keeps stamping on those arrogant witches' pride. Felix's fans exploded into a cheering frenzy, trying their best to calm their sense of withdrawal after Felix's long inactivity in the Supremacy Games. They didn't give a shit that no blood was spilled. As long as they were able to see Felix's usual domination over others, they would cheer until their throats went sore. Unfortunately, the next 2 concoctions ended up in failure. Fuck! Who jinxed him? It must be those witches cursing him with their spells. You must have been playing too much Vermorg, bro. 28.8% yet failed twice in a row. I have no idea how the other witches managed to pass the exams with their garbage 15% success chance. Even Felix started to feel slightly nervous with his last concoction of Tonic of Might. He had 1 catalyst remaining and 1 hour in time. If he failed this one as well, he knew that it was going to be tough moving forward since he planned to leave the last hour for the Duskwraith potion. Its success percentage was even lower than Tonic of Might. Felix started taking deep breaths to get rid of his nervousness. After sensing his heartbeats returning to normal, he gave a slight head nod to express his readiness, then started mushing the mixture into a sphere. Then, he dropped it into the catalyst and dove within the atomic world. Queen Allura narrowed her eyes at the spread of the dark substance for a moment. Then, she smiled with a confident look and shared. As expected, he chose this shape to allow his inducement to cover as much mass as possible without touching the catalyst. In addition, to change the way his protection barrier get manifested. I noticed it as well. Sage Delilia agreed. He most likely start manifesting the protection barrier from the very center of the sphere. Then, he expands it like an inner sphere, helping him cover even more of the mixture. Though, I don't know if the mist is non-reactive to not mess up the concoction or he had found another way. Queen Allura commentated. I do hope he found another way that could help even us witches. Sage Delilia sighed. She never thought a day would come when her hopes would be placed on Felix's shoulders in potion-making. "I sure do hope so as well," Queen Allura murmured. By the time she was done speaking, Felix had already removed the saved mixture and placed it in the second cauldron. Then, he stood silently in front of the cauldron with closed eyes. Seconds went by continuously until the same explosion occurred, releasing a cloud of red smoke. "Another success," the commentator shouted passionately. Now his points are enough to place him in the top 10 after adding his points from written exams. Felix didn't let himself get too happy with his success as he quickly cleaned the tables with a wave of a hand. It was time to work on the real test, the Duskwraith potion. He requested the Queen to place 3 portions of the Duskwraith potion's materials in the exact order in his practice runs. He had already come to understand that 3 attempts were his limit in 1 hour. The table soon was packed neatly with different colored materials. For the viewers, those materials were highlighted by their names, prices, rarity, and every important detail. All of them couldn't help but suck a cold breath at the sight of many zeros each material was priced. None of them were below 10 million SC. For those not familiar with the Duskwraith potion, it's used mostly by fighters as a last resort to survive a battle. That's because it drains the user's lifespan and turns it into a massive amount of energy. Plus, it heals all sorts of wounds inflicted, the commentator said with an envious tone. That's why it's priced at $500 million per potion, and one needs to wait a long time in the queue to buy one. The effects were godly all right for a 5 stars rank 2 potion. Let's begin. The moment Felix felt like he was in the zone, he pinched a smooth, thin line of hair strand that resembled crystallized silk. Then, he gently placed it in a small tub and repeated the process with 12 more hair strands. "Such a fine control in strength," the commentator said in awe. "Based on my lowly knowledge, those hair strands are from the Frost Fairy and can break extremely fast if just a little bit of strength was applied. When they do break, they turn into dust, making them useless material. They are worth 11 million per hair strand." He was damn right about this, as Felix had managed to break over thousands of them yesterday just to get the perfect feel of his applied strength. If it was in real life, he would have been in a debt already. First hurdle complete. Felix sighed in relief and moved back to the preparation table after placing those tubes on the glassware table. Next, he took a big green leaf that appeared like a brick and started mashing it gently with a wooden pestle. This process took 2 minutes until the green leaf had been turned into a pasted ball. Felix repeated this process until he had the same amount as the hair strands in the tube. Since he took 2 minutes minimum to prepare them, he had already wasted 24 minutes. Yet, Felix didn't falter and simply kept going at his own pace. Now comes the hard part. He cracked his fingers and lifted a green ball with crucible tongs. Then he went to the glassware table and with extreme care, he placed the ball within the tube, trying his best to avoid breaking the hair strand. The chat went quiet upon seeing Felix's carefulness. Most of them had no clue what was going on. As for those who did, they started feeling nervous the moment they imagined being in Felix's position. Second by second, Felix kept pushing the ball deeper and deep into the tube while keeping his hand as steady as a pole. Soon enough, he reached the bottom of the tube, then released pressure from the tongs. Next, he pulled it just as carefully until it was finally outside of the tube. Upon seeing that the ball was affixed on the bottom without breaking the hair strand, everyone sighed in relief at such a stressful experience. "I am already sweating here just by watching. I have no idea how Felix is feeling right now." Naima wiped her sweaty palms while watching Felix attempt to do the same with the other green balls. He had 11 more to go, making every witch lose confidence at pulling it off successfully. A 5 stars potion. Truly a whole new level than what we are used to, Lara murmured to herself. She knew that Felix was going to spend the next 10 minutes only to make those catalysts. That's only if he pulled everything perfectly. No witch would bother putting herself go through this risk in second semester exams. They either try to hit the bare minimum to pass the exams or aim for the top rank safely by concocting multiple 3 stars potions. Only Lara was daring enough to attempt a 4-star potion and succeed. That was enough to secure her as the first ranker in the exams. I honestly have no idea why he is trying to concoct it. Lara tilted her head in confusion. With his skills, he can easily steal the first rank from me if he concocted a couple of tonic of might potions and another 3-star potion. Alas, there was no way she could ever guess Felix's true aim from these exams no matter how she tried. After a short while, Felix had finally finished with all the green balls. He succeeded in all of them, making all of the witches amazed and envious. They knew that such a fine control was unobtainable for them unless they worked extremely hard on it. Felix had been doing that for 2 lives already, making it seem too easy. Now, to the last step in the catalyst creation. The commentator zoomed on a small bottle that Felix held and shared. He needs to boil half a liter of fair silver liquid below those tubes. The smoke will melt the green balls, turning them into a liquid within the tube. When he mentioned this, Felix's fans didn't find it too hard at all. However, when they saw how the green balls started to react slightly within the tube, they all remembered that the Frost Fairy's hair strands might break. The moment they thought about it, 3 hair strands snapped in half and turned into dust within the tube. Almost everyone was shocked at how easy it was to lose primary materials to make a 5-star rank 2 potion. Unfortunately, the damage wasn't far from over as the hair strands started snapping one after the other in the next 5 minutes. Ouch! Each snap cost 25 million SC. The commentator clutched his heart in pain, sharing the same feeling as Felix. The only difference was that Felix was worried about all the tubes getting ruined, leaving him with no catalyst. Only 6 left from 12 tubes. Keep breaking for me. The racist mushroom lily could be seen cheering in her dorm's room with an expression filled with menace. Next to the stream hologram, there was a half-written apology letter. Having trouble accepting her punishment after her second failure to bring down Felix. Yes, one more. Abruptly, she yelled in delight after seeing another one break. Her reaction was shared by almost all witches, who desired nothing more than to see Felix fail his concoction. They were not ready to accept another universal humiliation. Unfortunately for them, the remaining 5 green balls had been melted successfully with the Frost Fairy's hair strand. Thank God it's over. Felix sighed in relief, knowing that he had enough to aim for 2 attempts. He only needed 4 tubes to achieve so. This might sound easy, but in reality, no sane witch would dare buy 12 of those too expensive materials. After all, if all hair strands ended up breaking in any of the mentioned steps, the witch would suffer losses reaching up to hundreds of millions. Even if everything went well in the preparation, there was still the concoction process. Unless a witch practiced this potion for decades, then she could forget even reaching up to 20% success rate. Those few reasons were more than enough to turn off most witches on including this potion's recipe as one of their mains. He finally reached the easier part of the concoction. The commentator mentioned while viewing Felix mix the main material and the subsidiary material together. This part was just like any other potion. Mix well together with precise amounts, then obliterate all microorganisms from the mixture. Felix finished this step flawlessly with his supersonic mode. Then, he turned it off and placed glass protectors on the 2 spherical mixtures. Next, he pulled 2 tubes from the test tube holders and poured them into the cauldron. After doing so, he closed it shut and increased the heat to the maximum. It seems like everything is going smoothly. He might pull it off. George, the Earthling team coach, murmured to himself while seating with the team staff. As for Olivia, Noah, Kenny, and the rest of the squad, they were sent to a hellish camp within the UVR to improve their fighting skills. After all, they were seeing how Felix was pulling faster and faster ahead of them while they could only watch. Their proactiveness to catch up might not close the gap, but it would help them personally in the long run. After a few minutes went by, Felix opened the lid and placed the mixture gently in the center. Then, he immediately dove into the atomic world after engulfing the mixture into his quagmire inducement. The viewers went quiet after noticing that the dark substance was much faster than before. The difference in speed between the upper and bottom parts was now extremely visible, but no one was stupid enough to believe that Felix would save 28.8% of the mixture again. The molecules of the Duskwraith mixture are less complex than the last mixture. Queen Allura said calmly. This makes the dark substance consume the bottom half much faster compared to the upper half. The minute she was done talking, the dark substance had finally consumed everything that wasn't protected. Felix remained in the same position for a few seconds. Then he brought out the saved portion of the mixture and dropped it inside the second cauldron. He threw a bunch of beneficial materials and closed the lid on them. Ah, I could have done better. Felix massaged his temples and took a seat next to the cauldron. His frustration was clear to see for all, and soon they realized why. 18%. That's the percentage he managed to save in this run. Is this fucker humble bragging, or what? Camille lost her shit immediately after seeing it. Most witches in the chat were in the same boat as her. He is pissing me off. This prick is actively trying to make us look bad. If you look frustrated with 18%, then how should we react with our percentages? Ah! Someone please shoot him in the face. Cough. He is too good at drawing aggro just like in the games. The commentator changed the camera angle to the cauldron, not wanting to upset witches any further. In a few moments, the cauldron started shaking right and left, bringing the attention of Felix's eyes to it. The witches started praying for the worse while Felix merely closed his eyes and let fate decide his ending. Poof! The cauldron stopped shaking the moment the lid was sent to the ceiling by an explosion of blue chilly mist. Felix didn't even need to open his eyes to understand that his potion had succeeded. The chill and the captivating scent of the mist were more than enough to let him breathe a long sigh of relief. Impressive. Concocting it on your first attempt. Lady Sphinx smiled lightly. I guess all those failures yesterday paved the way for this success. While Lady Sphinx's congratulating comment was subtle, the same couldn't be said about Mayhem in the stream. He did it. In his first attempt, nevertheless. The commentators of every stream exhibited signs of disbelief and shock, reflecting the comments in their chats. No one expected such an ending. All of them assumed that Felix would either fail both potions or luckily succeed in the second one. The fact that it happened so quickly left them unable to react. Especially Camille and Lara, who realized that their ranking had been changed almost immediately. Rank 1, Felix Maxwell, 38.44 points. Rank 2, Lara, 26.59 points. Rank 3, Camille, 21.12 points. Rank 4, Sarah, 18.54 points. Rank 5, Magdalene, 18.33 points. New, not third rank again. Camille snapped the instant she saw her new rank. Crash, crash, just like everyone else. She started thrashing her room to vent the raging fury in her heart. Either this or target Felix. But she was smart enough to remove that thought from her mind. On the other hand, Lara had gotten slightly upset that Felix had overtaken her yet again, and this time he did spectacularly. I need to work even harder. Otherwise, he will keep dominating all first ranks in the upcoming exams. Lara got back on her feet and quickly logged in to the UVR. She wasn't interested in watching the rest of the stream. In her eyes, the exams were already over. Surely, Felix didn't bother concocting another potion. The extra points were useless for him since he would be graduating real soon. Felix, are you going to stop? Teacher Sana asked while looking at him proudly. In her eyes, she always saw Felix as her student and not a human wanting to humiliate her race. So, she always felt glad and proud to see him achieve this much in a single year. Yes, Felix nodded his head. She permitted him to log out and Felix swiftly broke into light particles. Throughout all of this, the witches on the exam with him didn't hear or see a single thing since they were inside their barrier. If only they knew that history had been made in the exact room as they, it would be truly a sight to behold. After Felix opened his eyes, he walked to the window and started to gaze at the gardens and the breathtaking pink clear sky of the campus. Memories started to flood his mind, showing him the beautiful moments he spent here with his friends. Unfortunately, those memories were too few compared to the shit he went through since his enrollment. Blatant racism, lack of support from the administration, negative reaction for his achievements, and more. Soon, You will be begging to be returned to the academy after I start working you out. Lady Sphinx broke his reminiscing with a single casual statement. Wait in line, Sphinx. Your beauty won't give you any leeways on this one. Thor shouted from across the table. Indeed, you have hogged the boy for the past 16 days. It's time for him to start working some muscles with us lest he forgets how to fight. Jormungandr didn't yell like him, but he displayed his stance on the matter with a resolved look. What about me? Asna complained. He still owes me 2 movies. Suddenly, everything lost colors before him, making him stare at the view with a deadpan expression. Why do I feel like I have become a commodity? Later that day, Felix received a call from Sage Delilia informing him that the Queen had asked to meet him in the evening. Naturally, Felix accepted the invitation as he had already expected its arrival after he exposed his method to affect the dark substance. He wasn't nervous or afraid that the Queen would force him to hand out information about his method. That's because he planned on telling her everything willingly to sustain a healthy relationship with her. After all, she was his senior sister and also the queen of one of the richest and powerful races in the universe. Having her backing would always turn beneficial in the long run. Right now, Felix was hanging out with Naima and Carrie on campus. He was about to leave the Witch Empire soon, and he felt that not spending time with them before he goes was a really dickish move even on his part. You sure are busy. Carrie smiled. Are you preparing to participate in a game soon? Something like that, Felix replied. When are you planning on returning? Naima inquired casually. Probably never. Felix decided to be straightforward. I haven't told you yet, but I am going to get my early graduation in the upcoming days. Naima and Carrie both stopped walking at once and just gaped at him speechlessly. You're joking, right? Felix shook his head. I am really leaving and I hope you keep a tight lid on it. But why? Naima yelled with an angry look. There is still much to learn in the upcoming semesters. Even veteran witches attend some senior classes to learn new things. Felix, you would be a fool to graduate early like some witches, Carrie advised. You might be much better than all of the students in the academy right now, but that doesn't mean you mastered potion making. Felix knew that their pieces of advice were in place, but they didn't know that he would be receiving direct tutelage under Lady Sphinx. Don't worry about me, ladies. I know what I am doing. Felix waved his hand at them as he walked towards a semi-full restaurant. Catch up already. I am starving. Seeing that he didn't want to talk about it made the girls upset. But they knew when to stop pestering him over something. If this was going to be their last time hanging out in real life, they might as well enjoy the most of it. In a few hours, Felix returned to Lady Sphinx's castle after saying his goodbyes to the girls. The first thing he did after he entered his room was log in to the UVR and use the invitation link given to him by Sage Delilia. This link took him to the front gate of the royal palace. It was big enough, Felix appeared like a tiny ant before it. Out of nowhere, a gorgeous short-haired maid appeared beside Felix and bowed her head respectfully. Greetings, Sir Felix, please follow me, she said. Felix nodded his head lightly and walked behind her towards the gate. When they reached it, the maid placed her palm on it and closed her eyes. Then, she offered her other palm to Felix. Excuse me. Felix held it softly and they got disintegrated into light particles. When Felix opened his eyes, he found himself in the same mesmerizing garden as the last time he entered the palace. Only this time, he found Queen Allura sitting all by herself while wearing comfy pajamas. She had multiple holograms before her, showing all kinds of states and reports. Naturally, Felix was blocked from seeing them since they were related to the Empire's governance. Good evening, senior sister. Felix greeted with a charming smile as he took a seat on her table. He didn't bother being formal since she had requested him to be casual with her in their last meeting. Glad to see you in a good shape. Queen Allura smiled back at him and closed off all the holograms. I hope I am not interrupting your work. It's just a bunch of annoying paperwork. Queen Allura waved her hand nonchalantly and followed with a hopeful tone. I am more interested in your method to affect the dark substance. As expected of a queen, She didn't waste time with meaningless conversations before exposing her target. Felix loved nothing more than straightaway getting to the point. So, he also didn't waste her time and disclosed calmly, "The mist I used is actually a poisonous inducement that has only one job: hinder the dark substance with its complex molecules and remain non-reactive during contact with the mixture." After he finished, Felix looked at Queen Allura's eyes and spotted a hint of disappointment. Was my method that shitty or what? Felix felt like his ego got hit by a sledgehammer. He never fished for compliments, but he also didn't like it when others didn't appreciate his hard work. Especially when he spent 20 hours a day for 2 weeks straight to create the quagmire inducement. Just like he read her eyes, she did the same and found out that he probably misunderstood her reaction. "You misunderstood, little junior." Queen Allura smiled bitterly and said, "I was disappointed because I realized that your method could not be used by us witches." Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. "I don't know about using my exact quagmire inducement, but I believe it's possible to create a material that can achieve the same effect. Right?" Queen Allura stood up and walked behind him. She placed her hands on his shoulders and said, "Little junior, you are looking down a bit too much on us witches." "How so?" "We already found out that the dark substance could be stopped with complex molecules millions of years ago. As for not affecting the mixture, it was a no-brainer solution," Queen Allura said calmly. Thinking about it, Felix always knew that something was wrong with the whole situation. After all, he found out a solution to a problem that plunged the witches millions of years ago. Even if he had the ego of a god, he would still not dare to voice out this claim. So, there was something going on here that he was ignorant about, and Lady Sphinx didn't bother clarifying it. Fortunately, Queen Allura saw his confusion and spoke to clear out the fog. "We have already created hundreds of materials with every unique shape, state, and element by using the same conditions. Yet, not a single one of them affected the dark substance negatively. Instead, they end up agitating those life forms, making them ruin the concoction much faster. Why so?" Before answering, "Tell me, what do you know about the difference between laws and elements?" Queen Allura inquired curiously. Felix pondered on the matter for a few seconds, but still replied, "Not much really." "Figured so." Queen Allura snapped her finger and 2 realistic candles emerged before Felix. Both of them were lighted up and projected the same light and heat. "Can you spot the difference between those two?" she asked. Felix examined them thoroughly and found out that they were identical to each other. He even used his quantum vision, X-ray vision, infrared vision, etc. "No." In the end, he replied truthfully. Queen Allura smiled pleasantly at his honesty and said, "Almost everyone whom I asked before answered that the difference was in the flames. One is made out of laws and the other elemental energy." "Indeed." Felix nodded his head in agreement. He easily connected the dots from when she mentioned laws and elements, but he didn't say it since she asked him if he spotted the difference. He simply didn't. "I am glad that you are not as full of shit as them," Queen Allura complimented with a charming smile. Felix could understand their reason for lying, since anyone would want to impress the Queen of the Witch Empire. No matter what method used, it is almost impossible to recognize the difference between material made out of laws and material made out of elemental energy. Queen added, "Both of them have the same structure of molecules and they react the same to other materials." She made an example by placing 2 twigs above those candles. As expected, they burnt just as equally. But in reality, there is a massive difference between laws and elements. Queen snapped her finger as she spoke. Immediately after, the flame on the left candle and the burnt twig above the right candle ended up breaking into particles, unlike their counterparts. The moment the elemental energy gets cut off, the created material, ability, or whatever you imagined will disappear shortly after. Queen Allura pointed at the string of smoke rising from the candle and said, "The only thing left behind is the aftermath of its existence." Felix realized that it was the same as drinking water created with elemental energy instead of real water. The water would function like the real thing, giving the body what it desired as long as the creator didn't cut off providing elemental energy. If he went and cut it off, The aftermath would remain even if the water within the body disintegrated into particles. In a sense, materials made out of laws are real, but materials that are made out of elemental energies are perfect copies. Queen let out a long sigh and finalized her explanation. This difference is what blocked witches for millions from affecting the dark substance. Upon connecting everything that was mentioned, Felix figured out why. Materials made out of laws agitate the dark substance in a positive way, while materials made out elemental energy could affect them in a negative way. Felix smiled wryly. Since witches can't use elemental energy, they are left with no choice but to leave the dark substance alone. The only thing that was still confusing him was the dark substance agitation towards materials made out of laws. Before he could ask about it, Queen Allura said, "No one knows why, and Master refuses to answer this question no matter how I pestered her for it." Felix wasn't surprised by Lady Sphinx's silence on the matter. When he saw how those lifeforms weren't made from atoms or particles, he knew that something was wrong with them. He knew that there was a big secret behind their existence and a reason why they target concoction potion-making exclusively. Exclusively? Lady Sphinx smiled bitterly in her mind. If only he knew, if only he knew. Felix stopped thinking about those eerie lifeforms and threw a weird question. Why aren't you partnering up with the half-serpent race to create a similar inducement as mine or something like that? Felix realized that if materials made out of laws were useless against the dark substance, then it was possible to simply rely on other races to solve this issue for the witches. After all, a witch could sign a partnership contract with a half-serpent, and he would be responsible for slowing the dark substance's march while the witch focuses on the concoction. From your perspective, it's only logical to ask for help if we reached a dead end. Queen Allura sighed. But you forgot to mention that the witches have pride that rivals dragons. They will never accept help in their concoction from another race publicly. Felix's eyelids twitched at her reasoning, but he couldn't find fault with it. He already knew that witches were too proud before he even attended the academy. The lazes in the academy have their pride reined in by the teachers, since they can always scold them and correct their mistakes. Queen Allura said, however, for senior witches who started working as potioneers, their pride would keep growing each day they see how their potions are being fought for and the hundreds of people waiting in queue to get a potion of their making. Felix realized that she was right. Master witches were treated with respect by even kings and emperors. As for grandmasters and sages, they were literally being worshipped and protected like some rare species. Even elder dragons have nothing to hold against them, since those sages could move armies of foreign races with a wave of a hand. Just a single promise to concoction a 3-star rank 5 potion would do the trick. So, how could those witches allow other races to help them in potion concoction publicly? If they can't do so publicly, they still can do it privately. Felix's eyes widened as he reached a shocking conclusion. Seeing his reaction made Queen Allura chuckle faintly. A bit shameless, right? Not really. Felix shrugged his shoulders. If both parties agreed to the terms of the contract, there is no shame in it. In other meaning, Felix felt that if both parties were benefiting from the experience, then it was acceptable. The witches receive a boost in concoction while keeping their reputation intact, while the helping party receives a percentage of the profit from the concoction in secret. You sure are interesting to think of it this way. Queen Allura raised an eyebrow in surprise. Unbeknownst to her, Felix thought like that because he was also in the same situation. All of his achievements wouldn't be possible without Asna and the primogenitor's help. Yet they remain hidden in the shadows. So, he simply didn't want to be hypocritical about himself. Ring ring. Excuse me, it's the headmistress probably calling in regards to my graduation. Felix apologized as he silenced his AP bracelet. He was already told by Lady Sphinx that she spoke with the headmistress about his graduation process. Graduation? You leaving already? Curious, Queen Allura inquired. Yes, I will be leaving tonight actually, Felix replied. I hope it's not about the treatment in the academy, she asked with a serious look, appearing like she was going to make a huge mess if he said yes. It was annoying, but I am not leaving because of it, Felix answered truthfully. Master will be teaching me personally, so I felt that it was going to be a waste of time to stay in the academy at the same time. Upon hearing so, Queen Allura showed Felix a sympathetic gaze and patted his shoulders. Hang in there, little junior. Then, she turned around and disintegrated into light particles, leaving Felix standing there all alone in a chilly breeze. Is it really that bad? Felix gulped nervously after realizing that even a queen of an empire found it tough under Lady Sphinx's tutelage. Alas, there was no going back anymore. Lady Sphinx was already sharpening her ruler for him. Half an hour later, Felix could be seen sitting at the headmistress's office with one leg above the other. I hope that my graduation announcement could be delayed until I am safely far away from the planet, Felix requested. The headmistress nodded her head calmly and asked, "Any other requests?" While she might seem calm, she was pretty much holding herself from screaming in delight. She never thought that she would be getting rid of Felix so soon, especially after what he had done in the exams and the consequences of it. Only 8 hours had gone by and Felix was already being proclaimed online as the most talented potioneer in history. Hell, most people started to believe that potion making was actually easy, and if they were given a chance like Felix, they would have surpassed the witches as well. Those comments were pretty ignorant and stupid, but they really pushed the witches' buttons. The headmistress couldn't help but feel scared at what was about to happen in the upcoming exams if he had kept pulling shit like this. So, she was happy to accept his requests as long as he leaves. Alas, Felix's second request couldn't help but leave her stumped. I want my achievements to be noted down in the Hall of Fame just like any other student. Felix smiled innocently. I believe I desire as much, don't you think? This little. The headmistress's delight ended up changing to anger just as quickly. Felix could see that he pissed her off, but he didn't care about it. When he first entered the academy, he saw that the Hall of Fame was filled with medals, cups, pictures, and achievements far lesser than his. Naturally, this wasn't including the alumni potioneers who were glorified in the Hall of Fame after getting promoted to grandmasters or sages. Still, if Felix didn't say anything and left, it would be the same as he never attended the academy. If the administration wasn't going to do it, then he would push even harder for it to happen. He was a confrontational person after all. I can't allow that. Change to another request. The headmistress denied sternly. Allow it. Before Felix could even respond, Lady Sphinx ordered the headmistress without a change of expression. The headmistress's expression got slightly ugly after hearing her order. Although Felix didn't hear it, he knew that Lady Sphinx had made a move. But, Lady Sphinx released a tiny bit of her pressure from the headmistress's mind, making her freeze immediately in her place. It seems like you have forgotten your purpose as a headmistress. Lady Sphinx reprimands her. Your job is not to please the students and protect the Royal Academy's reputation, but to help young witches reach their full potential before graduation. How can you achieve so when you actively trying to hide a good source of motivation for their progress? Lady Sphinx released her terrifying pressure and said one last time, make sure to have his achievement decorated as much as possible. I want every witch to feel burning in her chest by the mere sight of it. This was Lady Sphinx's entire purpose of having Felix score high marks in the semesters. If it could be done by having his achievement highlighted, then she had no issue with it. I apologize for being short-sighted. The headmistress lowered her head and ensured, I will make it happen immediately. The headmistress lifted her head and said to Felix, I accept your requests. You can leave now. Thank you. Felix smiled faintly, then left the office. He didn't know what Lady Sphinx said to convince her, and he wasn't interested in hearing about it. As long as his name and picture remain in the academy to piss off those flowers, he was more than satisfied. Shameless as always, Asna rolled her eyes at his true purpose. After he exited the headmistress's office, Felix walked through the campus with hands in his pockets. He wanted to walk slowly towards the entrance and enjoy the chilly breeze and view one last time. As he walked peacefully, the witches kept pointing at him from afar, while those nearby kept cursing him either softly or loud enough he could hear them. However, no matter what they said, it didn't affect Felix's good mood one bit. Let's see how vocal you will be tomorrow. Cheerful, He hummed a tune as he continued walking. Before long, he reached the entrance and saw that the escort crew was already waiting for him. Felix turned around one last time and gave one giant middle finger to the academy. He aimed it especially at the main faculty, where the administration resides. With one glorious smile and a middle finger pointed at the academy, Felix set foot inside the hovercar and flew far away. He might return to the academy in the far future, but for now, it was time to seek opportunities in other places. Inside the dark deviant spaceship, Felix could be seen trying to get comfortable inside the VR pod. Unfortunately, that was a bit difficult with tenants in his head arguing loudly. "We have decided that he will head to my galaxy after the exams if the void primogenitor didn't reach us," Thor yelled. "The day hasn't even finished," J with Tilda Remungander retorted. "He might reply in the next hours, who knows?" "You old fart. You are just being unreasonable now." "I don't care." Just as Thor wanted to start cursing, Lady Sphinx closed her book gently and said, "I will contact him again. If he didn't reply in the next 2 days, we will set to Thor's galaxy at once." "Understood." Lady Sphinx gave them a cold stare the moment she saw their mouths opening up. In the end, both of them nodded their heads in agreement and went to sit in different places. They are almost as old as the universe yet they still keep acting like kids. Asna remarked speechlessly at their actions. Lady Sphinx chuckled and whispered to Asna, "They were always like this. Why do you think their empires thrived much better than other primogenitors? They were always trying to outdo each other in everything." Asna laughed at their expense, making them both feel irritated more than ever. Meanwhile, Felix was simply happy that the situation got solved without him being needed to do anything. Lady Sphinx's expression suddenly changed, making Thor get nervous at the thought of her being contacted by Void Primogenitor. Fortunately for him, that wasn't the case. "It's finally time, Asna." Lady Sphinx smiled. "I have just been informed that my copy had finished concocting the soul-splitting potion." Asna and Felix froze at the same time after hearing so. The promised potion that would allow Asna to access the UVR was finally concocted successfully. It had been more than 6 months since Asna was told about it by Lady Sphinx. There was not a single day gone by without her thinking about it. Now that it finally got concocted, she was left trembling in her place, too excited and shocked to reply. "Congratulations, little Asna." J with Tilda Remungander smiled widely, displaying his delight for Asna. "Good. We can finally start hanging all together in the UVR instead of this shitty place." Thor laughed thunderously. Meanwhile, Felix had the biggest grin in his life. When Asna saw it, her excitement faded away with the wind. After reading his thoughts, she couldn't help but curse him. "You shameless prick. You wouldn't dare. Ha ha ha. Try me." Felix laughed like an absolute maniac in his UVR's house. When Lady Sphinx and the other two read his thoughts as well and saw what he was planning, they couldn't help but comment. "Even for you, that's a little bit dirty. You sure don't miss out on any chances. Sigh, you can only oblige little Asna." Asna's eyes reddened slightly, then she started sniffing softly, appearing like she had been wronged. "You can sniff all day long. It ain't working on me." Felix smirked. "If you want me to drink that potion, you better remove this tattoo from my lower back and make another one on my right arm. If it's not saying my pet Asna, then you better stop dreaming about entering the UVR." Felix sure was brutal to blackmail her like this. He knew that she would agree to it since she desired to enter the UVR more than anything in the universe. He didn't care if Asna felt bad or not, since this was simply payback for making him have that humiliating tattoo for a couple of months now. Because of it, he didn't dare to lower his back even though he wore thick clothes to hide it. "You heartless bastard." Asna stopped her fake sniffing at once and started negotiating. "I won't do it unless there is a time limit." Felix thought about it for a moment and suggested, "I will remove it after 1 year. However, you are not allowed to make any other humiliating tattoos on my body ever again." "Ha! 1 year. Keep dreaming." Asna crossed her arms and counter-offered annoyedly. "I won't do it for more than a month. Half a year. and you will not bother me to take you to the movies and shopping after you enter the UVR. Felix fought back. Asna pouted. Why would I want to hang out with a loser like you in the first place? You will just make me look bad. Just as Felix wanted to conclude the deal, Asna mentioned with a soft tone, how about hanging out just in the first month until I adapt to it? Can you not be so fickle? Felix said speechlessly. She was just cursing him and then suddenly negotiated backward. Still, Felix found no reason to reject her if it was just for 1 month. He knew that she was playful and would keep pestering him to attend clubs and such if he gave her any leeway. Fine. Now get this stupid tattoo away from my bum. Felix rushed her. Nimmo didn't understand what he said, but he felt like he was being cursed by him. So he started protesting with his tiny hands lifted at the sky. Soon, Asna lifted him and ordered while tightening her grip, turn into this tattoo on his right arm. Nimmo was already used to her abuse. He swiftly understood what she wanted and transformed himself into the newest tattoo. My pet Asna. Nimmo got slightly excited after seeing that he perfectly copied the tattoo on his first try. He turned to Asna with a lovable expression, appearing like he was fishing for praise. Alas, he ended up getting smacked hard in the head. You little bastard. Why did you make it so fast? Asna cursed in irritation as she hurled Nimmo away like a sandbag. Poor Nimmo could only tear up in confusion at her sadistic treatment as he rushed to Lady Sphinx's embrace. Lady Sphinx caught him and patted him gently like a mother while continuing to read her book. Meanwhile, Felix was laughing his ass out at the tattoo on his right arm. I will make sure to display this everywhere to show my love for you, Asna. Felix grinned while changing his t-shirt to a black tank. Although this made him appear like an edgy kid, Felix was willing to accept the sacrifice to humiliate Asna. Meanwhile, Asna felt her face get melted in embarrassment at the thought of others seeing the tattoo. But at the same time, she kinda liked it. What the hell is wrong with you? Asna slapped herself instantly in horror. Get a grip already. She didn't like those feelings one bit. By the way, when is the potion going to be here? Felix inquired after recalling an important matter. I guess a month or so, Lady Sphinx answered. Felix rested his chin on his palm and contemplated. I think it is better to play an individual game now so I can take advantage of my emergency tank one last time. Fuck you. I already boosted my physical strength to a passable degree. So, my only problems would be mental defenses and energy capacity. Those wouldn't get enhanced by devouring random natural treasures. If Felix didn't have the devourer's heart, any natural treasure he consumed could provide him with a bonus enhancement based on its type. However, now that he was considered as a half-devourer, every natural treasure consumed gets turned into energy without taking advantage of the effects. So, the only way left to get rid of those weaknesses once and for all was by concocting potions or finding other unique methods. My galaxy is near the fairy's main pocket dimension. Thor tempted shamelessly. If you entered it and offered a worthy gift, they will allow you to bask under their fairy dust. Before Jewith Tilda Ermungander could curse him, Lady Sphinx gave a death stare to Thor and said, You looking for a beating? Haha. Chill. I was just trying to help my little student. Thor gave a hollow laugh as he avoided Lady Sphinx's look. He knew that Lady Sphinx could easily freeze his body and start beating the crap out of him if he pissed her off. After all, she was still alive, making her consciousness prowess millions of times stronger than him, who was just a tiny wisp. Fairy dust, huh? Felix scratched his chin after recalling its miraculous properties. Basking under it for a couple of hours would help remove all negative thoughts, curses, provide better clarity, heal soul-based wounds, and lastly, enlarge the soul lake and turn it into a sea. One of his lifelong achievements in his previous life was wishing for an opportunity to experience basking under fairy dust. It was just for an hour, but it did help him turn his lake into a small-sized sea, which in turn toughened his soul barrier, mental defenses, and increased his mental capacity. I can easily wish to receive an opportunity now, but I will get a maximum of 3 hours even if I used my best wish. Felix shook his head. Since we get only one chance to experience it in our lifetime, It's better to save it until I get a wish with a higher limit. If I found a desirable item to the Mother Fairy, I can increase the duration even further when I head there. Felix decided to go there when he was fully ready to get the highest possible reward, instead of settling with a mediocre enhancement. As for the dangers in the upcoming games, he already had a temporary countermeasure to take advantage of. Oh, you are planning to concoct the potion of solitude? Lady Sphinx inquired in intrigue. Yes, I believe I can pull it off quite easily, unlike witches. Felix smirked. After all, my mental defenses might be crap compared to my peers, but not as crap as the witches. Lady Sphinx chuckled a bit, but she didn't deny his claim. The potions that caused witches difficulties due to their strength and mental defenses, Felix could eat them for launch. The first thing that Felix did was purchase the materials for the potion online. He bought enough materials for 10 attempts. In total, he paid 600 million or so for them. Ring ring. What do you have for me? Fatty Botadai's excited voice resounded in the living room. Bring me those as quickly as possible. Felix sent the serial codes to him. On it. Just as Botadai wanted to hang up, Felix suddenly asked, Any updates on the promotion? Cough. I attempted the exams once and failed horribly. Botadai confessed with an ashamed tone. How badly? Felix inquired. My best mark was C+ in 6 exams. Botadai's voice got weaker as he spoke. Felix was left speechless by his performance. He knew that it was going to be difficult for Botadai to pass those promotion exams, but he didn't expect this shitty result. If he didn't improve, he really would get promoted after a decade. At that time, Felix would be either dead or too big to care about universal deliveries from Botadai. What seems to be the problem? Are the exams too hard, you didn't prepare enough? Or you are simply too stupid for them? Felix sighed as he asked. Bastard. I did my best. The exams are too brutal. Fatty Botadai complained, especially the physical and elemental-related exams. I almost died in them. Felix knew that promotion exams in the space worm race required the juniors to be capable enough to travel through the vast cosmos safely. After all, universal delivery was an extremely difficult and risky endeavor, since the delivery worms were needed to open up multiple wormholes to reach their destination. In between, they could end up getting hunted or worse killed by a rogue void creature or another unique space monster. I guess I need to boost him a bit if I wanted him to pass them faster. Felix decided to assist Botadai. He knew that helping him was the same as helping himself. After all, it was much better to receive packages directly from Botadai than sent by some random delivery worm or company. Knowing that a lot of beings were interested in his Sphinx eyes made it harder for him to trust strangers. I will call you back soon, Felix said and hung up. Then, he started browsing on potions that could help space worms either physically, mentally, or elementally. What he found made him grumble. This shit is too expensive to make. Is it even worth it for that fatty? What if he failed the exams even after consuming them? Who could blame him for thinking like this? The potions were all ranked 3+ and the materials to make them were quite rare and limited. The cheapest potion on the list cost at least 100 million SC to make. Unlike most races, the space worm race could only consume specific potions that were made by specific materials. Whatever, I would invest 500 million in him. Felix decided to buy enough to concoct 3 potions. One would help with memory, another would help with stamina, and the last one would boost Botadai's energy capacity. Soon after buying the materials for them, Felix called Botadai back and sent him a new list. Get those for me as well. Then he hung up, not planning on telling him about the potions yet. It was better to do so after he actually concocted them successfully so he wouldn't raise his hopes for anything. If they failed, oh well, there was no investment that was foolproof. The next morning on the campus, a shocking announcement was posted by the headmistress on the academy boards and on the website, making it noticeable for everyone. The announcement was a single short sentence. Felix Maxwell had graduated from the academy. It offered no explanation, no nice gratulating words, or even wishing good luck. Yet, this little sentence had left everyone lost for words. In her dorm room, Lara could only stare at it with widened eyes, feeling like her world had just crashed apart. Just yesterday, she was hyping herself to beat Felix in the next semester, feeling like she finally had a worthy rival to help her improve through competition. Yet, in a single night, that dream had broken apart, leaving her feeling a sense of failure. Meanwhile, Naima and Carrie didn't react much as they were already informed by him, though they still felt like it was a pity to see him leave so soon. Teacher Sana, Teacher Jamila, and Teacher Hala all felt the same. Apart from those mentioned above, the other witches' reactions couldn't be more embarrassing for the academy. He left. The tumor has finally left. Drinks on me tonight. Thank God. Oh Lord, I really thought we will be getting thrashed by him in every semester exams. We need to hold a party in the UVR to celebrate his departure. The campus has risen from the ground with celebratory shouts and excited high-pitched screams. Papers and books were thrown in the air inside the library and the halls. Witches could be seen hugging each other and high-fiving with teary eyes. If anyone saw them without knowing the situation, they would assume that they had gotten rid of a plague or a new sage which had emerged. During this exuberant and enlivened atmosphere, the headmistress's assistant walked through the corridor towards the entrance of the main faculty. Usually, she would have scolded or glared at witches for not being quiet in the corridors. But now, only a look of irritation and helplessness could be seen in her eyes. In a short while, she reached the crowded main entrance and walked towards a wall that was decorated lavishly with trophies, medals, certificates, artistic cauldrons, and pictures of young beautiful-looking witches. Below them were written names that could shock the entire galaxy. Names that belonged to current famous grandmasters and sage witches. The headmistress's assistant looked at those glorious witches and felt like she was about to commit a grave sin. But she still reeled in her emotions and did as ordered. She beamed a large golden framework that had its back facing the witches. Her action drew their interest, making them drop their conversation about Felix's graduation and see what's going on. What is she doing? Maybe alumni had just got promoted to a grandmaster? Today sure is blessed. So many good heh. The witch's lips stiffened immediately after spotting a damned face on that framework. A face so handsome, it would move most girls, but before those genderless witches, it gave them an urge to spit a mouthful at it. Felix's smug smile on the portrait made it even harder for the witches to accept the reality before them. Alas, the headmistress's assistants didn't turn around and tell them it was a prank or something. Instead, she hung the portrait beside the other great witches, then closed the glass window and walked away with a weary expression. After she was gone, the witches kept staring at each other in utter bewilderment and confusion, hoping for one of them to step up and explain this ludicrous situation. In this utter silence, a witch suddenly murmured the words written below the portrait. Felix Maxwell, 784 KY graduate, the first second semester student in the history of the Academy to concoct a 5-star potion. A true pride of the Royal Academy. Those words resounded deeply within each witch core, striking their pride like a sledgehammer. A nobody in potion-making, who learned about such art in less than a year, managed to get himself hung within the Hall of Fame. Meanwhile, those witches couldn't even dream about it even in their sleep. No, 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 no. New. Out of nowhere, a despairing high-pitched scream echoed within the halls of the main faculty. It belonged to none other than the racist Mushroom Lily, who was glimpsed at Felix's portrait the moment she stepped within the entrance. Her scream awakened those poor witches, who felt like a part of their soul died after imagining seeing Felix's smug smile every time they entered the main faculty. Such horror made even some witches tear up as they run away towards their classrooms. Before long, the area turned into chaos as witches began protesting furiously and loudly until their voices reached even the 3rd floor. The cause of the mayhem easily went viral in the network, making everyone feel either shocked or amused. He really did a dirty one on them. I honestly can't believe that the administration went as far as glorifying him in their Hall of Fame. True, he must really have some good pull from the headmistress or even the queen herself. Ha ha. The fact that his face will be erected there for eternity must be making those proud witches want to rip their hair apart. The other non-witch residents in the Empire all enjoyed Felix's last parting gift. Whether they were humans, orcs, goblins, elves, and even slimes. As long as they were mistreated by witches, they felt better knowing that the witches were getting shamed just like they did to them. The only difference was that no matter what happened, Felix would always remain an unswallowed pill for old and young witches throughout the upcoming years. His job of wounding the witches' pride could be finally considered as concluded. While the Academy and the network were thrown into mayhem yet again with a single portrait, Felix wasn't even paying attention to any of that. Instead, he was sweating buckets on a snowy peak in Thor's UVR room. It was just as big as J with Tilda Ermungander's room, but was completely different environmentally. Thunderclouds and toppling snow mountains took most of the space, unlike J with Tilda Ermungander's room that was filled with poison swamps. Not fast enough. Smack! A thin, long bamboo stick smacked Felix's back, leaving behind a long red mark. Felix's back could be seen covered by plenty of them already. He wasn't bleeding or anything, but getting hit sharply like that in such cold weather would make anyone shiver in their places. Again! Felix sucked in the pain and took a deep breath. Then, he focused on all those tiny holes in his body at the same time and forced them to close without using his mental energy. Unfortunately, it took him half a second to achieve so. Thor's displeased expression showed that he didn't like it one bit. Smack! Again! Felix gritted his teeth to hold himself from protesting against his abuse. It's been more than 3 hours since Thor started training him to control his mutation much better. In the beginning, he was happy that he could finally close those tiny holes and open them up by his will instead of wasting his mental energy. Alas, his happiness was short-lived as Thor's training regime was more brutal and crude than J with Tilda Ermungander's. While J with Tilda Ermungander believed that patience and observation were key to training, Thor was a supporter of a strict iron training system. His motto was pain meant progress. Smack! Not good enough. Heal up and try again. Thor yelled with a displeased tone. It's been 3 hours already. I managed to do it in my first attempt, and even my most retarded descendant did it after a couple of minutes. I am not your descendant, am I? Peeved. Felix mumbled to himself but ended up only getting whipped again in his lips. Fuck! Enough bitching around and try again. Felix closed his bleeding mouth shut and started concentrating on those tiny holes. He was told by Thor that the moment he inherited this mutation, he also inherited the ability to control them just like his limbs. The only reason he didn't figure it out was because he never found access to controlling them. It was like some people were capable of moving their ears, noses, or bouncing their chest, while others couldn't do so in their lifetimes. Thor showed Felix the way to access it, but the speed wasn't up there. If you can't close and open them in less than a millisecond, they will get you killed. Thor shouted as he whipped Felix again. Felix knew that he was right. In his upcoming game, he would be placed against real platinum players, who were stronger than even Krylder, the talisman user in his previous game. Adding to the uniqueness of each race and abilities, and it would be tougher to survive a fight against them without proper speed. But he couldn't achieve his supersonic mode quickly if he didn't control the Avion's mutation perfectly. So, under this brutal weather and lightning bolts striking nearby, Felix kept trying to perfect his control without voicing a single complaint against Thor's abuse. Through the pain and repetition, he could see that he was progressing towards his ideal target at a respectable pace. Later that day, Felix was currently lying on his bed, feeling mentally exhausted after spending half a day getting whipped in a freezing temperature. Fortunately, Thor's method had forced his mind to adapt quickly to avoid the pain. Right now, he could close and open those tiny holes in less than a quarter of a second. Still, it wasn't enough, so Felix had to repeat this training 2 days later. Tomorrow was booked by J with Tilda Ermungander and the following day by Lady Sphinx. That's how they divided the week. 2 days for each of them, and the last one for Felix to freely train any course he desired or simply to take a break. While he was melting in bed, Lady Sphinx and the others were discussing their bet in the upcoming game if they ended up against a Primogenitors champion. I believe that with the upcoming yearly Primogenitors games, Lady Sphinx suddenly went quiet during her sentence and started nodding her head calmly. Before the others could react, she smiled faintly at them and announced, "The Void Primogenitor had just contacted me and set up a meeting this evening with all of us." "Really?" Felix jumped from his bed with newfound energy at the sound of this good news. Meanwhile, Jay with Tilda Ermungandr immediately smiled smugly while eyeing Thor, who was clearly irked by the news. "He didn't say that he agreed yet," Thor scoffed. "Maybe he just didn't want to reject Lady Sphinx over a call but face-to-face respectful. No. He told me that he is interested and I should bring the little thief with me." Lady Sphinx broke his fantasy apart. "He asked for me?" Felix pointed at his chest in bewilderment. Indeed. Felix didn't know why exactly he asked for him, and he honestly didn't feel too nervous about it. He already hung out with primogenitors long enough to know the do's and don't. "If he asked you anything, just answer truthfully," Jay with Tilda Ermungandr advised. "He won't care about your secrets even if you exposed all of them to him." "Hell, I believe that Felix should go up and beyond to sell himself to the Void Primogenitor," Thor suggested. After all, the Void Primogenitor had either few hidden descendants or none at all. So, Felix would be considered as a half-descendant if he inherited his abilities. "Don't forget about his strongest ability." Asna joined the discussion. "We all know how precious it is to primogenitors. If Felix is going to use the Void Primogenitors, he simply couldn't give up on it as well." Felix nodded his head in agreement. He already decided to compromise and give up on a slot for another perfect manipulation to go for this. If he had to lose out on a peak active ability as well, his third replacement stage would honestly be way too weak. Even if the element was void. "Enough guessing, we will find out his answer in the meeting." Lady Sphinx waved her hand and said, "For now, just dress up formally and learn how to talk properly. He absolutely abhors informality." "Why can't they be normal?" Felix was a bit speechless by his antics, feeling like he was about to meet another weirdo primogenitor. Later that day, Felix and the other primogenitors could be seen gathered in Lady Sphinx's UVR's cosmic pyramid. All of them appeared neat, graceful, and dignified with their formal outfits. Felix went for a black tuxedo, Lady Sphinx for an amber-colored long dress, and the other two wore royal robes. They were more comfortable in their own cultural formal clothing. "Let's teleport. He dislikes non-punctual guests," Lady Sphinx mentioned while pressing on an invitation link. Soon all of them disappeared at once. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves in a small cozy living room that was made entirely from dark brown wood. Even the furniture and decoration were wooden. Yet that didn't take away the beauty of this room's simplicity. As they looked around, they found that no one was inside. Yet they kept remaining standing patiently. In a few seconds, the living room door was opened up by a strange entity that made Felix question his eyes. A floating pitch-black whirlpool with few brightened dots within it. It appeared almost like a gate to the matter universe. "Greetings." Abruptly, a fathomless echoing voice emerged from within the center of the whirlpool. "Greetings, Lord Cows." Lady Sphinx bowed her head respectfully and was followed by Thor and Jay with Tilda Ermungandr. When Felix saw this, he quickly broke out of his daze and copied their actions exactly. "Please sit," Lord Cows requested. All of them took a seat nearby. Felix found out that the only seat left behind was the closest to Lord Cows's host seat. Knowing that it was bad manners to not accept, Felix sat down reluctantly. All of that bullshit about not being nervous had gone by the wind after he saw Lord Cows's appearance and respectful approach of his masters. He knew that Lord Cows must be a big deal even within the primogenitor's circle. Lord Cows floated to his seat and morphed into a humanoid figure. Nothing much changed but the figure. He was still faceless and appeared genderless. "So, this is the human child you spoke about, Sphinx?" Lord Cows tilted his head as he faced Felix, making him sweat a little from his palms. He didn't know why, but he kept getting mentally exhausted each time Lord Cows's voice was processed in his brain. It was like each word was a code that needed to be solved for Felix to comprehend it. "Don't bully him with your codex, Lord Cows." Lady Sphinx chuckled. His mental defenses still require a lot of improvement. I barely used it. I don't know what you see in him. Lord Cows's voice soon became echoless, making Felix understand each word almost immediately. Shit. I'm off to a bad start. Felix knew that Lord Cows wasn't pleased by his result from their interaction. Lord Cows ignored Felix and turned to Thor and Jay with Tilda Ermungandr. I hope you enjoyed your slumber. It was calming, all right. Thor smiled. Jay with Tilda Ermungandr nodded his head in agreement. Lord Cows didn't bring this subject anymore after hearing their responses. He turned to Lady Sphinx and said, Your proposal might seem simple, but you are asking too much out of me. I can't just hand out my bloodline to a random kid, who clearly isn't worthy of it. Felix's expression turned solemn at his judgment. He didn't like what he heard, but he remained quiet and left Lady Sphinx to do the speaking for him as they planned. He is not any random kid, though? Lady Sphinx smiled. He is my disciple as well as those two geezers' disciple. HM? My apologies, I didn't think your relationship was this close. I thought you were taking care of him since he is your champion. Lord Cows bowed his head almost immediately. He ought to apologize since a disciple-slash-master relationship was extremely tight and respected in the primogenitor's circle. Primogenitors could talk shit about their champions or descendants all day long and no one would care. But it was different with a disciple-slash-master relationship. The fact that all three of you took him in makes me quite curious about his capabilities. Lord Cows said, In your eyes, his capabilities wouldn't move you, but his potential would definitely make you understand our reasons. Lady Sphinx shared. Potential? Lord Cows seemed slightly interested. He knew that Lady Sphinx was a very practical person and would never boast or lie about anything. Without him needing to ask about it, Lady Sphinx listed what made Felix unique from the rest and why she believed that he could even surpass primogenitors in terms of strength in the far future. Naturally, she had to bring Asna to the mix since she was a core part of what made Felix have this potential in the first place. She wasn't worried about Lord Cows going on spreading Felix's secrets to other primogenitors, because she knew that he was a neutral member of the council. He belonged to no faction and had absolutely no enemies due to his minimalistic way of living. Even a uni-jinn being resides within him and assists him. Lord Cows turned to Felix and commented, What an interesting little fellow. Felix didn't know if he said with a favorable expression or not since he literally had no facial expressions while his tone remained static the entire time. It was like a robot communicating with them. If it's like this, I believe that he is able to use other primogenitors' bloodlines. If I still recall, a couple of elders are dead and will have no issue with your request whatsoever. Lord Cows questioned. It was to be expected that Lord Cows would find out that their request was a bit illogical. After all, they could have picked much safer primogenitors without paying anything instead of trying to make a deal with him. A deal that would probably make even Lady Sphinx feel hurt financially for a long time. Lady Sphinx already anticipated as much and was ready to come clean. The thing is, the little thief had managed to secure an egg that we believe might be created by the universe to replace the paragon of sins. For the first time, Lord Cows had shown a different expression through his tone. This surprised Lady Sphinx a bit since this was the first time ever that she saw him get flustered by anything. Does he have a close relationship with Paragon of Sins? Lady Sphinx thought, I never heard about this from anywhere. If it is true, then he might not help us. Lady Sphinx wasn't afraid that Lord Cows would share the news with the Paragon of Sins if he was a friend of him or something. That's because she knew that Lord Cows would feel that it was beneath him to share information gotten in his own house with others without receiving permission. He was that kind of person and why he was respected by the primogenitor circle even though he rarely interacts with them. How certain are you? I know that you never announce a theory without being at least 50% confident about proving it. He asked with a solemn tone. It was obvious for everybody now that he was too invested in this matter for some unknown reason. About 70%. Lady Sphinx stressed. Still, the only way to truly prove it is by receiving your bloodline and hatching the egg. Upon hearing so, Lord Cows went quiet for a few seconds. I don't know if her theory is correct or not, but I am willing to try it if it meant the death of that old enchantress. Lord Cowes sighed in his mind. As long as she is alive, I will always be forced to live in the edges of the universe instead of the void realm. If those four heard his thoughts, they would be left absolutely gobsmacked. Firstly, all of them believed that the paragon of sins was a man since he presented himself as such during his few appearances. Secondly, the void primogenitor was actually banned from entering the void realm. They wouldn't believe it even if Lord Cowes confessed. That's because the void realm was the only place with void elemental energy. So, if he couldn't access it, it only meant that he would be forced to send subordinates to get it for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sustain himself for long and be forced to enter hibernation. I am willing to accept the proposal if some of my conditions were agreed upon, Lord Cowes informed. Please. First, I ask nothing in return, but all of you will owe me a favor that would last for eternity. Lord Cowes pointed at Felix and said, Even you. Felix was a bit speechless by owing a favor for such a cosmic entity. Though he still nodded his head quickly, knowing that when the day Lord Cowes needs him, it would be way far in the future. The others nodded their heads casually. It was a common practice in the primogenitor's circle to owe favors if one part didn't have what the other part desired during the deal. Secondly, I would like to keep a wisp of my consciousness within his consciousness space to supervise the hatching and also the use of my bloodline. Lord Cowes said, I have neither alive descendants nor disciples. So, if my bloodline is going to make an appearance, it better be used in a worthy manner. That's only common sense. Lady Sphinx agreed. The others agreed to his condition as well. Even Asna didn't throw a tantrum about the space like usual. After all, she would be soon living in the UVR. My last condition is to let nature take course, Lord Cowes said with a strict tone. If the being within the egg had a purpose to replace the paragon of sins, then by no means can you change that. This condition threw them off as they didn't expect that Lord Cowes actually wanted the replacement to happen. It seems like their relationship isn't as amicable as I thought, Lady Sphinx thought. The others thought the same, but no one voiced a question about the matter. They simply nodded their heads in agreement with his final condition. There was no point in blocking Nimmo from doing his job. After all, he would need probably 100,000 years before he fully grew up. At that point in time, Felix would most likely not require his backup if he kept growing with this pace. Please send me an address, Lord Cowes requested as he stood up. I will handle the delivery for you. We appreciate it. Lady Sphinx created a link and sent it to him. Upon reading it, Lord Cowes commented, It will take a month or two for my subordinates to deliver it even if he traveled between the void and the matter universe at his fastest speed. He must be really far away. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. You have no idea, Lady Sphinx said. His void subordinates are even faster than space worms when it comes to traveling the universe. So, if it still takes them a month or two, it only meant that he is close to the edges of the universe. That far? Felix sucked a deep breath at her conclusion. He knew that the closest edge of the universe was at least tens of billion light-years away from the Milky Way galaxy. I don't want to keep you held up for long, Lord Cowes said while standing up from his seat. Felix and the rest understood his cue and stood after him. It was a pleasure meeting you again, Lord Cowes. Lady Sphinx smiled as she offered her hand. The pleasure is all mine. Lord Cowes kissed the back of her hand gracefully as he thought, You brought me hope that I never knew I had. Thor and Jawithtilda Ermungander shook his hand after her, leaving only Felix behind. Felix suppressed his nervousness and bowed his head respectfully, not offering him a handshake. Why? He knew that Lord Cowes wouldn't accept it. He wasn't worthy, and Lord Cowes made sure to make him understand it before. At least he has some good sense. Lord Cowes smiled in his mind as he watched Felix disintegrate into light particles with the rest. After the room was cleared out, Lord Cowes murmured to himself, If I want the egg to hatch faster, I need to gather a good amount of pure void energy as well. Relying on them to collect void energy won't be enough. But I need to do it discreetly and carefully. Otherwise, That wicked enchantress will find out about it. Lord Cowes sighed. Even while living at the edges of the universe, I cannot escape her void eyes. It seems like even Lord Cowes, one of the strongest beings in the universe, was having problems big enough to make him feel hopeless. After Felix and the rest returned from the meeting, they held a meeting to discuss the points brought out. The one that stood out the most was Lord Cowes's change of attitude the instant the Paragon of Sins was mentioned. "What do you think?" Thor inquired while looking at Lady Sphinx. "I don't know." Lady Sphinx knitted her eyebrows as she said, "From the looks of it, he seems to be sharing a bad relationship with the Paragon of Sins. But we can't be certain about his true thoughts. It doesn't matter to us." J. with Tilda Ermunginger said, "We don't need to get involved in his issues. We already have many problems on our plate." Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Although they wanted to hatch Nimmo, they weren't interested in making an enemy of Paragon of Sins. Lady Sphinx already had a bone to pick with Charm Primogenitro Kumiho, while Thor and J. with Tilda Ermunginder needed to take down the Darkin faction members. As for Felix, he probably going to end up facing them all one way or another. So, the last thing he wanted was to aggravate the Paragon of Sins. "I better start training. This is getting scary." Felix realized that he was starting to get involved with Primogenitor's circle matters more often. With his current strength, he knew that he was treading on a fine gray line. So, he excused himself and entered Thor's UVR room. Then, restarted his training on top of the snowy mountain peak all by himself. A couple of days later, Felix's materials were delivered by a veteran delivery worm. The moment Felix confirmed the package, he requested the Queen to take him as far as possible. He didn't trust that the delivery worm wouldn't sell his coordinates after confirming his identity. They might be bound by contract, but there were many wicked ways to get it done. While the spaceship was flying at a light speed towards the wormhole leading to the Milky Way galaxy, Felix was inside one of Lady Sphinx's mini-labs in the UVR. He was currently practicing concocting the Potion of Solitude. It was a 3-star rank 3 potion that was known for its hallucination effect during the concoction process. Since witches couldn't have their focus affected during the concoction process, this was a death sentence for them. On the other hand, Felix's mental defenses were more than enough to handle such a weak hallucination. So, the difficulty was brought down from 3 stars to merely 1 star. With his expertise in preparation and the quagmire inducement, he easily concocted more than 10 potions out of 17 attempts. This should be enough practice. Felix smiled confidently as he logged out of the UVR. He requested the Queen to stop somewhere nearby and waited a couple of seconds. "The spaceship is in standby," the Queen informed monotonously. Felix exited the VR pod and headed towards the lab. It was nothing too fancy compared to Lady Sphinx's lab, but it was enough for a rookie researcher like him. After he entered, he went straight to the empty potion-making tables and beamed 3 portions of materials for Potion of Solitude. Then, he went to a glass closet and brought out the glassware equipment. He placed what he needed carefully on the second table. Next, he beamed 2 silver cauldron that he purchased and took a deep breath. "Let's begin." Felix narrowed his eyes in concentration and started working his magic in utter silence. There were no spectators, no cheers, no curses, no exams, nothing. Just pure potion-making for the sake of himself. Under this halo of tranquility, Felix had managed to concoct 5 potions out of the 10 portions that he bought. His first attempt at concocting rank 3 potions, and he succeeded in securing 50% of his portions. If those witches at Academy heard so, they would honestly feel envious, hopeless, and lastly relieved. Relieved that he did not remain in the Academy when this happened. "Phew! Can't believe I concocted 3 bonus potions." Felix smiled in satisfaction as he held a spherical bottle that contained a blue mist-like substance. "If I sold them to Luby, I might earn 370 million SC out of each one." Felix spent less than 60 million SC for each potion. This meant he had at least 300 million profit out of each potion. This was literally printing money for him. After all, the materials were cheap, but the potion was still limited in the market due to Witch's inability to concoct it successfully and consistently. Since the potion's effect was enhancing mental defenses for a couple of months, it was extremely desirable for players, fighters, explorers, and even mortal rich lords. Though it could be only drunk once or twice before the mind gained immunity against its effect. This was the reason why Felix never bothered to buy it before. It was better to save it for far more dangerous games like the upcoming ones. Gulp, gulp. Felix unlocked the lid and drank one immediately. Because of his poison immunity, he didn't suffer from the side effects of seeing random hallucinations in the next couple of hours. I don't feel any difference from before, Felix pondered. It's better to test it out in the UVR to make sure. Felix logged back in the UVR and entered his private room. Then, he requested the Queen to create a dummy with mental affecting abilities strong enough to take down an Origin Realm bloodliner. Following his instructions, the Queen manifested a humanoid red bug with antennas on top of his head and many tiny sensors on his body that resembled hair strands. He had a smooth exoskeleton that made him appear like he was wearing body armor. High-ranked official of the Hive race. Felix knitted his eyebrows as he stared intensely at the humanoid bug. If there was one race that Felix feared facing in the games, it was definitely the Hive race. They were masters in the arts of consciousness and mind. What's worse, if two of them ended up in the same game, they would be able to sync their mind attacks to enhance it. This always made it harder for the others to survive against them in the games. If they remained the last one standing, the one with the higher hierarchy within the Hive race would claim the win. Even if the other one needed to die for it to happen, he would gladly oblige. I am ready. Felix made an okay sigh with his hand and started staring at the humanoid bug right in his eyes. Before he knew it, he realized that he was left stranded in the middle of an infinite ocean. The sky, the water, the raft he was on, everything felt so real. It seems like I didn't block it entirely. Felix frowned his eyebrows at the sight. He recognized that he was hallucinating and remembered who did this to him and where it happened. This self-recognition wouldn't have been possible without him drinking the potion of solitude. Instead, he would have lost all his memories and believed that he was actually left stranded here. If that happened, it only meant that he was already dead. But after having self-recognition, Felix swiftly took his trained countermeasures to break the hallucination apart. SCLZLZLZLZ. He transmuted into electricity and entered a thin iron wire that was rounded around his wrist right below his AP bracelet. The moment he did so, he lost all of his senses, making him leave the hallucination forcefully. In less than a split second, he transmuted back to his humanoid form. Only this time, he actually was within the real world. To double-check, Felix tasted the tip of his finger that was releasing a tiny amount of yellow mist. The moment he was hit with a new unfamiliar taste, he knew that he was in the real world instead of another layer of hallucination. Queen paused the exercise. Felix requested as he sat down. All the countermeasures worked well. It might be different in the games, but my preparations should enough to handle it. Felix never relaxed when it came to forging a defense against mental affecting abilities. He wasn't simply whining that mental abilities were his bane without actively finding ways to survive them. This combo of lightning transmutation and a new poisonous inducement were his results. The reason he created a new inducement was because he knew that hallucinations were a fabrication of memories. So, if he tasted something new, it only meant that he wasn't hallucinating. After spending an hour within the UVR taking mental attacks from other strong spiritual races, Felix decided to conclude it for now and spin the wheel. All of his preparations were done and he was satisfied with them. If he ended up losing, he wouldn't feel bad about it. Unless it was the Champions Games. At that point, he was going to receive the beating of his life. Felix sat down in his usual spot in the living room. He brought out the hologram with the green button, then pressed it almost immediately. The colorful wheel emerged and started spinning rapidly like always. Felix stared at it for a few seconds before stopping it. Ting, ting, ting. He already used his format pick coupon, making him forced to accept whatever format was about to grace him. Please something I know. Please something I know. Ting. Congratulations on picking puzzle format. This sounds promising. Felix said, smiling. Without further ado, he pressed on the second button and watched the wheel spin yet again. Ting, ting, ting. Stop! The wheel slowed down its speed for a few seconds until it was brought to a halt, leaving its needle placed on a green-colored board. Congratulations on picking the game, Bomber. Felix looked to his right and was met with the game's details. Game platform: Universal Individual Supremacy Games. Game format: Puzzle, Maze Edition. Game name: Bomber. Participants number: 19, still increasing. Strength allowed: Human race system from Awakening Realm to Origin Realm. Prizes pool: high-grade stones, peak-grade stones, Vial of Nothingness, Bull's Root, Life-Taker Dagger, Infinity Gauntlet. Rules of the game: 1. All of the players will be teleported above a giant maze. 2. Every player will have the same distance from the center of the maze. 3. The maze will be made out of giant brown boxes and metallic walls. 4. The brown boxes are destructible by using special bombs. The metallic walls are unbreakable. 5. The players will be required to forge their own path to the center by destroying the brown boxes. 6. The players can't pass through, climb up, dig below the boxes or the walls. 7. Each player will start with the same set of bombs. Set has 5 weak explosive bombs. 8. The only methods to get bombs are by looting other players or finding them within treasure chests. 9. Multiple chests will be hidden inside the brown boxes. The only way to get them is by blowing the brown boxes. 10. Treasure chests come with various rarities: common/rare/epic/legendary. A higher rarity chest can provide bombs with different unique effects: freezing bombs/poisonous bombs/time-slowing bombs, etc. 11. Treasure chests ensure that the looter will obtain at least 3 weak bombs. 12. Treasure chests are filled with other goodies worth fighting for: GP pouches, rare materials, artifacts, ancient ruins maps, etc. 13. Weak bombs are able to explode in 4 directions and destroy only 1 box in each direction. Strong bombs can destroy 2 boxes in each direction. Superior bombs can explode 3 boxes in each direction. Lastly, nuclear bombs can explode 5 boxes in each direction. 14. Weak bombs can cause mild damage to players. Strong bombs can cause serious damage. Superior's bombs are deadly to players. Nuclear bombs will instantly kill anyone in its path. 15. In the center of the maze, the exit will be inside a giant black box. It can be blown up only by 5 superior bombs placed on all faces or 1 nuclear bomb. 16. The first player to exit the maze will be declared as a champion. For more information, please open your SG profile interface. Good luck to all participants. Interesting game mode. Felix rubbed his chin as he recalled a similar VR game that was pretty popular in his previous life. The concept was almost the same. The only difference would be a real death for the players in the SG games, and rewards within the chests weren't virtual and useless. Since they didn't ban vision abilities, it will be difficult to kill other players with the explosions. Felix understood that all of the players in this game would have an ability related to enhancing their senses. It was impossible for players to reach this rank without having a sensory ability or innate trait. Because of this assumption, he knew that the game would limit the distance of sensory abilities greatly. Whatever, as long as they don't completely ban them. Felix's truth vision was a great asset to him, and he planned on fully taking advantage of it. Let's see who I will be dealing with. Felix waved the game's hologram to the side and clicked on the participants list. Flamebearer_8779, Red Dragonling Platinum, Peak Tier, wins 18/losses 2. For more details, click on the name. The Trader _9987, Satygian Platinum, High Tier, wins 9/losses 1. For more details, click on the name. Disfigured Beauty _1211, Nature Centaur Platinum rank, Peak Tier, wins 17/losses 3. The Executioner _3429, Yoxnian Platinum rank, High Tier, wins 18/losses 3. Unpaid landlord _ 6996. Human platinum rank. Low tier. Wins 8/ losses 0. B colony official N487. Hive race platinum rank. Peak tier. Wins 19/ losses 2. WowFXNero _ 43. Dragalus platinum rank. Mid tier. Wins 7/ losses 0. Oho? A member of the dragonless race. Jormungandr smiled. They must be Aspidocalone's champions. Great. It just had to be them. Felix rolled his eyes after recalling the weird and annoying antics of this unique race. He clicked on their name and their profile emerged before him. He glanced at their profile picture and was met with a giant emerald-colored turtle with 4 scaly limbs and 2 long necks emerging from its shell. One neck was connected with a spiky black dragon head, and the other was connected with a small emerald turtle head with snappers. Felix's eyelids couldn't help but twitch after seeing the dragon head biting the neck of the turtle head. He seemed pissed while the other looked like he was laughing his ass off. As expected, these race personalities are always the same. One is easily irritated and the other is overly talkative. Felix commented as he closed the profile picture. Truly, the worst genetic match in the history of the universe. Felix wasn't the only one who thought so. The dragonless reputation throughout the universe wasn't to be admired in the slightest. Instead, they were the butt joke of every conversation if their name was ever brought out. It was to be expected, when every time they were caught in a video, they appeared to be biting each other's necks fiercely. Felix was actually weirded out by the fact that the Earth primogenitor Aspidocalone picked them as his champion. After all, they were known for having the worst cooperation due to their opposite personalities, making them unable to conclude a single fight without ending up biting each other. Since they have so many wins, it only meant that they are different from the others. Felix didn't dare to underestimate them even though they appeared like a joke in their profile picture. He knew that they were a hybrid mix from the Proud Dragon race and the Heavenly Turtle race. Both of those races were in the top 10 strongest races in the universe and the leaders of the SGA. So, it was only natural that a hybrid race from them would result in the creation of strong lifeforms capable of having the strongest assets of both races. If it wasn't for the fact that the personalities of both races were inherited, the Dragonless would have annexed a race in the top 10 and replaced them. Maybe they are cool with each other, and the profile picture is just a way to lower our guards? Felix scrolled down on their profile and clicked on the previous recording of their games and highlights. He picked the most viewed one on the network and started watching it. When the video was over, Felix could only draw a deep cold breath at what he had just witnessed. An absolute massacre of 3 players in a platinum game. What's worse, those 5 players didn't leave even a scratch on them. Those motherfuckers ain't playing around. Felix's expression turned serious as he began binge-watching their other highlights. When he was done, he was left with a sense of crisis drawing upon him. I can't defeat them with their abnormal defenses. Even my strongest attack won't be able to penetrate their skin. Felix cringed. Their shell is already tough enough to put everyone in despair. Yet their skin is actually made out of dragon scales. This is literally the perfect defensive combination. What's worse, Felix knew that their poison and shock tolerance wasn't a joke. So, if he wanted to poison them, he needed to increase the potency so high up, it would drain him out of his energy almost immediately. Their only weakness is speed, Felix thought. But they have it somewhat covered by filling the entire area into a muddy field. This makes it impossible to move fast on it for their enemies. Meanwhile, they can slide on it extremely fast with their shell. Felix tapped his finger on the table as he kept analyzing the videos. As for their offense, the dragon head is capable of breathing out the hottest fire in the universe, dragon's flames. So, they inherited limited earth element manipulation and 1 fixed fire ability from the dragon race? Asna questioned in intrigue. It seems like it from their videos. Felix nodded his head. He knew that the dragonless race wasn't born with 2 limited elemental manipulations, fire and earth, even though they were mixed from 2 superior races. Instead, they inherited either one of the manipulations and some abilities of the other race. It all depends on the purity of the bloodlines. If it was shitty, they might not even inherit even a single limited manipulation but just a few abilities. For WoWFX Nero to have this amazing combination of strong offense, invisible defense, and speed, they could be said to have an extremely pure bloodline compared to their brothers. This game is truly not going to be easy to clutch, Felix noted as he closed off all the holograms. Are you wavering? Lady Sphinx asked. Should we not bet heavily on this game? What are you talking about? Felix cracked his knuckles with a faint smirk. I just said it's going to be difficult, not impossible. That's what I like to hear. Thor grinned. This is my introduction game. You better make me proud before those old fogies. All right, enough pressuring him. Jormungandr clapped his hand and said, Leave him to study his opponents in peace. We have a meeting with Aspidocalone in a few minutes. Upon hearing so, Felix brought back the list and clicked on another player. Just because they weren't Primogenitors champions, it didn't mean that they were easier to handle. Instead, he was more worried about dealing with the bee official from the Hive race than Aspidocalone's champion. After all, he could easily escape from them whenever he wanted due to his extreme speed. But the same couldn't be said about some players in this game. The bee official could hold him down for a split second to a full second inside a hallucination. If he allied with another player, that short moment was more than enough to blow Felix's head to smithereens. So, even with his preparation, Felix didn't want to meet up with the bee official in the game. Hell, he planned on running away at first sight. There was no shame in retreating against opponents that could take you down. As for other opponents, each had its own unique scary methods of fighting, and Felix was going to spend the next 10 days preparing to handle all of them either individually or together. Whatever it took to win this game. While Felix was doing his research, Lady Sphinx and the bunch were currently sitting in her UVR's house living room with Aspidocalone. He still appeared like a wrinkly old kind turtle. I am happy to see you again, Brother Thor. He welcomed with a wide gentle smile. The pleasure is mine, brother. Thor bowed his head in response. Aspidocalone was one of the few council elders, who was respected and trusted by almost all primogenitors. He had a neutral status and would help anyone in need, naturally for an equivalent price. Who would have known that our little champions will meet so soon? Aspidocalone shared. Indeed, I honestly preferred meeting any of the Darken's faction's members again. Jormungandr said. I bet they wanted the same after their last miserable defeat. Aspidocalone chuckled. Thor and Jormungandr snickered at the same time. Even a little win like this was enough to make their year. Especially when their brother Fenrir was forced into hibernation protocol due to those unrelenting bastards. All right, let's discuss what we have at hand. Lady Sphinx changed the subject by asking, What are you willing to bet on your champion? Before answering, is little Felix going to be represented by Brother Thor also? Aspidocalone asked weirdly. That's only natural. Thor thumbed his chest proudly. He is my student after all. Aspidocalone could only stare speechlessly at them, not knowing what was going on in their heads. Who could blame him for reacting like this? The primogenitor's rules were obvious. If 2 primogenitors or more represented one champion, they would be forced to bet 3 treasures instead of 1. As for their opponent, he would need only to bet 1 treasure. This rule was added so primogenitors would choose to represent one amazing champion and earn through him without paying their deeds. So, it was clearly not worth it to represent one champion by multiple primogenitors. Lady Sphinx couldn't agree more. But how could she reason against those 2 to back off? If Felix didn't represent them, no matter if he defeated the Darken faction champions or not, they would not be able to gloat about it in front of everyone. Even if they were his masters. Don't worry about us, old turtle. We are willing to take the risk, Jormungandr assured him. It's only right to do so as his masters. Masters? Aspidocalone raised an eyebrow in surprise. You actually are taking him both as your student. Are we in an alternative universe without my knowledge? Lady Sphinx laughed at his joke that was clearly targeting Thor and Jormungandr's rivalry. In his eyes, it was simply impossible for them to share the same student. Cough. Things just happened. Sigh, don't ask. Seeing that both of them appeared annoyed by talking about it, Aspidocalone dropped the subject. What an interesting kid to make even those two work together to teach him. Aspidocalone interest has grown a bit about Felix. It seems like this game is going to be a pleasurable watch. Aspidocalone smiled widely as he confessed. My little champions Nero are also one of my favorite youngest disciples. Oh who? That's new. Everyone was surprised by the news as they understood the gravity of it. Nero being direct disciples meant that they had received careful teachings and guidance from Aspidocalone. No wonder, they have amazing cooperation in fights, Thor commentated. You must have taught them your breathing technique, making them voided of emotions during battles. Haha, that's the case indeed, Aspidocalone admitted gleefully. It was hard teaching it to those brats with opposite personalities, but I am glad it worked. Lady Sphinx and the others thoroughly understood his happiness. He literally created a monster with almost no weaknesses during battles. After seeing their winning streak, it was clear that they were bringing him too many good treasures from other primogenitors. Respectful approach, Jormungandr praised, knowing that it must have been an extremely challenging task to get them fully ready for Champions Games. He picked a race that was being laughed at by the entire universe. A race that was seen as self-destructing due to their constant inner fights. A race that was labeled as a failure hybrid. Then, turn one of them into a killing machine in the game by getting rid of their weakness. So, he should indeed be praised for his unique approach of picking his champions compared to other primogenitors. Still, Jormungandr and Thor smirked confidently. When it comes to uniqueness, Felix was unequaled. Since both champions are our disciples, how about we spice it up a little? Lady Sphinx licked her lips as she suggested. I want you to place your Earth monolith and Gem monolith in the wager. I will place 3 of my monoliths of your choosing as well. Aspidocalone's kind smile stiffened at her insane wager. He was also a fan of collecting monoliths, making him desire to own them all. Still, he wasn't as obsessed as Lady Sphinx about this matter, making him own only 5 of them, unlike her massive collection. You sure are daring to bet 3 at once. Aspidocalone fixed his sitting posture, making them realize that he was getting serious. Are you daring to do the same? Lady Sphinx placed one leg above the other as she taunted nonchalantly. She seems confident in her champion's victory. Aspidocalone pondered carefully. I have to admit that he performed splendidly in his previous 2 games against other champions. Still, before my champion, he won't be able to do much with those abilities of his. I doubt he improved so much in such a little period of time. Aspidocalone would be lying if he said that he wasn't worried about Lady Sphinx's confidence. If it was any other bet, he wouldn't really care. But maniacal monoliths were a different story. He went through too much to secure those 5 and he wasn't ready to lose 2 at once. Though the idea of winning 3 of them without lifting a finger was extremely tempting. Especially when he calculated that his champion's odds of winning were way higher than the risk taken. I guess you are not interested. Lady Sphinx waved her hand disappointedly and said, Let's keep it friendly then and bet SMA. No. Aspidocalone closed his eyes for a second before answering. I agree to your proposal. That's my turtle. Lady Sphinx clapped her hands twice with a pleased expression. Aspidocalone started to feel like he was walking into a trap after seeing how happy she was. However, he got rid of those emotions almost immediately. They will definitely win. Aspidocalone smiled confidently and then excused himself. After he left, Lady Sphinx's enlivened personality was nowhere to be seen. It's good to be bold, but this game is truly going to be difficult for Felix. Lady Sphinx glanced at Felix's serious expression as he kept doing his homework devotedly and smiled. I trust that he will do his absolute best. While this was going on, the Darkin faction members, Mananangle, Saurus, and Wendigo were gathered in the same cozy ancient living room in front of a fireplace. I have just received news that Jormungandr's champion has joined another game and ended up meeting one of Aspidocalone's champions. Saurus disclosed to the bunch. Mananangle's eyebrows rose in surprise as he replied, So soon? The others were also slightly weirded out by Jormungandr's decision, since they believed that he would focus on enhancing his champion's strength as much as possible before sending him back to the Wolves. That's because they knew that Platinum games were a whole different league than what Felix experienced in his previous games. They didn't have such a problem with ranks since they have champions placed in all of them. Because they saw only Felix representing Jormungandr, they knew that he was his sole champion. I really thought he would wait for a year or two, Saurus commentated. The only plausible answer is that he managed to boost his champion's strength enough to take down Platinum players. Wendigo guessed. Manananggal nodded his head in approval. He knew that Jormungandr wasn't a fool to risk his only champion by sending him to his death like this. Tell me which champion is he facing? Haha. It's those annoying brats from the Dragolis race. Saurus laughed. Manananggal's lips couldn't help but twitch after remembering how they humiliated one of his champions 2 years ago. It seems like we are about to enjoy this game thoroughly. Wendigo smirked behind the veil of darkness. How about we make it more exciting by showing my champion's game at the same time as theirs? Saurus suggested with a cunning glint. The timing of the games is close to each other. The other two had no reason to reject. They knew that Jormungandr's expression would be a sight to behold after everyone sees his champion getting his ass handed to him while their champion is performing splendidly. Make sure to invite all primogenitors to watch those 2 games. Wendigo proposed. Tell them to add their champion games if they were going to start at close proximity to ours. This will help out in bringing in more primogenitors. You sure are going to turn this into a festival. Saurus snapped his finger and said while breaking into light particles. Leave it to me. I will make sure to create a worthy arena to drag Jormungandr into the dirt. Call, Felix said while pushing a small mountain of chips into the center of the table. Thor stared at him intensely with a serious expression, hoping to find if he was bluffing or for real with his bet. Alas, he ended up finding nothing on Felix's numb expression. He already mastered the emotionless face after spending time with Asna and Rest talking in his mind constantly. TSK, I fold. Thor threw his cards to the center and leaned away from the table. His chips were few and he didn't want to take another risk with his garbage cards. This left only Asna, Lady Sphinx, and Jormungandr still contemplating their move. As for the dealer, it was Nimmo wearing a cute tuxedo as he stood on a long stool. He absolutely had no idea what the fuck was going on, but Asna's gentle training made it possible for him to do a basic job of a dealer. Call. In the end, Lady Sphinx decided to keep playing even though she got nothing from Felix's poker expression. Asna did the same, but Jormungandr took it a step above everyone and said with a faint smirk, all in. He pushed all his chips to the center, creating a huge mountain. How bold! Thor snickered from the side. Realizing that the ball was in his court, Felix didn't hesitate to push all his chips as well. Shit! I am fucked. Upon seeing so, Jormungandr kept the same smirk on his face, but he was cursing in his mind. His cards were absolutely crap, and he didn't think that anyone would fight him if he showed a confident expression. He was right about the other 2. I fold. Same. Lady Sphinx was too rational, and she didn't like taking unnecessary risks while Asna simply chickened out. This left Felix and Jormungandr staring at each other without a change of expression. You first. Jormungandr smiled. No, elders should always go first. Felix ricocheted it. Not wanting to prolong the inevitable, Jormungandr chuckled embarrassedly as he exposed his hand. It was actually 2 4 and 9 unsuited cards. However, because there was a 9 on the dealer's hand, making him have a pair, he might actually win this if Felix was holding pocket 10s, jacks, queens, kings, or aces. You daring bastard! Asna cursed as she showed her cards being slightly better than his hand. As for Lady Sphinx and Thor, they didn't react at all since they believed that Felix must definitely have a much better hand. Alas, when they glanced at him and saw his eyelids twitching, they knew that something wasn't right. Cough, congratulations. Embarrassed, Felix said while showing his hand to everyone. His hand was so shit, it made Jormungandr cards appear like they were made out of diamonds. Seriously? A pair of 2 and 7. Even Lady Sphinx was left speechless by his boldness to bluff with the worst hand possible in poker. That's because, even if they were suited, they would make a very low flush, and if either made pairs, it was still a low hand. While there's always a chance that he could get pairs, these were low pairs. He actually got a low pair since the dealer's hand had a 2 as well. But Jormungandr's hand wins over him since he had a pair of 9. Still, compared to what the other 3 had, it was a free win if any of them committed instead of folding. Cough. I honestly thought that all of you will fold when you see me act so boldly after playing it safe for the last half hour. Felix explained his plan so they wouldn't think that he was playing randomly. As expected from my student, we had the same thought, unlike someone. Jormungandr laughed in delight while pulling the chips mountain to his side. Bastard! What do you mean by that? Thor growled at him, feeling like he was low-key insulting him. Seeing that another argument was about to start, Felix excused himself. I am done for now. The game is about to start soon. Good luck out there. We will be watching you with the other primogenitors. Makes us proud. Show them what real lightning is capable of. Thor grinned, knowing that Felix had spent most of his time creating lightning abilities and combos for this game. It was time for lightning manipulation to grace the stage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On a smooth, paved gray ground that was surrounded by gloomy castle walls, flashes of light began to pop out in every direction. In a few moments, those flashes of light turned into players from different unique races. Felix could be seen summoned at the right corner next to a humanoid red dragon with human features being most dominant. He didn't have wings, but he did have a red short tail with a pointy end and 2 brown horns protruding from his forehead. In this game, there was only one player with those characteristics. Flamebearer from the red dragonling race. Move, peasant, you blocking my path. Flamebearer ordered with an overbearing tone as he stood in front of Felix. He was 2 meters tall, making him look down on Felix with a hint of disgust. Sure thing. Felix smiled kindly and opened the way for him. Such a humiliation. I can't believe I have to fight in the same game with such a lowlife. Flamebearer mumbled as he walked past Felix. He might have mumbled, but his deep, rough voice resounded loudly in Felix's ears. His inferiority complex sure is running wild. I might have fun with him later on. Still, Felix kept the same nonchalant smile as he surveyed around him. He didn't take Flamebearer's words to heart, since he knew that all dragonlings talk like that to lesser races, unlike real proud dragons. They were proud by nature, and they didn't need to say anything to exhibit their superiority, unlike the dragonlings, who were born from a mix. Neat. It seems like a vampire is going to be our judge this time. Out of nowhere, a high-pitched, excited, childish voice echoed loudly in the backyard. The players all turned to the source and couldn't help but sigh deeply after spotting Wowf's thrilled expression as he looked around him. Meanwhile, Nero was nowhere to be seen, probably hiding within his shell. Haha. Another unique commentator will be added to my stamp collection. Wowf rubbed his giant turtle-like hands as he showed everyone a realistic holographic collection filled with pictures. Each one had a person from a unique race with details below it. Check it out, Mississippi. Do you like it? Wowf asked with a tone filled with anticipation as he displayed his collection to disfigured beauty. She appeared to be a half-deer half-woman standing on 4 limbs. Her upper body was made out of light wood while the lower half was made out of brown tough wood that was covered in green moist moss. Her gorgeous face was filled with scars, making her truly a disfigured beauty. Disfigured Beauty lowered her head and smiled kindly to Wowf. Her smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze, making most players around her feel the instinct to protect it. I love it. It must have taken some time to collect them. She complimented while patting Wowf's head gently with a hand made out of pure nature energy. Hee. Back off now. Abruptly, an irritated rough voice emerged from within the turtle shell. Before Disfigured Beauty could react, unbearable heat escaped from the shell and evaporated that nature energy like it was nothing. This forced her to take a step back instinctively since fire was her absolute bane in life. Stop giggling like a retard and go sit in the corner. Nero's head emerged from the shell and gave one glare to Wowf before retrieving his neck deep within again. What a buzzkiller! Wowf murmured in annoyance as he walked away, kicking small pebbles on his path. Boom boom. Since he was 3 meters tall, those pebbles were fucking rocks being fired off like missiles into the castle's wall. What's up with the ruckus? Suddenly, the front gate of the castle was pushed open, exposing a lean, pale, charming man in an old-fashioned tuxedo. He had a small brown mustache and curled long caramel hair. His long fangs easily gave away his race. Seeing that no one was planning on answering him, he dropped the subject and introduced himself. I am Ledomar Oral, the 8th Prince of the House Oral, and I will be your judge in this game. As he introduced himself, Wowf could be seen scribbling those details under a picture he secretly took of him. Ledomar saw all of this and didn't bother himself to deal with it. He simply snapped his finger and blood began to seep out of his skin and shape up as a massive empty screen. The screen turned on and showed everyone the rules of the game. Everyone has one chance to ask a question. Ledomar looked at them indifferently and said, "Make them count." Immediately after, the players began to raise their hands one by one. There were 25 of them, which means all their inquiries would be answered if no one held back. Can we control the timer of the bombs? Disfigured Beauty asked after getting permission. Yes, you can set them to explode from 1 second to 10 minutes. Ledomar replied and pointed at another player. Do bombs need to be attached to the brown boxes to work or not? Bombs work as long as they got attached to a wall, a box, or the ground. Ledomar emphasized. Some players sighed in relief at the sound of that, as they didn't want their fights to be focused on who got the strongest bomb. Now, instead of throwing them at their enemies, they would be forced to focus on surfaces, making it easier to anticipate the explosion and dodge it. May I know if there will be any limitation on sensory abilities? A 3 meters fat panda asked with a low-pitched voice. He was wearing an orange robe in a way that made him resemble monks. In addition, he was holding into a long green bamboo staff. Yes, the limitation is 35 meters for everyone. The humanoid panda nodded his head and sat down on his butt, shaking the entire backyard. The players ignored this sight and continued throwing their questions one by one. Soon, only a few players were left who had yet to ask. Felix was one of them, and he wasn't planning on asking anything. All of his inquiries were answered, and he had no intentions of doing favors to other players by giving them a freebie. I guess we are done here. Ledomar gave them a slight head nod and said, You have 30 minutes to prepare yourselves. Then he entered the castle and the gate closed behind him. As usual, Felix went to sit in a corner, not planning on socializing with anyone. He understood that making allies now was useless since all of them would be dropped in random areas. The others thought the same. So, they remained quiet as they waited for the game to begin. Only Wowf was left talking to himself excitedly about his new addition to his collection. Meanwhile, in the Primogenitor's Council, a hubbub has risen after Thor showed himself with Jormungandr and Lady Sphinx. Everyone anticipated that he would show himself sooner or later after Jormungandr's recent appearance. So, no one was fairly surprised that he showed up. However, when it was exposed that Felix was representing him as a champion as well, no one remained quiet about it. I am starting to think that you guys got cursed by that kid or something. Erebus face-bombed at the mere notion of 3 primogenitors sharing a single champion. 2 primogenitors sharing one is already too much. Siren shook her head in disapproval. Aren't we sticking by the rules and betting the right amount? Thor scoffed as he brought out a jar of wine. So, mind your goddamn business. The neutral primogenitors dropped the subject at once since it didn't affect them that much. But the Darkin faction's members weren't planning on letting it go. I hope you are not planning on participating in the yearly event with one champion, Saurus asked with a concerned tone. The other primogenitors' ears perked up in intrigue, wanting to know how would they manage to join the games with a single champion. It was a known fact that primogenitors were needed to bring out a team made out of 6 champions, so they could participate in solo/duo/party game modes. Since only Felix seemed to be their champion, this made them eligible to participate only in the solo game mode. That's a bit shameful to have 3 primogenitors in the event but participate only in one game mode. I hope you sit it out. We don't want our champions and viewers to look down on us after they see the three of you sending only one champion but ends up the first to get slaughtered. Wendigo advised with a caring tone. But still, a tint of ridicule could be picked up almost immediately by other primogenitors. It seems like we are making you worry for nothing. Lady Sphinx smiled. We aren't planning on participating in the first place. The primogenitors were a bit taken back by her response. In their eyes, any primogenitor with a champion must join no matter what, since those games would be 100 times more entertaining. That's because the players would all be champions and the bets placed in the games would move any primogenitor. Knowing that Lady Sphin was on the hunt for the maniacal monoliths, they believed that she would risk making her champion participate at least in solo game mode. Haha! It seems like they are lacking confidence in their champion's ability to win it. Saurus laughed in mockery, completely dropping the act. It's to be expected. Mananangle smiled gracefully. The event will start in a month or so, and it's clear to us that their amazing champion has yet to hit the mark. The other primogenitors nodded their heads in understanding. They knew that the weakest champion in the event would be ranked as peak platinum. But in reality, even those players were able to easily hit mid-rank diamond rank or above. The only reason they remained at such a low rank was to participate in the solo game mode and have higher chances of victory. Since all primogenitors were doing so, it meant that Felix would get eaten alive if he dared to step into the arena against them. Lady Sphinx knew so and had no intentions of pushing Felix to almost certain death just to join in the fun. Hence, their mockery and taunts had no effect on her. She still smiled faintly as she listened to the Darkin faction members snicker at their expense. They are really starting to piss me off. Thor tightened his fist on his wine jar until cracks started to emerge. Keep it in, Jormungandr said. It's not time yet. Let them laugh for now. Next year, we will see if they will still keep laughing. Upon seeing that the atmosphere was getting nasty due to the Darkin faction's continuous terrible remarks, Aspidocalone coughed twice loudly and said, The players have been teleported to the stadium. Sure enough, the third screen before those primogenitors showed that tens of players getting summoned one by one in the main field. It looks like we will be going first. Siren snickered as she looked at Kumiho. Kumiho giggled without responding to her. Those two also had a bone to pick with each other, making the game interesting for the primogenitors to watch. Soon, another screen brightened up, showing the players suspended above moving white platforms. Saurus smiled the moment he noticed his champion above one of those platforms. He looked at the magma primogenitor Charuf and nodded his head at him politely. Two high-ranked diamond champions. Wendigo clapped his hands twice. I believe we have the main show to watch. Indeed. I hope it's going to be a spectacular game. The primogenitors agreed with him. Even Siren and Kumiho approved of it since their champions were only at peak platinum. Before long, the last screen finally brightened up, displaying Felix, Wowifx Nero, Disfigured Beauty, and the rest of the players hurtled up on a giant arena. Lon and lured. Fucking finally. Welcome back. We missed you. The stadium exploded into frenzied cheers as Felix's fans infested almost every corner of it. His fan club already owned more than 40% of the stadium to themselves, leaving 60% for the rest of the clubs. Such domination was only due to Felix's discount coupons, making it possible for more fans to risk going broke just to watch his game live. In addition, humans were known for their terrifying numbers, so it wasn't weird that a lot of rich lords were cheering him on live. After all, Felix was probably the only notable human player in the Universal Supremacy Games platform. Thank you. Felix smiled charmingly as he waved his right arm at them, while wearing a black tank with his brand logo in the center, beach shorts, and white sneakers. You bastard. I will kill you when I leave here. Asna cursed with reddened cheeks as she saw the camera zoomed on him, making his tattoo visible to all. Did he adopt a pet or something? Can someone tell me its species? I want one as well. It must be expensive as heck. Sure enough, his fans were left wondering about the tattoo my pet Asna, unlike the other spectators from other clubs, who started booing him. They didn't like it one bit that he was getting all the attention the moment he appeared. leaving their idols to serve as side characters. How dare this lowlife to get more attention than me? Flame-bearer's nostrils started to emit burning smoke as he eyed Felix murderously. It was a known fact that red dragonlings were easily angered since their main source of power came from their fury. The madder they get, the harder they hit. Oh? It can only be him. Sensing the heavy killing intent targeting him made Felix recognize its source immediately. When he turned around and saw Flame-bearer's vicious look directed at him, he smiled innocently and asked, "You want some cheers as well?" "What?" His reply threw Flame-bearer off as he expected that Felix would lower his head again instead of talking crap like this. Unfortunately for him, Felix wasn't known for talking crap. "Come on, cheer with me, Flame-bearer. Flame-bearer." Felix cheered loudly with his hands up in the air, leaving his fans a bit confused. "Do it?" Leader Emma, who knew Felix's shameless personality, didn't hesitate to order his fans to repeat after him. "Flame-bearer. Flame-bearer. Flame-bearer." In a few moments, Flame-bearer's name was being resounded throughout the entire stadium due to Felix's fans. This happened only because every club leader was left fucking confused by the situation. Hell, even Flame-bearer's fans were left speechless. Although his name was being resounded thunderously, giving him the attention that he desired, Flame-bearer didn't enjoy it even a little bit. He only felt like he was being humiliated publicly every time his name was mentioned. Yet, he had no idea how to react to the situation. "Happy now, little dragonling?" Felix smiled charmingly as he eyed Flame-bearer's stunned expression. "You! How dare you treat me like this?" Crimson fire began to manifest on Flame-bearer's shoulders and hair, forcing the players to take a step away from him. The heat he kept releasing wasn't a joke in the slightest. Yet, Felix didn't hesitate to keep antagonizing Flame-bearer. "You seem pissed? Wasn't that enough? Should the entire stadium call out your name so your little ego can finally be sated?" His words were sure taking effect as Flame-bearer started to huff like a wild bull while his entire body began transforming. However, before he could finish, Ledomar appeared out of nowhere and spoke calmly beside his ears. "If you won't calm down now, I will be forced to eliminate you early." The moment he heard so, Flame-bearer's sanity began to return bit by bit. "I can't get myself eliminated shamefully like this because of a lowlife." Flame-bearer clutched his heart as he started taking deep breaths with his eyes closed shut, not wanting to even peek at Felix right now. He knew that he was going to lose it and strike him if he saw his smug smile. In a few moments, Flame-bearer's size started to return to normal while his dragon features began to withdraw slowly. "TSK, that was close." Felix shrugged his shoulders and walked away with his hands in his pockets. He saw an opportunity to get rid of Flame-bearer and took it. Unfortunately, Flame-bearer had a little bit of restraint compared to some of his brothers and sisters, who lose their shit the instant they get offended by someone lesser than them. "Still, I managed to trigger him deeply." Felix smirked as he glanced at Flame-bearer's murderous eyes. Now, to vent his anger, he will attack anyone he met in the maze. Felix sure loved trolling him, but he did it with a clear purpose of taking advantage of his low status to attack him. If anyone else in the game did so, Flame-bearer wouldn't have gotten so pissed since their racial status was considered just as high as him. It sounds fucked up, but that was how dragonlings behaved, making them disliked by most races. For your champion to play such petty tricks right from the start, is he ready to fight them? Wendigo scoffed at Thor and Jormungandr. "I have to disagree with you on this one, brother Wendigo." Erebus complimented Felix. "I am liking his attitude. He makes sure to take advantage of every little opportunity to bring down his enemies. Indeed, I would rather have my champions act like this more instead of fighting based on their whims." Cheruf nodded in agreement. Upon seeing that Wendigo's remark had backfired, Saurus quickly changed the subject by mentioning, "The interviews are over for Siren and Kumiho's game." The primogenitors swiftly dropped the subject and focused on the game between those two beauties. Meanwhile, Felix had already finished his short interview after making sure to sponsor his clothing brand. The brand numbers were picking up with each victory he achieves, making him earn billions of coins from selling clothes, shoes, and hats that were related to him. Before long, the interview segment was concluded without any other fanfare. Omar teleported back to his commentary station and placed the mic on the holder. Then, he sat down and announced, "Let the game begin!" Felix and the rest were instantly teleported above the maze that was concealed in a massive cloud of fog. Felix looked below him and realized that he was 100 meters above the western side of the map. When he surveyed his sides, he noticed that players were censored. This was common practice in Platinum games and above to keep the game as fair as possible, especially when the numbers of players were too few and it was possible for players from the race to land in the same game. Felix squinted his eyes at the fog, knowing that it wasn't going to be removed so soon like in his previous maze game. That's because almost every player here had enough resources and network to get their hands on a temporary perfect memory potion. If they were allowed to scan the entire maze from above, it would defy the purpose of placing them in a maze in the first place. As he expected, the moment the countdown reached 0 and the players were released, the fog remained to hide the maze's lines from everyone. However, when everyone crossed the 20 meters mark, the fog began to disappear, revealing a massive complex maze. There were some wide open long paths and others that were completely closed off by tens of giant brown boxes. There were way too many intersections, making it possible for a bomb to affect multiple boxes in other directions. The metallic walls were the only things that remained constant throughout the maze. Thud! In a short moment, Felix landed on the ground without breaking a sweat. However, his expression didn't seem too pleased. That's because he managed to memorize only a few paths before his vision was blocked by the walls. He couldn't even use his supersonic mode since all abilities were banned before touching the ground. "Asna, how much did you memorize?" he asked. "I memorized almost half the western area," Asna replied lazily. "Good job." Felix's eyelids twitched at the sound of that. He didn't know if he should feel happy or annoyed that even with his perfect memory and quick reasoning, he still didn't come close to hers. Asna's vision of the world was completely different than his after all. Knowing that he didn't have time to mope around, Felix opened his inventory and picked out a square-shaped small black box. He pressed on a button and saw a timer appear on all of its surfaces. Queen set the timer to 3 seconds for now, Felix requested as he placed the box in his pockets. It was possible to use the queen instead of relying on the button to time the bomb. This was allowed since the battles happened so fast and it would be detrimental for the players if they were forced to waste precious time to click a button continuously. Infrared vision activate. Felix's triangle-like pupils turned semi-red and white as he started observing the area around him. As Omar mentioned, his vision was blocked at 35 meters sharp. This made it hard to scout through multiple brown boxes and walls since they were exceedingly thick. "Asna, show me the closest way to the center," Felix requested while cracking his neck twice. "Head straight for now. You will need to blow up 2 boxes." Felix listened to her and walked towards a giant 40 meters brown box. It was blocking his path completely, making him attach a bomb in its center. When he looked through the box, he saw no outline for a treasure chest. "Hopefully, I luck out soon on a treasure chest." Felix retreated from the brown box and hid behind a wall. "Now!" Boom! The brown box immediately got blown away to smithereens, hurling dangerous fragments everywhere. Some fragments were as big as a boulder, making Felix withdraw his head swiftly for protection. After waiting until the smoke cleared out, Felix emerged and walked towards the explosion zone. He avoided the remains of the box and continued on his way until he faced another box blocking his path. Just as he planned on placing another bomb, a symphony of explosions started resounding boomingly in the maze. Felix listened carefully to the sources and realized that an explosion had occurred quite nearby him. What's worse, it was coming from the front, making him understand that he might end up facing another player. Just great. Felix placed the bomb on the box and walked away with an irritated expression. He knew that his position was exposed to another player through his first bombing. He wanted to avoid getting into early battles like those since he wouldn't get anything from them. Everyone had just started making it obvious that no one had a good inventory of bombs. This meant if he fought and won, He would merely get a couple of hundreds of game points and the remaining weak bombs if he had any left. Boom! Asna, give me all the information you have about the pathings. Felix narrowed his eyes at the long empty path and said, I need to make an escape route immediately. Sure. Asna agreed and started recreating her memorized complex grid of the western side of the maze. Felix kept registering everything she said while he sprinted forward. With his perfect memory and enhanced reasoning, he wouldn't have an issue visualizing her version of the maze. Sure enough, when he reached the end of the path, he didn't require her to guide him anymore. He knew what was behind the brown box in front of him and the paths connecting to it. This was 100 times much better than having Asna guide him since he could see the bigger picture and plan. Boom! Out of nowhere, Felix's ears were rocked from an explosion that was so near. He saw a few fragments of the box flying in the air. With a quick calculation by using the maze visualization, Felix concluded that the player was only 50 meters away from him. What's worse, he was heading in his direction. Who is this retard? Felix hardened his expression as he hid behind a wall. He understood that players might not have the same visualization of the map as him, but they could still memorize a general direction towards the center. What this player was doing was going in the exact opposite direction to the center. It only meant that he was either brain dead or targeting Felix. Either way, he was fucking dumb for doing so. I can't believe I am forced to play along with this idiot. Felix was slightly pissed at the thought of the upcoming random fight. Alas, he could do nothing about it. He couldn't head back since he would be forced to use his bombs on opening another path. He had only 3 bombs left and really couldn't waste them on random bombing. It's better if I ally with him, Felix wished. Hopefully, he is heading towards me for this reason. It wasn't out of the box to seek allies right from the start of the game. Unfortunately for Felix, if he knew who was heading towards him, he wouldn't have bothered to bring the notion of allying. It looks like we are about to get a continuation of the previous dispute. Omar smiled faintly as he switched the camera to Felix. Before the viewers could understand what he meant, he split it in half and showed Flamebearer walking through an explosion like it was nothing. He was getting hit by those fragments, but his walk wasn't even affected. His direction, it was clearly towards Felix. Oh no! What kind of bullshit luck is this? Haha! The petty human would get slaughtered. Good. This should teach him a lesson not to open his mouth wantonly again. While Felix's fans were left dumbfounded and scared shitless, the other viewers started cheering in excitement and delight. No one expected that those two would end up meeting the moment they were thrown in the maze. Meanwhile, the primogenitors were laughing their asses off at the expense of Felix. I rarely see plans backfiring as bad as this. Komiho giggled in amusement. Felix aimed to piss off Flamebearer, so he would fight anyone at the very start of the game to vent his anger. This would result in tiring one player and the elimination of another. It was a win for everyone not involved. Haha. He ended up shooting himself in the foot. Saurus mocked. Classic Thor behavior. Thor glared at him, but he didn't say anything. He just focused on the screen that was showing Flamebearer being separated from Felix by one brown box. Boom! Without an ounce of hesitation, Flamebearer used his 4th bomb to blow it up and walked straight through it. The instant he crossed the 35 meters mark, Felix couldn't help but get taken back by the glowing bright red aura he kept producing. It was big enough. It hid his outline from him. That's how much heat he was producing on a normal basis. Fuck me. I can't be this unlucky, right? It didn't take Felix even a second to realize that Flamebearer was aiming at him. His bone structure and the monstrous aura were unique to only himself in this game. I guess you are not allying with him. Asna chuckled in amusement while eating popcorns. Felix started preparing himself for a nasty fight, knowing that reasoning with that bonehead wasn't going to happen. He reached his hand to a leather bag that was attached to his waist and took out a couple of silver nails. They were all connected with extremely thin lines, making it almost impossible to notice them even when the camera zoomed on his hands. Then, Felix started hurling those nails at the metallic walls in the intersection he was hiding next to. Pa pa pa. The nails connected themselves with the walls by using magnetism. Felix's control of electromagnetic energy was still shaky since he was taught it by Thor only recently. Still, he was capable enough to at least use it properly on small metallic nails. In the end, an invisible grid was created from those thin wires that were connected to each other, resembling somewhat like a spiderweb. It was suspended tens of meters above him. Felix left the grid alone and kept holding one silver nail with a wire in his pocket. He had already planned on how to deal with Flamebearer before the game even began due to his extensive research on the players. This time, he stood in the open, waiting for Flamebearer to arrive. He knew that ambushing him wasn't going to work since dragonlings were able to hear heartbeats from miles away. "If you gave me your loot, I might end up going easy on you." Flamebearer's arrogant voice echoed from within the dust cloud as he walked casually. Felix didn't comment back. He simply lifted his right arm and directed it at him, like he was aiming a gun. Then he pulled another silver nail and placed it at the tip of his finger. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix activated Thor's ordnance that turned his arm into a cannon of electricity. The moment Felix felt like it was charged enough, he aimed the silver nail at Flamebearer's visible skull and flicked his finger. Boom! By the time the noise was conveyed, the golden beam had already smashed directly with Flamebearer. Before Felix's fans could rejoice, the cloud of dust was swept away by the force, revealing that Flamebearer had blocked the attack with a single palm placed before his face. Smoke emerged from the middle of his palm where the deformed nail was digging slightly within. "So it was you." Flamebearer removed his palm from his face, displaying two bloodshot murderous eyes aimed at Felix. Ting! The deformed nail dropped to the ground, leaving behind only a slight scratch, as expected of the red dragon's scales. Let Omar enlighten the shocked fans. They are able to absorb a minimum of 70% of the incoming force. For gifted dragonling like Flamebearer, his scales were able to absorb more than 80%. Grandfather Robert and the rest of the elders felt their hearts sink at the news. They came to watch Felix's game live, thinking that he would dominate it just like he kept doing always. However, seeing one of his strongest offensive attacks get easily blocked made them recognize the severity of the situation. Meanwhile, Felix didn't seem too bothered by the disappointing results of his attack. He was simply testing waters to figure out Flamebearer's defense limit. "I was praying to the ancestral dragon to let me meet you in the maze. It seems like my prayers were answered," Flamebearer said with a tight-lipped evil smile as he manifested tens of crimson fireballs behind his back. With each step he took towards Felix, dozen more get created. By the time he entered the intersection, more than 100 flickering fireballs were revolving around him. Without a warning, Flamebearer slapped both of his hands together as he shouted at Felix, "Perish, you fucking worm!" Phew! 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 A rain of fireballs graced Felix from every single direction. Felix knew that merely one of them was enough to leave him with serious burn marks due to the uniqueness of the red dragon's fire. So he snapped his finger and entered his supersonic mode, making him read the trajectory of each fireball easily. Yet, instead of dodging them, Felix manifested two long whips made out of golden electricity and started destroying them in their paths. Boom, boom! The viewer's vision was too slow to follow Felix's movement, but they still could see golden lines splitting those fireballs into halves before exploding. "Smart move by Landlord," Let Omar praised. If he simply evaded them, Flamebearer would control them to ambush him from behind. It was to be expected that Flamebearer's external manipulation would be that good since he reached this height in the platform. Boom! Before long, the last fireball had been getting ridden off. However, before Felix's fans could rejoice, they were shocked to see that Flamebearer had disappeared from his position. When he appeared, he was clawing down on Felix from above with a massive red-scaled arm. Crash! Felix evaded his ambush successfully by pulling himself to a wall by using the electrical pull ability. Yet, it wasn't even close to being over as Flamebearer flew towards him like a homing missile. The scary part, he was almost as fast as Felix while he was using supersonic mode. Boom, boom! Explosions kept resounding in the intersection, leaving the viewers staring at the screen with widened eyes, hoping to spot their silhouettes. Alas, they were moving too fast, only aftermaths were left behind. Tisk, so they dared put him in a real platinum game without improving his abilities. The speed that allowed him to win his previous games ain't going to work against most of those players. Saurus snickered. They are truly sending him to death. Everyone agreed with him silently after seeing that Felix was struggling to keep Flame Bearer away from him. Unlike other viewers, they could see the fight happening in slow motion. Hence, they spotted Felix's desperate expression as he dodged both random fire abilities and Flame Bearer's barbaric attacks. With each second gone by, they could see that Flame Bearer's speed was catching up to Felix slowly as he started to adapt to the pace of the battle. This was expected from a race who shared a bloodline with the noble red dragons. Felix was required to enhance his speed and reflexes with his lightning, but Flame Bearer's physical strength provided that much from simply his bloodline. Die! Die! Die, you cockroach! Flame Bearer's infuriated screams showed that he was started to get pissed at how slippery Felix was. With each missed attack, his ego kept getting wounded at the realization that he was displaying an unsightly image before his race and the other viewers. A proud dragonling struggling to finish off a human? He felt that everyone in his race was laughing at him as they thought this way. He wasn't overreacting as some of the viewers from his race began booing him. When it came to dealing with races that were considered lesser, those dragonlings were truly obnoxious and hateful. Drop dead already. Livid, Flame Bearer screamed with veins popping on his neck as he jumped in the air. Flaming wings manifested behind his back and kept him suspended 10 meters above the ground. Soon, Felix appeared in the public eye as he stood below him without moving an inch. What is he doing? Letimar's eyes widened in surprise as he commented. Doesn't he know what was about to come? Most viewers didn't understand what he meant. Before they could try to ask those next to them, they were left with mouths agape at one of the most horrifying sights they have ever seen. Flame Bearer's throat began to enlarge like a balloon, showing fiery crimson fire through the cracks of scales. Dragon breath! The viewers screamed for Flame Bearer as he unleashed a flood of deadly crimson fire at Felix. It was so hot, Felix felt like his skin was going to melt while the fire was still on its way. Still, he simply smirked faintly as he murmured, "Just as planned." Whoosh! It didn't take even a split second before the fire reached Felix and completely engulfed him. The cameras weren't able to capture exactly what happened since the fire ruined the image. Meanwhile, Flame Bearer didn't pause breathing fire for even a millisecond. He was already lost in his fury, making his rational judgment get affected heavily. You guys are strong, but you are still a defective product of real dragons. Out of nowhere, Felix appeared behind Flame Bearer's head and whispered the most sinister insult the dragonlings could even hear. Defective product. Defective product. The moment it entered Flame Bearer's mind, it kept repeating itself over and over again like a broken record. He didn't think about Felix, who was so dangerously close to him. He didn't respond to his instincts that were screaming at him to get away. He simply gave in to his emotions, making them cloud his rationality even further. Right at this moment, he was even lesser than a beast. At least, beasts respect their instincts. Alas, even if he did something now, it was already too late for him. Felix snapped his finger and transmuted into electricity, then teleported to one of the silver nails that were attached to the walls by the thin wire's grid. When he appeared, the camera automatically placed him in the frame. The viewers didn't know how to react as they saw him leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets, while staring nonchalantly at Flame Bearer. As they glanced at Flame Bearer reflexively, they were met with a shocking image that sent chills down their spine. He is melting. Letimar's graceful demeanor was completely ruined as he screamed with a horrified, high-pitched voice. Even the primogenitors were left surprised by the sudden turn of events. They saw how Felix created a solid pitch-black tiny needle and dug it deep within Flame Bearer's skull by penetrating his reverse scale. That tiny needle was made out of corruption inducement, but potent enough that it had been solidified. It was so deadly, Felix had decided to call it death sentence since no one had ever survived it in his practice runs in the UVR. Everyone gets turned into black ash almost immediately if it got into their system. Yet, Flame Bearer's physical defenses were so tough, the needle merely made his flesh melt down even though it hit him internally. The heat had also played a huge role to protect him from getting instantly killed since the poison kept getting burnt before causing serious damage. If it wasn't for Flame Bearer already losing his mind over his emotions, the hellish pain would have been enough to wake him up and use countermeasures to survive. Alas, the moment dragonlings lose their shit to their fury, only destructive thoughts fill their minds. I am not a defective product. I will show you all. I am also a proud dragon. Stop calling me that. I will kill you all. Die, die, die. Die-e. Boom-oom. With one final maddened roar, Flame Bearer's body exploded. Crap. Scared shitless, Felix instantly transmuted into electricity and coursed through a wire that was connected to the furthest nail in the grid. When he showed himself again, only tainted black metallic walls and ground were left behind. Flame Bearer thoroughly went out with a bang. Fucking lunatics. Felix cursed as he dropped to the ground. Everything was within his plan, from preparing an invisible grid of wires high above to delivering the final attack at Flame Bearer's reverse scale, the only weakness to his overpowered scales. Yet, he didn't expect that he would actually blow himself up. To do so, he really needed to be mental. You kept striking his mental weakness over and over again. Asna rolled her eyes. What did you think will happen? I only wanted to make him lose it for a few moments, so he wouldn't defend against my poison. Felix coughed as he walked back towards the explosion zone. When he reached the center, he found a small pouch. Felix lifted and opened it. Then, clicked his tongue in irritation after finding only one weak bomb was left behind. What a fucking waste of time and energy. Felix kicked the pouch away in annoyance and started sprinting towards another giant brown box. Meanwhile, the viewers could only stare at him with dumbfounded expressions, not knowing how to react to the end of the battle. A few seconds ago, Felix was noticeably getting his ass handed to him. Then, a moment later, Flame Bearer was gone without a trace while Felix was left unscathed. Everything happened so fast. Their mortal eyes and mind couldn't keep up at all, unlike the primogenitors and some exceptions in the audience. Truly a marvelous strategic mind. Erebus complimented highly. Besides the Darkin faction members, who had a somewhat displeased expression, the other primogenitors nodded their heads in agreement. He cleverly created a trap in the sky with wires and baited Flame Bearer to use his dragon breath by evading his attacks continuously. Siren disclosed. Thor's transmutation ability played a huge role as well. Still, his timely ambush wouldn't have worked if he didn't keep taking advantage of the dragonling's low self-esteem by striking down on his fragile ego. Those poor little things. They were born with dragon's pride, making them unable to accept being a mixed race. This made it pretty easy to attack their mentality. If Felix did so to any other hybrid race, they probably would have been merely pissed and not lost total control. Alas, red dragonling's strength depends on their fury. So, their emotions were already unstable, as they could get angered quite easily to gain a boost in strength. This was a good ability on its own if it wasn't possible for dragonlings to completely fall into a frenzy and lose their rationality. It was actually rare for this to occur since dragonlings were taught from birth to keep their emotions in check all the time. Unfortunately, that was possible only against equal peers in the eyes of the dragonlings. While the viewers were watching a slow replay of the battle with astounding expressions, Felix had already bombed his way through 2 more boxes. When he reached the 3rd brown box, he sighed in relief. Finally, a treasure chest. He could easily see the outline of the chest that was placed within the brown box. Unfortunately, its color grayed out while its size was the same as all rarities of chests. The game made it like this so players wouldn't know what rarity they would be getting before blowing a brown box. After all, if they could see its rarity, they could target only rare chests plus. Felix placed a bomb on it and retreated away. In a few seconds, it blew up, exposing a blue-colored medium-sized chest. A rare one? Not bad. Felix smiled as she sprinted towards the chest. He kicked it wide open and glanced inside. Neat. He grinned in delight after seeing 2 items within it. A pouch with a blue explosion logo and a ring. After putting them inside his inventory, he started reading their details while continuing his sprint. 3 strong freezing bombs and a high-grade spatial ring. Felix ignored the ring as he didn't require it or care enough to sell it. However, the bombs intrigued him thoroughly. That's because strong bombs were capable of blowing up 2 brown boxes at once in 4 directions. This meant he could utilize them to clear his path even faster. 3 of them could do the job of 6 weak bombs. Nevertheless, he was hesitant about doing so since strong bombs could actually cause some serious injuries to most players in the game. Adding the freezing effect to the mix, they could be used in key moments to switch a fight around. Sigh. I don't have much of a choice, do I? Felix shook his head and decided to use them since he was left with only 1 weak bomb. I guess it's time to switch to treasure hunting to fill in my inventory first. Treasure chests were truly the key to winning this game since one could not move forward without bombs. What's worse, even if someone reached the center, he would require 5 superior bombs or a nuclear bomb to destroy the black box. This entailed that aiming for the center wasn't really the key to winning the game but hunting either treasure chests or other players. Every player had already realized so. That's why when the camera switched to show Disfigured Beauty, Wowfxnero, the Trader, and the others, they were all aiming at locating chests instead of heading in the general direction of the maze center. Since they all had sensory abilities, they were able to spot the treasures hidden with the brown boxes just like Felix. Goddess of Fortune is truly favoring Disfigured Beauty today, Letomar commentated. She already opened 2 rare chests and 1 epic, finding 2 superior bombs in them. Her gains were an exception as the rest of the players were also broke like Felix, finding only common or rare treasure chests in their journey. Still, those findings were enough to keep them in the game for a while. 20 minutes later, Felix could be seen squatting next to a white chest with an irritable expression. He kicked it wide open and took the white pouch from within. As he expected, he found 3 weak bombs, the bare minimum amount to be found in any chest. In the past 10 minutes, he managed to open only 7 treasure chests and 6 of them were common. Sure, they provided him with various amounts of weak bombs to fill up his inventory, but he wasn't pleased a bit. That's because he could hear other players popping strong bombs and even superior bombs left and right like they were candy. The difference in noise was too glaring to not spot. Plus, he saw even some fireworks congratulating players for opening epic chests. How the fuck am I supposed to compete against them with those firecrackers? Felix massaged his temples to regain his composure while walking away from the chest. However, just as he wanted to take another step, his instincts screamed at him about an incoming danger. Felix hunched his back swiftly, not spending a single millisecond overthinking. Phew. Thank God for his quick reaction as 2 extremely thin, invisible wind blades wheezed right past his hunched back and collided with the wall. Felix didn't stand right back up but actually rolled forward while opening up all of his tiny holes, allowing his stored lightning to cover his body. Whoosh! In that exact spot, a mini condensed gray-white tornado emerged. If he didn't move, he would have been thrown in the air uncontrollably. Knowing that he wasn't safe yet, Felix used an electrical arc to pull him to the nearest wall. This position provided him with a better vision of his surrendering. Even though Felix didn't see who ambushed him, he already knew who he was. The only wind elementalist in this game. Felix called out with a suppressed tone, "Executioner, come on out and let's have a friendly talk, shall we?" Felix narrowed his eyes like an eagle as he surveyed the area with infrared vision. In a short moment, he spotted a humanoid red aura entering his radar in a slow manner. Step by step, he crossed 20 meters and entered the path, where Felix was staying in. When Felix turned off his infrared vision, he was met with an image of a humanoid lean white owl, who was wearing a black samurai-like outfit with a kabuto one. He had 2 long katana's sheaths attached to his belt on both sides. He was donning a wooden waraji's one on his feet. They were supposed to make clacking noise with the ground, but nothing of such had been heard. This was the appearance of the executioner, a proud warrior of the Exonian race. I believe there is nothing to discuss. The executioner narrowed his large pupils at Felix as he placed both of his palms on his katana's handles. Don't be like that. You will need an ally sooner or later. Felix's eyelids twitched at his indirect rejection before he even proposed a partnership. Not interested. The executioner got into his battle stance and said calmly, "We the honorable Hagakis will prove our strength and dignity to all by relying only on ourselves. Fucking Exonians and their wounded honor." Felix was truly pissed at his luck in this game. From treasure chests to players, he always got the short end of the stick. Unfortunately for Landlord, Exonians will rather die proudly than receive help in the games. Omar shook his head in disapproval at Exonian's antics. Seeing that some viewers were left confused by his statement, he enlightened them with a short history lesson. The current Exonians were actually descendants of deserters from the Great Civil War between the Exonians and Ionians. Those deserters had escaped with their families to a remote planet within the main galaxy of the Metal Race. For hundreds of thousands of years, they were hiding there and receiving protection from the Metal Race and the SGA alliance against the Ionians after their race got almost wiped out in the Civil War. Since they lost the war, the deserters should have been hunted down and executed as well. It was within the rules of the alliance and no one could change that. However, the pacifist Metal Race didn't want anyone to start a fight in their galaxy ever again. They also didn't want to kick them out from their galaxy. Hence, they proposed that the Exonians would be considered as a subsidiary race of theirs under the condition that they would never have more than 20 million population. The Ionians could only agree since they didn't want to disrespect the Metal Race. Although they couldn't wipe them off completely, they made sure to humiliate them in public every single day by mentioning their origins. They were the sons and daughters of deserters. This made them ashamed of the view of other races, especially when everything was connected in the universe, making it easier to know about their origins. Hence, the newest generations always participate in the games to prove their strength and reclaim honor to their race. They would never allow someone to help them, so if they won a game, no one would spin it that they leached off their ally. In conclusion, Landlord better prepare himself for another tough battle. Omar finished his summary in merely a few seconds. Felix and the executioner were still in a standoff. "If you don't want to fight, throw your loot to me and leave at once," the executioner offered composedly. He wasn't stupid to underestimate Felix and force a random fight. But, if Felix refused to hand out his bombs, then he would be left without a choice but to do so. Just like Felix, his luck in his treasure chest hunt wasn't going well, making him desperate to seek other methods. "Bro, I really don't have anything good on me." Felix really didn't want to fight another battle so soon. His previous fight with Flamebearer might have ended in a few seconds, but the energy he used to make his plan work had exhausted 40% of his tank at once. He truly didn't want to tap on his emergency tank in the first 30 minutes of the game before he met WoWF's Nero. Whoosh! Abruptly, the executioner unsheathed both of his katanas, creating two long white wind blades in front of him. Upon close look, the viewers were shocked to see that the katanas were actually those long two white wind blades. They truly appeared like lightsabers instead of katanas. Naturally, the executioner can't use katanas made out of common materials against those players. Since artifacts were banned in Platinum and below games, he could only create katanas made out of the wind. Omar explained to everyone. Last warning. The executioner aimed one wind katana at Felix and said, "You have 3 seconds. I guess I can only do that." Upon seeing that negotiation or reasoning with him wasn't going to work, Felix was forced to play his plan B. Fine. Just chillax a little." Felix lifted both of his hands in the air as a way to show his cooperation. This shocked his fans the most as this was the first time ever they saw Felix surrender. A disappointing ending, but it is the smartest move for Landlord. As long as he leaves 3 bombs with him, he can still bounce back if he found an epic chest. Omar shared his opinion. Alas, the fans still had a bad taste in their mouth as they saw Felix bring out a bag filled with his bombs. "Are you cool with me keeping a few bombs to survive?" Felix asked. "If I didn't agree, he will probably try to fight with me since giving all bombs to me is the same as giving up on the game." The executioner thought about it and found that his request was reasonable. "Queen, how many bombs are in his inventory and in the bug currently?" he asked. The queen asked permission from Felix if she could answer. Felix nodded his head, not caring about revealing such intel to him. "He has 14 weak bombs and 2 strong flammable bombs in the bag." Queen added, "He has only 3 weak bombs in his inventory." Good. The executioner's mind was eased after knowing that he wasn't being fooled. "Now throw them over to me," he ordered while returning to a battle stance, worrying that Felix might still pull a quick one on him. Humans were known to be cunning after all. Catch! However, he soon realized that his worries were out of place as Felix truly had thrown the bag to him under the disappointed looks of his fans and primogenitors. SCLZLZLZLZ. While the bag was about to reach its peak velocity in the air, Felix entered his supersonic mode and dashed like the wind in the opposite direction. The executioner could clearly see him running away, but he didn't think too much about it. He knew that he would have done the same since it was better to escape while an enemy was occupied. Knowing that it was possible for Felix to detonate the bombs by using a timer if they landed on the ground, the executioner inspected the bag with his unique racial vision. It allowed them to see different colors through thin fabrics. When he saw not a hint of redness was inside, he knew that Felix didn't activate any of them. Who would have known? Humans can be upright once in a will. Before the executioner could finish his praise, he was left in disbelief at the sight of Felix suddenly emerging next to the bag. "Bitch, you thought." Felix flipped him a finger in midair and beamed the bag inside his AP bracelet before he disappeared in a flash of light. The viewers were dumbfounded, the primogenitors were left speechless, and the executioner was left completely baffled by what he had just witnessed. What did just happen? Omar almost fell out of his chair at the sudden turn of events. He was just as confused as everyone since he could clearly see that Felix's presence wasn't on the same path as the executioner. When he glanced at Felix's mini-screen, he couldn't help exclaim loudly, "How the fuck did he get there?" When he shared the screen with everyone, they were left just as shocked as he was. Felix could be seen standing before a brown box that was positioned at least 1 kilometer away from the executioner. Since this was a maze, those 2 miles should be stretched into 2 kilometers if the executioner wanted to head there. Can he teleport or what? What is this crap? How can he be in 2 places at the same time? Is that the same ability from before? Not even Felix's fans managed to figure out what had just transpired. As for the human viewers, they began to feel like Felix was a completely different species from them. Only a few smart viewers managed to guess what happened in those short seconds. Meanwhile, some primogenitors were slowly clapping their hands in enjoyment at Felix's smart and somewhat shameless escape. He really is using Thor's transmutation ability to its full potential with his shamelessness. Siren giggled pleasantly as she clapped her hands. The other primogenitors chuckled as well as they viewed the slow replay on the screen. This time, Omar and some viewers spotted Felix placing a tiny black nail inside the bag after switching the angle to look from behind. The black nail was attached with an extremely thin wire. If the camera didn't literally zoom x10 at Felix's hands, they wouldn't have spotted him holding into a small roll of that wire. When Felix threw the bag and dashed away as fast as possible, the camera followed him this time, showing that he reached the same brown box as before. Then, he stuck the wire roll into the metallic wall and instantly transmuted himself into millions of electrical charges before entering the wire. The moment that happened, the camera instantly switched back to the bag, showing millions of electrical charges turning into a humanoid shape before becoming Felix again. Felix grabbed the bag, flipped executioner, and returned in the same manner. By now, even the dumbest viewer understood Felix's ingenious escape plan. They couldn't help but feel amazed by such a terrific ability. They had seen Felix use it in a replay against Flamebearer, but they didn't really understand its true potential until now. An ability that can allow one to cross distances at the speed of light. Omar spoke with a slightly envious tone. As a vampire, even if he reached the state where he could turn his physical body into blood, he would never reach the same speed as Felix. Probably no one could do that besides light elementalists. While Felix's fans started cheering thunderously, feeling enlivened after knowing that Felix would never bow down to anyone in a game, the other viewers started clamoring irritatedly. How can he use so many lightning abilities? Weren't humans bound to a specific number? Don't forget that he also owns a limited poison manipulation. This is too weird. Is he really a human? Even primogenitors started having some reservations after seeing Felix use more lightning abilities than he should possess. They saw him use electromagnetism, transmutation, and those lightning whips against Flamebearer. Since Felix had already demonstrated many lightning abilities in his previous game, doubts were bound to rise. Though they didn't say anything since it was possible for primogenitor's bloodline to give more abilities than known. It seems like they are still on the fence if Felix is using a limited lightning manipulation or just relying on bloodline abilities. Lady Sphinx smiled faintly as she glanced at their countenance. A human using limited manipulation was already an achievement on its own that had never happened before. But owning two manipulations? This had never happened in the history of the universe for any race. Because of this, most primogenitors ignored the other two games before them and decided to focus solely on Felix. Maybe Sphinx really succeed in finding a way to synthesize multiple limited manipulations in one person. Saurus spoke telepathically with a poker face. We can only watch the kid closely and see if he create any more unique abilities. Wendigo replied as he eyed Felix, who was grinning widely in front of a close-shut purple chest. Finally, something good. Felix rubbed his hands in delight as he kicked the chest wide open. Whoosh! Boom! Congratulations to Landlord for opening an epic chest. Fucking pricks. Felix cursed the game creators, who planned this notification to make the players with a better loot get targeted. If you found an epic or a legendary chest, good for you. But if you don't have the strength to keep hold of the loot, then don't bother opening it. Knowing that his position was compromised, Felix swiftly took the 3 shimmering items from within the chest and beamed them in his inventory. Then he sprinted away, following his original pathing to the center. A few minutes later, 2 players emerged from the same path and walked towards the chest. One of them was the nature centaur Disfigured Beauty, and the other was 2 meters ripped white-furred werewolf. Soon, another one appeared from behind them, creating buzzing noises as he flew in their direction. Be official. Didn't we tell you to stop flying? The werewolf glared at a humanoid yellow and black bee with a sting and thin, transparent wings. Right now, those wings were flapping extremely fast, creating an irritating noise to the ears. For the sake of our alliance, can you please respect Bloodright's request? Disfigured Beauty asked him kindly, knowing that Bloodright's ears were extra sensitive to low-pitched hyper noises. For the sake of the alliance. The official repeated with a monotonous tone as he withdrew his wings and landed on his feet next to them. His eyes were gray, appearing like they were soulless. Why do I have to ally with this creep? Bloodrights growled to himself. If only he wasn't already allied with this bitch, I would have taken her down and her loot. It seems like Landlord has escaped immediately, Disfigured Beauty said as she looked at the empty chest. Since we haven't met him in our way, it only means he went in the other direction. Bloodrights said as he pointed at a straight path in front of him. Let's move quickly, we might catch him if he used bombs to clear his path. Disfigured Beauty rushed them as she galloped in that direction. Bloodrights jumped on his 4 limbs and followed after her. The official wanted to fly after them, but he was reminded of their previous conversation. For the sake of the alliance. He repeated like a robot and started levitating without using his wings. Then he chased after them closely. For a race that was known for their superior mental control, making themselves levitate and fly with telekinesis was nothing to them. Landlord will be in big trouble if he gets caught. Ledomar commentated with a serious tone. They will refuse to add him in their alliance since 3 of them are already a crowd, so he will have no choice but to either fight or flee. I wonder if he can repeat the same escape strategy against the B official. The viewers understood what he meant. B official mental attack requires only a single glance. No matter how fast was Felix, he could not be faster than a mental attack aimed at him. A few minutes later, Felix could be seen standing before a brown box with his chin rested on his palm. He could see a chest 30 meters away from him, but he didn't rush and started bombing. There are 4 brown boxes in front of this chest. So, in total, I need to blow up 5 of them to get it. Felix sighed. I already spent almost all of my stash of weak bombs. Felix glanced at his inventory and noticed that he was left with only 3 superior sound bombs that he got from the epic chest, 2 strong flammable bombs, and lastly 3 normal strong bombs. Stop being a miser and use strong bombs. This is your path anyways to the center. Asna scolded him. Fine, fine. Felix brought 2 strong bombs and placed one on the brown box. Then, he retreated and blew it up as well as the one behind it. This left 3 more brown boxes. Felix used another strong bomb and followed it with a weak bomb to take care of them. Final. Holy shit. Felix's eyes widened in disbelief after spotting a shimmering golden light coming from within the rubble. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat as he knew that only legendary chests emit such a splendid light. Landlord has struck the jackpot. Omar shouted in excitement as he brought Felix's screen to the main screen, showing the viewers a glorious medium-sized golden chest. Unbelievable! He actually found one so soon. Damn, his luck is really off the charts. Though, will he dare open it up? He is already being hunted by Disfigured Beauty's squad. True, they are quite close to him. The viewers had mixed reactions to Felix's sudden windfall. Some believed he was actually going to regret opening it up since everyone would be up to his ass for his loot. Meanwhile, some thought that if he found more superior bombs or even a nuclear bomb, he would receive a massive boost to his arsenal. Felix didn't even consider giving it up as he sprinted towards it with a wolf-like grin. He opened it up and quickly pocketed everything inside his bracelet before running away for his life. Whoosh boom. Congratulations to Landlord for opening a legendary chest. The bright golden fireworks attracted everyone's attention, making them glance upward. When they read the notification, their expressions couldn't help but turn ugly almost immediately. Oh, so lucky. WowF commentated with a surprised look. Meanwhile, Nero appeared to have gotten serious at the news. We got to amp up our treasure hunt. Nero ordered. Let's move. We still need a few more superior bombs. If it wasn't for the distance between them being too far, he would have actually headed straight towards Felix. Most players could only curse hatefully at their luck and continue on their treasure hunt since they were also quite far away from him. As for those close by, they had 2 reactions. Go fast. He is only a kilometer away from us. Bloodrights roared feverishly as he sprinted at his top speed towards the fireworks position. Disfigured Beauty and Be Official were slightly lagging behind him. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away from the fireworks position, a humanoid giant panda with a monk-like robe scratched his ass as he thought to himself, a legendary chest? It will be great if I can ally with him. With that thought in mind, the giant panda turned into a massive furry ball and started rolling forward, smashing through walls to change his direction. It seems like Landlord is going to get cornered from both directions. Omar exclaimed as he highlighted the paths around Felix as well as those aiming for him. Sure enough, it wouldn't be long before they all meet in one path. Felix could easily create another path by blowing up some brown boxes, but he knew that the noise would be an easy giveaway to his position. In his eyes, he might even make it worse since he didn't know about those parties being too close to him. Thud thud. What is that? Felix was forced to stop as his ears picked up some weird noises in front. It was like someone was smashing into the walls or ground instead of bombs explosions. Is there a fight ongoing before me? Felix knitted his eyebrows as he got closer so he could enter the 35 meters zone. The moment he did so, he was met with a shocking image of a gigantic spherical red aura colliding with walls as it headed straight towards him. Crap! It's the Pandian! Felix's expression turned bad the moment he realized his upcoming opponent. He knew that he couldn't afford to fight him. If he had to rank the difficulty of defeating him and Flamebearer, they wouldn't even come close. That's because Flamebearer had a glaring weakness. Unlike the invincible Pandian, Pengfu. However, just he turned around, planning to head back and lay low for a while. An explosion occurred a few hundred meters behind him. Crap! By now, Felix knew that he was being searched for by multiple parties. Knowing that making a rush move might screw him over, he activated his supersonic mode and took a deep breath. Then, he began contemplating a plan that had the highest chance of him walking out with his loot still in his inventory. First, he understood that the game has been ongoing for about half an hour now or more. Since he met already 2 players, this meant that other players had the chance of meeting each other as well. He firmly believed that they would ally with each other instead of wasting their time with rewardless battles. He was simply unlucky to end up facing Flamebearer and an Exonian, who both wanted either his loot or his life. This made him conclude that the party behind him could potentially be made out of 2 or even 3. As for the Pandian in front of him, since he appeared to be alone, Felix believed that he would be more open to the idea of allying with him, especially when he had just opened a legendary chest, making it almost certain that he owned what was required to blow up the black box in the center of the maze. All in all, my best bet is to ally quickly with the Pandian and fight the party behind me. Felix snapped his eyes wide open after getting his thoughts together. Since he was in his supersonic mode, he didn't spend even a split second to achieve so. Whoosh! It seems like Landlord has decided to start off with Peng Fu, Ledomar commentated after seeing Felix actively sprinting towards Peng Fu. In less than a second, they ended up entering the same path. Thud! Pengu collided with a wall and brought out his limbs in midair before landing on the ground. There were only 15 meters separating Felix and him, yet no one made a move. They simply stared at each other's eyes for a second before saying at the same time calmly, "Allies? Allies?" They smirked coolly and eased up the tension between them. Knowing that he was being chased, Felix quickly forwarded a pre-made standard contract for this game to Peng Fu. Peng Fu spent a few seconds reading the highlighted terms before signing it after finding no loopholes that could damage him. "Get ready, we have some company," Felix informed sternly as he sprinted to his side. Just as he finished speaking, both of them turned their heads sharply after sensing someone entering their zone. They are actually 3. Felix's expression turned rigid at the sight of 3 red auras going at almost the speed of sound. By the time this realization hit him, they had already arrived on the same path as them. Crap! The instant Felix spotted the official hovering a few meters above the ground, he didn't hesitate to close his eyes and hid behind the 3 meters giant Peng Fu. Awa! However, he soon realized that he was a bit too late as he screamed at the hellish sensation of his body getting burnt to crisp. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was actually drowning in a pool of lava. The Twisted Bee official made sure to make his hallucination be as painful as possible. Transmutation. Knowing that he could be killed by disfigured beauty or bloodright, Felix instantly transmuted himself within the same wire bracelet on his wrist, then emerged outside of the hallucination. Boom boom! The first thing that appeared before him was Peng Fu's wide fluffy back, blocking an incoming salvo of green arrows in the shape of a centaur and rain of icy boulders. He didn't block it with his body but actually a semi-transparent white barrier that encased both of them. Before thanking Peng Fu, Felix had to make sure that everything was real. He created a new inducement and tasted it. When he realized that the taste didn't ring a bell, Felix knew that he wasn't hallucinating. "You could have asked me," Asna pouted in annoyance. Felix knew that he could simply ask Asna to check for him if he was still in a hallucination since she was immune to any kind of mental attacks. However, Felix wanted to rely on himself since, after this game, Asna would not be able to help him at all in his future games. The moment her consciousness gets connected to the Queen, she would be noticed and subjected to the rules of the platform. "You good?" Peng Fu sent a message as he kept his eyes affixed on Disfigured Beauty's party. "Yes, thanks a lot for the help." Felix nodded his head with a stern expression. Even though he prepared against mental attacks, he still got affected by one the instant he faced against the official. If it wasn't for Peng Fu being here, he would have been collapsed on by the other 2 while he stood in a daze. This meant he would be left with no choice but to use the surrender option while still in a hallucination world. "You can come out now," Be Official won't be fighting us for a while, Peng Fu said as he looked at Be Official, who was clutching his head while having a nosebleed. Was his backlash that bad? Felix raised an eyebrow as he peeked from behind Peng Fu's thigh. When he saw Be Official's bad shape, he couldn't help but feel envious of Peng Fu's mental defenses. Clearly, Be Official had attacked both of them mentally. However, Peng Fu was from the Pandian race, a race that was known for mastering the mind and the neutral energy through daily meditation and superb martial arts. They didn't have an affinity to an element, but they were able to absorb the neutral energy from the environment. Unlike other races, they used this neutral energy mainly to build up an energy core within them. This core was able to help them enhance their physical strength to an abnormal level in addition to enlarging their consciousness lake to a sea and even an ocean. Since they were using neutral energy, they could almost counter every elemental attack directed at them. This was the reason why Felix didn't want to fuck with Peng Fu so soon. High elemental resistance, enhanced physical and mental defenses, and lastly, superior battle senses honed through practicing real ancient martial arts. Be Official screwed up when he thought that he was capable of putting both of them in a hallucination at once. Peng Fu directly blocked it, resulting in a mental backlash while Felix broke through it, giving Be Official a secondary backlash. This was more than enough to keep him held back for a few minutes. Now what? This moron thought that Peng Fu didn't have his mental defenses ready and tried to ambush him. Blood Rights spoke telepathically with Disfigured Beauty as he remained frozen still in a battle posture. He was ready to pounce at any given moment. Meanwhile, Disfigured Beauty was holding a longbow made out of lean white wood and had green energy as its string. She was pulling 3 long green arrows at Peng Fu, who was still inside that barrier. We can't fight here, it's too narrow for me, Disfigured Beauty stressed. On the count of 3, we will retreat to the nearest intersection. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before Blood Rights could respond, Felix manifested 3 lightning spears and sent them all towards Be Official, catching everyone by surprise. Still, Blood Rights reacted fast enough by manifesting an ice wall in front of Be Official, saving him from being bombarded. He might hate Be Official and curse him, but he knew that he was needed to keep the fight advantageous to them. Now! Disfigured Beauty drew her bow and sent another rain of arrows before turning around and galloping towards the wide-open intersection. Blood Rights caught Be Official by his neck and followed after Disfigured Beauty by sliding on a man-made icy surface. You might want to block your ears. Felix smiled coldly as he beamed a superior sound bomb. Felix wasn't messing around anymore. He was planning on going all out for the sake of eliminating Be Official since he would always be torn on his side. Felix attached a silver nail on the gray cubic bomb and hurled it towards the intersection. He made sure to throw it far off in the air so it would be difficult for those two to notice it. Alas, Blood Rights' hearing was out of the world as he spotted the peculiar noise of the wind above his head. Fuck! Send it away with an arrow. Blood Rights didn't dare to greed for it since he could see that the timer was set to explode in merely a few seconds. Disfigured Beauty lifted her head and shot a green arrow at the bomb while still galloping at her top speed. Still, she was confident that her arrow would hit it since her aim was one of the best on the entire platform. However, just as the arrow was about to collide with the bomb, Felix emerged right beside it and blocked the arrow with a shield made out of golden electricity. Disfigured Beauty and Blood Rights were left stunned by his abrupt appearance, making Felix take advantage of it and hurl the bomb as hard as he could towards the nearest wall to them. He timed it so well, by the time the bomb touched the wall it instantly went off. Boom! 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 The entire intersection had been engulfed in an explosion of deadly sound waves that kept reverberating on each wall for 5 seconds straight. What a deadly counterattack by Landlord! Led Omar shouted as he watched Blood Rights and Be Official fall into the ground at once with their ears bleeding profusely. Blood Right was quick enough to cover himself inside an armor made out of ice, but it didn't protect him well enough against sound waves, because his ears were too sensitive. This attack was truly hitting him right where it hurt. The same applied to Be Official, who was already handling the backlash badly, leaving him unprotected against the sound waves. The only one left unaffected was disfigured beauty, since her entire body was made out of wood, making her able to remove her ears quite easily. Nature resurrection. Disfigured beauty cried out loud as she blasted off 2 bursts of green energy into blood rights and be official. Phew, phew, phew. Not in my watch. Peng Fu grimaced as he started shooting big white energy bullets at disfigured beauty, forcing her to create thick tree trunks in front of her. When they blocked it successfully, those trunks began to grow at a horrifying rate until they turned into giant trees with thousands of dagger-like leaves. Release. Phew, phew, phew. The trees spun once to gain momentum, then immediately showered the entire intersection with those sharp daggers. Peng Fu curled up into a giant ball and rolled through them, not getting even scratched in the process. As for Felix, he covered himself in a slightly potent acidic plus mold cloud and dashed through them as well. The leaves kept getting melted the instant they enter the cloud, providing him with great protection for a little cost of energy. Fuck. I can't hear anything. Abruptly, Bloodrights opened his eyes and lifted himself up while massaging his ears gently. It could be seen that the wound had been already closed in both ears due to his abnormal physical rejuvenation plus disfigured beauty's healing ability. Boom! Because he didn't hear shit, he ended up getting smashed by Peng Fu that came out of nowhere. Disfigured beauty couldn't even warn him since Felix had engaged with her in close battle. Fucking poison user. Disfigured beauty's expression kept turning nasty after being forced to retreat continuously due to Felix's potent acid plus mold inducement. One of the best counters to nature/plant elementalists. Whoosh! Whoosh! Vines continued to strike down on Felix, hoping to either hurt him or at least capture him to give disfigured beauty some distance to attack from afar. Alas, Felix kept slicing them up like butter by using 2 dark green daggers. He gave up on the cloud for those daggers to increase the potency of the inducement combo, making him have an easier time negating all of her attacks. Naturally, he kept attacking her with poison bullets whenever he noticed an opportunity, forcing her to seal her mouth and nose. What am I watching? A 2-player partnership is dominating a 3-men alliance. Excited, Led Omar exclaimed with widened eyes, not wanting to close them lest he missed something. He kept jumping between Felix versus Disfigured Beauty to Peng Fu versus Bloodrights. Only Be Official was left far behind as Felix and Peng Fu kept pressuring those two to keep retreating. Felix suddenly glanced behind him after seeing that the distance was perfect. Now! He sent a signal to Peng Fu while covering himself in millions of electrical charges. Then, he shouted out loud, "Lightning call!" Thunderous clouds emerged out of nowhere high above the maze, making it easily noticeable by other players. What's going on there? Rumble, rumble. Before the players could react, tens of thick lightning bolts began raining down in that area, making some of them gulp nervously. Even Wowif acted slightly scared as he looked at it. However, Nero soon headbutted him and scolded, "It looks only scary. Its danger poses nothing to any player in the game, since they can easily erect shields before the lightning strikes." As he mentioned, both Bloodrights and Disfigured Beauty were currently doing all right within enforced shields made out of either ice or wood while under the lightning bombardment. "Save me. I can't hold it for long." However, both of them had an ugly expression after hearing the distressed voice of Be Official. They immediately realized that Felix and Peng Fu had pushed them far from the intersection and created this lightning show for a single opportunity to kill off Be Official. "What do we do?" Bloodrights asked with an agitated voice, not knowing if he should rush through the lightning storm to save Be Official or give up on him. "Leave him," Disfigured Beauty sighed. "If we went out now, Landlord can easily hold both of us at once under the rain of his lightning storm." As she said, Felix wasn't even next to Be Official but actually standing like a lightning god with his hands in his pocket right in the center of the storm. He was waiting for them to leave their shells with a faint cold smirk on his lips. He wasn't just posturing for the win but actually absorbing the lightning bolts that landed on him to store it within his body. He truly wanted those two to leave their shells as he prepared a gift that they would never forget. Unfortunately, the thunderstorm had faded away with one last scream from Be Official, who was being plummeted to death like a cockroach by Pengfu. Unlucky for him, he didn't have a surrender coupon. May you rest in peace in the spirit realm. Pengfu brought his palms together and bowed respectfully towards the official's corpse, which appeared like a pasted bug in a car's front window. This was the glaring weakness of mentalists. The moment they receive a backlash, they would be even weaker than commoners. Unfortunately for B official, he ended up meeting with Felix and Pengfu. Both players had ample protection against mental attacks, unlike some players like Battlegod Orca and the Giant Hebra. While Pengfu was clearing his dirty fists, Felix was confronting disfigured beauty and blood rights with a casual look. You still want to have a go? You fucker. Don't get too cocky. You just caught us by surprise. Blood rights huffed chilling breath from his nostrils as he gazed at Felix murderously. His drawn-out sharp daggers and teeth were an easy indication that he wanted nothing more than to devour Felix's flesh. However, he was being detained by disfigured beauty's vines, as she couldn't afford to have him lose his shit and attack them. Let's leave. Our battle has been loud and long enough. We don't know if other players will sneak up on us when we are vulnerable. Disfigured beauty said to Blood Rights as she retreated slowly. Fuck. So embarrassing. Blood Rights knew that she was right, making him even more pissed that they were played by those two. We will meet at the center again. Make sure to arrive there in one piece. Blood Rights threw one last hateful remark before sprinting after Disfigured Beauty. Whew. At least they are not idiots. Felix sighed in relief as he wiped his sweaty forehead. He truly didn't desire to continue this fight to death, since the results wouldn't be pleasant for both parties even if they won. If Disfigured Beauty's squad surprise ambush worked, then it would have been another story. But since it failed, they could only lay low and wait for another opportunity. No one forgot that the final goal was to leave the maze, not die in it. Let's move, big guy. I will lead the way. Felix patted Pengfu's knee as he walked in front. Oh, you have a better idea on the fastest path to the center? Intrigued, Pengfu asked as he used his bamboo staff to scratch his wide back. Does he bring this bamboo staff to scratch his back? Asna asked speechlessly after noticing that he didn't use it against Blood Rights at all. Something like that. Felix answered both of them at once with his eyelids twitching. Cool. You really seem full of surprises. Pengfu smiled as he offered a fist bump to Felix. You are not too bad either. Felix smiled back as he bumped his fist. The fight went perfectly as he planned in a few seconds due to Pengfu sticking to his role without questions asked. If it was any other player with an inflated ego due to his racial status, he would never bother taking Felix seriously. Thankfully, the Pandians were known for respecting and accepting all life forms in the universe, making Pengfu truly a good ally for Felix. As they were sprinting and blowing up boxes again, the viewers were feasting on the fight replays like they never had eaten something so delicious before. However, their excitement soon began to fade away, and confusion began to build up yet again after spotting Felix utilize lightning spears. It seems like he entered the third stage of replacement by using another lightning-based beast. That's kinda disappointing. I believed that he will use a new element for each stage of replacement. Haha. You were asking too, mate, my friend. Having 3 high elemental affinities is already too much. True. I kinda forgot how rare it is to be born with many affinities after seeing him pop a new element in every stage of replacement. While the human viewers already reached their conclusion that was the most logical, the Primogenitor's Council was as silent as a graveyard. No one spoke, no one commentated on the fight. They simply kept staring at Lady Sphinx with widened eyes, expressing their absolute disbelief. Unlike humans, they knew that it was impossible for Thor to agree to replace his bloodline with another weaker version so Felix could gain other lightning abilities. This left them with only one conclusion. Felix was using too limited manipulations and Lady Sphinx had made it happen. Without warning, most primogenitors teleported to the empty seats next to Lady Sphinx, making her get encircled by them. Easy there, guys, Lady Sphinx said, smiling. Easy my ass. This is huge. Erebus's shadow form began to flicker, expressing his agitation or excitement. Your intelligence truly keeps astonishing me with each groundbreaking successful research you release. Cheruf complimented with a heartful laugh, spewing bits of magma everywhere. Most primogenitors nodded their heads in agreement, feeling too hyped up about Lady Sphinx's research. When they saw Felix use a limited manipulation, they were astonished, but they weren't interested that much in getting it since all their champions had one as well. But two? That's a different story. Imagining their champions capable of manipulating two elements was a massive bonus to their strength. I know what you guys are thinking, and I suggest that you drop it. Lady Sphinx shook her head as she burst their bubble. I won't divulge my method to anyone no matter what price you pay. Just as the primogenitors were about to get displeased by her firm rejection, she added, however, I can promise you that my method works only on humans since they are a neutral race without any bloodline affiliation to us. The primogenitors' displeased expressions eased up at the sound of that. They could see that Lady Sphinx was honest in her response. This was what made them slightly disappointed since they believed that Lady Sphinx had managed to solve this dilemma that existed for eons. The fact that primogenitors' descendants or anyone related to them couldn't inherit two manipulations at the same time wasn't a lie. Since she claimed that her method could be used only on humans due to their neutrality, it made total sense in their minds. So this human was her experiment all along with Jormungandr and Thor? Mananangel pondered as he listened from afar. But why didn't she give him limited sand manipulation as well? I believe the kid has shown that he has a high affinity to it. Mananangel wasn't the only one who spotted this peculiar hole in her explanation. Do you think that there is some requirement? Wendigo suggested telepathically. Or maybe Jormungandr and Thor have approached Lady Sphinx with their student first, and were the ones to propose the feasibility of a human having two limited manipulations? Saurus shared his point of view. Yes, that's highly likely what happened. Mananangel nodded his head slightly as he added, this also explains why the kid obtained poison and lightning manipulations before sand manipulation. Those are all just a bunch of speculation. With Lady Sphinx's weird antics, anything could be possible. Wendigo said as he eyed Lady Sphinx fending off other primogenitors' questions smoothly with a charming smile. In a few minutes, the primogenitors returned to their seats somewhat satisfied with her answers. Sure, she seemed hellbent on not making her research paper public. But this was also a good thing for them since she would be the only one knowing the method. This meant only her champions would possess multiple manipulations. Knowing that they had to be humans had put their minds at ease. That's because no matter how many elemental manipulations a human could own, his physical body would remain limited. The strength that Felix was demonstrating was already on the verge of reaching that limit. When he hit it, he would never be able to climb past the diamond rank. They weren't interested in nurturing champions with such an embarrassing limitation. We are in the clear for now. Thor sighed in relief mentally after seeing them refocus on the games. Indeed, no one seemed to have thought about Felix owning perfect manipulations. Jormungandr agreed. Hiding this fact was a priority for all of them if they wanted to keep helping Felix grow secretly. The instant this news gets out, the Darkin faction members would be the first to personally move out and hunt him down since they would know that both Thor and Jormungandr were powerless. It would be extremely difficult for Lady Sphinx to protect him from those 3+ other interested primogenitors. In a sense, it was good that Felix had chosen to give up on another manipulation for Void Element to hatch Nimmo. This would help him lay low for a while until the primogenitors lose interest in this matter. The game has been going for 1 hour now and most players are about to reach the center. Let Omar reminded the viewers of the current state of the game with a bored expression. He was acting this way since there weren't any battles happening for a long time now. That's because most of the players had already allied with one or two, making it riskier for them to engage in battles. They knew that no one would benefit from their fight except other players since they would be wasting their energy, bombs, and might even get heavily injured. This situation happened to Felix and Pingfu as well in the past half an hour. Every time they spot two players entering their sensory zone, they peacefully head in different directions or wait until one party left before following them. If a single player entered, they didn't hesitate to give him the scare of his life by chasing after him. Still, they didn't remain passive throughout this period and focused mostly on bolstering their inventory with new bombs. The way they split the loot was by each getting half of it if it was even. If there was an additional bomb or something, they play rock, paper, scissors for it. "Are we close?" Peng Fu inquired as he looked at Felix's serious expression in front of a three-way intersection. "I believe so." Thoughtful, Felix replied while tapping his finger on his chin. This intersection was the last thing that Asna had memorized in that short duration. This meant that Felix needed to think carefully about choosing a path, lest they end up getting sent back a couple of kilometers. "I just need to stick to the general direction since most players will do the same." Felix decided to not overthink it or guess randomly. In his opinion, it was much better to follow the general direction since it meant that other players would be on it, making it easier to save on bombs as they follow in their footsteps. In other words, the paths would be already cleared out of boxes for them. Felix knew that it would hinder their treasure hunt greatly since only empty boxes would be left behind. Nevertheless, Felix didn't give a crap anymore about the chests but simply get to the center as fast as possible. Their inventory was already packed and he had already found the bomb that would help him blow the black box in case he reached there first. Boom boom. Upon hearing an explosion occurring nearby the center of the maze, Felix stopped dilly-dallying and sprinted in the path leading east. Hopefully, there will be a deadlock between parties when they reach the center. Felix wished with a stern expression. He didn't want them to start the fight before he reached there since someone could blow the black box and sneak inside the exit within the chaos. Just like he asked for, the first players to arrive at the center didn't make any rash moves. Wowf's Nero, the traitor, Merkseeker, Toxin Fong, the putrid corpse, and Bloodlust are the first to reach the center of the maze. Ledomar highlighted a picture of each one of them on the screen before adding excitedly, "It seems like our boredom will be sated with one final battle royal." The viewers all exploded into a cheering frenzy after realizing this fact as well. They could see that the remaining players would reach the center in a few minutes max unless they were stupid enough to change their directions. Since there were still 20 players left in the game, the center of the maze was going to be turned into a war zone. It was a good thing the center of the maze was immensely wide and connected with tens of narrow paths. The only thing that stood out in it was the giant black cubic box. As for the arrived players, they were all hiding in the shadows. No one dared to make a move. It was clear that whoever was bold enough to sprint towards the black box would get ganged up badly by all parties. "Bro, I think we can handle their abilities if we rushed to the center and planted our 5 superior bombs," Wowf suggested telepathically as he eyed the black box. "We shouldn't risk it," Nero said with a serious tone. "We don't know if Landlord is hiding somewhere, waiting for us to do so. Hee. I don't want to sound mean, but how can he even hurt us with those weak abilities of his?" Wowf asked with a chuckle. "Did you forget that he opened a fucking legendary chest?" Nero headbutted Wowf to wake some sense into him. "There is a high chance of him possessing a nuclear bomb. If we reached the black box and he threw it at it amidst the chaos, I don't know if our defenses will hold against it." Nero was smart enough to feel threatened by the nuke. That's because it was written in the rules that anyone who got caught in its explosion zone would die instantly. Literally. He wasn't planning on testing his monstrous defenses against it. A few minutes later, Felix and Ping Fu had finally reached one of the paths leading to the center. They could see the black box from afar, yet they didn't rush to it. They remained hidden behind a wall in that path, leaving at least 100 meters between them and the exit of the path. "Do you see anyone?" Felix asked as he zoomed with his quantum vision until everything appeared like it was only a few meters away from him. "No, you," Peng Fu replied with shimmering white eyes, using his own sensory ability. "Nothing. It seems like either everyone is hiding or they are not in our angle," Felix informed as he pulled a silver nail with a wire and told Peng Fu, "Be right back." Then, he climbed the wall like a spider by releasing electromagnetic charges from his fingers. After he reached the peak, he placed the silver nail and crawled in the other direction. Smart, he must be preparing an exit strategy, Peng Fu thought as he watched Felix disappear from his sight. In a few minutes, Felix had returned on foot and asked as he hid next to Peng Fu. Anything? No. It's going to be hectic soon. Felix glanced at Peng Fu as he thought. Our alliance will be concluded the moment the box gets blown away, so I need to watch out from him stabbing me in the back. Although Felix and Peng Fu had hit it off quite well as allies due to their matching personalities, it didn't mean that they would become friends and go eat kebab together. In supremacy games, betrayal was so common, the viewers stopped getting surprised when it happened. Hell, there were even bets on who would betray who. Thus, if given the right opportunity and Peng Fu was the one blocking him from entering the exit, Felix wouldn't hesitate to go all out on him. I already prepared for the worst-case scenario, Felix thought as he glanced at the hidden silver nail at the peak of the wall. Peng Fu and the viewers believed that it was for his escape, but Felix had other intentions for it. Phew! Boom! Felix's thought process was halted immediately after hearing an explosion in the sky. When he lifted his head, he was startled at the sight of golden glimmering notification. Congratulations to Battle God Orca for opening a legendary chest. You got to be shitting me. Felix's expression turned instantly gloomy at the news of someone else possibly owning a nuke. This threw his entire planning process down the gutter since having another nuke was a scary variable. The fact that its explosive range could reach up to hundreds of meters meant that no one would be safe standing in the center of the maze if it went off. The other players reacted much worse than Felix at the news since one nuke was already scaring the shit out of them. Now they had to watch for two. Still, no one retreated in fear. They were confident of escaping from the explosion range if they saw the bomb before it exploded. Since they knew that it had a unique appearance and size, it wasn't that difficult to spot it. The Battle God Orca from the Orc race have truly lucked out, Let Omar commentated as he zoomed on a shimmering golden octahedron one. This was the appearance of the nuke. Now, both Landlord and Battle God Orca could change the trajectory of the battle with a single explosion. Let Omar and the viewers had already seen what Felix had found in the legendary chest by playing a slow replay. They saw that he obtained the same golden octahedron, a big pouch and a folded scroll. This is getting intense even though no one is fighting. How do you think the battle is going to turn? If Felix is still hiding other abilities in his pocket, then maybe he can create another miracle. Indeed, with his intelligence and unique set of abilities, he will most definitely use the nuke efficiently, unlike that idiot orc. The Maganda chief, Zojia Everglow, Gabrielle Lotus, and the rest of the Anti-Royalty Alliance could be seen discussing the ongoing deadlock from their meeting room. Meanwhile, Princess Bird was watching alone inside her room in the palace. She wasn't allowed to watch with them since they started talking more often about the silent war between them and the royal family. Should we contact him after the game? My elder is getting a bit antsy about meeting him, Gabrielle mentioned with a frustrated look. We understand that the elder is desperate for a way to increase his lifespan, but that doesn't mean we should annoy the organization and little Felix about it. Chief rejected firmly. The leader already told us that he wouldn't be available for a year due to a sudden breakthrough in his research. Since Felix is their main subject, he should be busy as well. Probably, that's one of the main reasons why he graduated, Zojia suggested. They called him over so they can try their newest experiment. If your guess is correct, maybe that weird transmutation ability is the result? Gabrielle guessed. Zojia shook her head and replied, I doubt it. That ability sure is rare, but most gifted elementalists can achieve subtransmutation to complete transmutation as well. This was the reason why most viewers were shocked by Felix's ability but not completely blown away. After all, it was common to see transmutation to fire, wind, water, etc. in diamond rank games. The reason why viewers were shocked at first was because it was rare to see a transmutation ability in platinum games and below. Since they weren't adjusted to seeing humans in such a high rank, they tend to forget that it was possible for them to inherit all kinds of abilities from bloodlines. I believe it's something big, something that hadn't been done before. Chief's eyes glimmered as he eyed Felix's serious expression. The others glanced at the chief in puzzlement, but they didn't ask him since he was clearly just guessing. Meanwhile, in one of the balconies of the royal palace in the Mariana Empire, The infamous twin Prince Balin and Princess Alma were drinking wine gracefully as they watched the stream of the game as well. The inactivity of the players allowed them to discuss political matters related to the anti-royalty alliance. It seems like Father is preparing for a radical move against those ungrateful lowlifes. Alma curled her thin glossy lips in disgust. I heard. Prince Balin replied calmly. What do you think? Alma inquired. I support his approach. Thoughtful. Prince Balin looked at the glass of wine in his hand and started shaking it gently. He knew that his father was planning on taking it slow to prepare the strongest bloodliners and soldiers for the war. This should have taken at least 10 years or even more before he decided to make a move against the hidden anti-royalty alliance. However, things changed since the moment Felix had been exposed and the emergence of the Phantom Organization. The anti-royalty alliance had made the first move by allying with the organization. Seeing the results of their experiment work wonders on Felix in the games, the royal family knew that they had screwed up big time by not trying harder to ally with them. What's worse, Prince Balin had seen the leaked information of the mythical bloodliner belonging to the anti-royalty alliance. Clearly, he wasn't as monstrous as Felix, but he was much stronger than legendary 6th-stage bloodliners while he was still in the 5th stage of replacement. Naturally, one bloodliner wouldn't mean anything, but what if the organization was able to mass-produce the bloodlines and offer their allies tens to hundreds of bottles in the next upcoming years? What if Felix or more subjects from the organization keep getting stronger and decide to join the war as well? In the eyes of Prince Balin, waiting for this to happen would be the most idiotic decision ever made. The Emperor clearly thought the same as he planned on striking first instead of waiting for the anti-royalty alliance to get stronger. If only the war system wasn't changed with the establishment of the Supremacy Games Alliance, we would have steamrolled them with all of our troops decades ago. Princess Alma voiced her complaint. It can't be helped. Prince Balin shook his head. The alliance was created for the sake of turning real wars into virtual wars to avoid unnecessary genocides, the destruction of limited resources, and finally entertainment. Princess Alma knew that he was right, but that didn't ease her annoyance one bit. Let's just hope that the anti-royalty alliance agrees to our declaration of war. Princess Alma wished. Prince Balin looked at her and smiled widely. They will definitely agree to it since the moment they reject it, they won't be able to declare war on us for at least 500 years. Those withered old fogies don't have even half that time to live. This rule was erected to protect both parties. If a stronger country declared war on another member of the SG Alliance, the weaker country had the right to refuse it and remain protected by the alliance. However, the moment they reject it, they would not be able to declare war on that country for half a millennia. It was done like this so the weaker country wouldn't be able to declare war on the stronger country when it feels like it was ready. That's because the stronger countries/nations/empires were forced to accept the war declaration from smaller nations to avoid having a monopoly on resources without anyone to take it from them. That's why the anti-royalty alliance wasn't rushing to declare war on the royal family. They knew that their declaration would be accepted and they should take their sweet time preparing for the war. Unfortunately for them, the timeline had been fucked thoroughly by Felix after he introduced the Phantom Organization, forcing the royal family's hand to give up on their main plan. The war that was meant to start 15 years from now was going to blow at any given moment unbeknownst to anyone. When do you think Father will make a move? Princess Alma wondered. Probably in a year or two. Prince Balin glanced at the sky and said, even if he is trying to rush it, that doesn't mean he will start it without finishing some of his preparation. Princess Alma nodded her head in understanding. She knew that it was going to take a lot of time to take down those 3 superpowers at the same time. The war is won before it started. What Father is preparing for is to completely destroy them without suffering too many causalities. Prince Balin smirked. This show of power will help us regain our lost reputation and make the hundreds of leeches in our territory accept falling into our ruling again. It was a known fact that the Mariana Empire was the weakest empire in the Milky Way galaxy. While other empires had almost complete control over who entered and leaves, the Mariana Empire was like a public free market. Anyone with ambition and a bit of strength could come and erect his kingdom over a small solar system. With time, those kingdoms grow bigger and stronger until they become a force to reckon with. just like the Everglow kingdom that was ruled by Zosia's uncle or the Federation. It was clear that the royal family didn't want to simply win the war, but regain their absolute control over their territory and return to their glorious golden age. Felix was absolutely clueless that his actions had finally started to change the timeline at a galactical level. A war that should happen in 15 years or so was about to start in about 2 years. The timeline, as he knew, it would completely change due to the far-reaching ripples of this war. This would affect his memories of his previous life big time, making most of them almost useless. After all, when a galactical war starts, the entire universe tune in to watch it. A couple of minutes later, almost all players had arrived at the center of the maze. Omar was aiming the camera on every new addition to the silent party. Disfigured Beauty and Bloodrights have finally found their way. Omar commentated as he showed those two hiding behind a wall that was just a bit further from Felix's position. When they retreated from Felix's fight, they were forced to find another path lest they end up meeting again. Only Battle God Orca and Hebra from the giant race had yet to arrive. Omar's eyelids twitched after seeing those two make a full circle twice after entering the same path like morons. The viewers weren't surprised by this, as both orcs and giants didn't have the best memory or intelligence out there. Though, they make it up with their monstrous physical strength that surpassed any player in this game, uncanny rejuvenation, and ultra instincts. Why do I feel like we have walked through here before? Hebra scratched his beardy chin in puzzlement as he looked around him. He was 5 meters tall and appeared like a giant version of a Mr. Olympia with his bulky and well-toned exposed muscles. You think so too? Orca spoke with a furrowed brow as he stopped walking at once before an intersection. He was slightly shorter than Hebra, but his green muscles were just as packed. Let's pick the left path this time, Orca suggested as he walked towards it. Hebra followed after him without complaint. Finally, if they kept going in this path and turned left, they will reach the center. Omar face-bombed as he sighed, not knowing how to react at the realization that those dum-dumps actually owned a nuke. Wait, maybe it's a good thing. Omar smirked cunningly. The other players are too patient and smart enough to wait for others to make a mistake, but those two do not share those specifics. Omar was right in his assumption, since the orcs and giants were known for their straightforwardness and lack of patience. So when they reached the center, the deadlock was bound to break sooner or later. After a few more minutes, Orca and Hebra finally made it to the center. However, no matter how dumb they were, they still knew that it wasn't smart to dash to the black box as soon as they arrived. What now? Hebra inquired telepathically while peeking with one eye at the black box. I am thinking. Battle God Orca sat next to him while resting his chin on his palm, appearing like he was contemplating the truth of the universe. Alas, a few moments later, he started massaging his temples with an irritated expression. Too much thinking. Brain hurts. Battle God Orca wasn't faking his pain. Orcs truly suffer from complex thoughts due to the small size of their brains. That's why they prefer handling everything with their fists. How about we throw the nuclear bomb at the black box and make it explode after 1 second? Hebra suggested while scratching his bald head. Then what? Battle God Orca raised his eyebrow in intrigue. Run towards the exit as fast as possible after the explosion? Idiot! We might be tough, but we are not faster than most players here. Battle God Orca still had some common sense as he rejected Hebra's plan. But we can resist most abilities thrown at us compared to others, Hebra added while pumping his bulky chest. Battle God Orca had to agree with that notion. If there was one thing that he was confident about, was his defenses and resistance to elements. So, if the players tried to stop them by using elemental abilities, he could literally dash through them while suffering minimal injuries, unlike other players. How will I know that you won't attack me after we do this? Battle God Orca narrowed his eyes at Hebra, remembering that their partnership contract will break the moment the black box gets blown up. Hebra titled his head and answered, We can change the terms to stay as allies even after the black box gets blown up. So we turn it into a fair race to the exit? Battle God Orca liked the idea since he knew that he was slightly faster than Hebra. I guess so. Seeing that Hebra was cool with the plan, Battle God Orca didn't hesitate to adjust the contract terms and forward to it. Hebra signed it under the eyes of the confused viewers, who had no idea what they were discussing all this long. Just as Ledomar wanted to switch the camera from them to other players, his finger froze in its way after he spotted Battle God Orca beam the golden hectagon bomb. "It's starting," he shouted excitedly as he fixed his sitting posture. The viewers were CK'd as well to see that finally someone was brave to make the first move. The camera zoomed on Battle God Orca as he tightened his giant hand on the bomb while affixing his eyes on the black box. He took a deep breath and requested the Queen to set the timer at 1 second. Before the Queen could confirm it, Orca pitched the bomb as hard as he could. Boom! The sound barrier got blown up by the bomb's speed, forcing all players to drop their discussion and stare at its source. When they spotted the golden shimmering hectagon bomb glued to the black box, shivers coursed on their spine. High doses of adrenaline started pumping in everyone's bodies, making them able to spot the timer on the bomb. 0.4 seconds. Crap! Fuck! Move! Everyone instantly pulled back their heads or jumped behind the nearest wall with terrified expressions. They were smart to react this fast, as the moment the nuke went off, the entire center of the maze was engulfed within a white blinding sphere. Yet it kept advancing until all the paths connected with the center had been enveloped as well. Then, boom! The explosion noise finally caught up, shaking the players in their positions. Some of them had their ears ruptured, while some were fast enough to protect them from the sound waves. Thankfully, the explosion withdrew as quickly as it appeared, leaving no aftermath behind besides the disappearance of the black box. When the players realized that the hellish heat had disappeared, they all opened their eyes while clutching their racing hearts and bleeding ears. Even though they didn't see the explosion, the deafening sound of it and the heat it produced were enough to make them understand that the system didn't bullshit them. They would instantly die if they got caught inside the explosion. Your alliance contract has been voided after the destruction of the black box. Abruptly, the Queen notified all the parties who had at least one ally. Shit! The first thing everyone did was pop defensive abilities instinctively while jumping away from their allies. Felix and Pengfu did the same. Thud, thud, thud. However, before they could reconstruct their thought process, everyone looked at the center of the maze after hearing rapid, heavy footsteps. When they spotted Battle God Orca and Hebra sprinting as fast as they could towards a humongous wide-open gate, they felt their hearts sink instantly. Fuck! Who said that orcs and giants were dumb? We have been played by them. Felix's expression hardened after realizing that Battle God Orca and Hebra had planned for all of this. In his mind, he believed that Battle God Orca and Hebra had changed the terms of their contract to stay as allies even after blowing the black box, unlike them. Because their alliance contract was broken. Naturally, no sane player would leave his back in the open next to his ally that wasn't held down by the contract. Since almost all players were allied with each other, it meant they wouldn't risk putting themselves in such danger to go all out and stop those two from reaching the gate. This was a brilliantly simple plan that didn't cross Felix's mind since he was focusing on complex plans to outsmart other players. Unbeknownst to him, those two didn't actually think that far ahead. Phew. The executioner tried his best to stop them by swinging his wind katanas rapidly in their direction. His attacks weren't visible, but Hebra and Battle God Orca's bodies began to showcase long light gushes, caused probably by thin wind blades. Alas, those light wounds didn't even slow them for a split second. The executioner didn't just attack them and remained still, but actually chased after them as fast as he could. However, since he was hiding far away from the center due to being a solo player, everyone believed that one of the giants would exit the maze before him. Is this how the game is going to end? Ledomar was completely flabbergasted by the sight of those two giants getting closer and closer to the gate, while most players were frozen in their positions with their guards up. Even the primogenitors were left speechless by the unexpected turn of events. The dumbest players in a puzzle format game were going to clutch the victory under the eyes of two champions? They wouldn't have considered it even as a joke. You guys are underestimating my cute champions a bit too much. Aspidocalone smirked as he watched Wowfx Nero aim both of their hands at Battle God Orca and Hebra. Then, A torrent of brown mud burst out of their palms and reached those two almost instantly. However, both Battle God Orca and Hebra managed to evade it quite easily due to their enhanced reflexes. They might be stupid, but their battle instincts were honed to the limit. Haha! It's my win! I can't believe my plan worked. Battle God Orca laughed smugly in his mind as he eyed the humongous gate that was merely 10 meters away from him. Just as he planned on jumping through it instead of continuing his sprint, the flood of mud that missed them had turned into a thick hardened brick wall. Heh! What a joke! Battle God Orca snickered as he tightened his shoulder while charging towards it, planning to smash right through it. When the viewers saw this, they knew that the game was over. A wall like that could never block those two giants. Felix wanted to do something desperately, but Peng Fu was blocking his path. If he used his supersonic speed and dashed towards him, Peng Fu might misunderstand him and strike back. If Peng Fu wanted to do something, he needed to turn around. He would never show his back to Felix without a contract. The situation was similar to all players, making them stand still and watch Battle God Orca charging at the wall like a bulldozer. Now, Wowf smiled cutely as he snapped his finger. No one paid attention to his signal, as their eyes were attracted to two shining superior bombs emerging from within the mud wall. The moment Battle God Orca and Hebra saw them, they could only stare at them with stunned expressions. Boom boom! Both bombs went off at the exact same time, just when Battle God Orca and Hebra were about to smash into the wall. Whoosh whoosh! Both of them were so close to the bombs, they were hurled far away akin to sandbags by the immense shockwave. In the end, they were stopped by the walls before dropping into the ground. Smoke rose from their bodies as well as a pungent smell of flesh burnt to crisp. They were still alive but unconscious. Taking an explosion of two superior bombs only a few inches away was more than enough to blow anyone to smithereens. That's why Executioner got injured pretty badly after ending up being in the explosion zone as well. Thankfully, he was further than those two, allowing him a split second to react and protect himself with a windshield. Still, he was thrown back to the wall too. Meanwhile, the viewers and the players went quiet at once, leaving the stadium as silent as the night in the desert. Almost everyone was shocked speechless, not knowing how to comprehend this surprising turn of events. They had no idea that Nero had sneakily placed those two bombs within his mud. So, when the mud got solidified as a wall, the system registered it as such, allowing the bombs to go off at such a critical moment. It was truly a masterclass move. Let's go! Taking advantage of the players' daze, Nero shouted in his mind as he withdrew his head and limbs within the shell. Only Wowf's head was left in the open as he started spewing a flood of slimy mud in front of him. The moment he did so, their turtle shell started sliding on the muddy path, rapidly heading towards the unprotected gate. It's my win. Aspidocalone smiled gleefully as he watched his champions getting closer to the gate while the players have just broken from their shock. Not in my watch! The executioner shouted furiously after bouncing back up with some serious wounds on him. Still, he waved both of his katanas in front of Wowf's Nero. Whoosh! Everyone thought that he wanted to hit them, but in fact, his attack resulted in the creation of a massive wind gale that was strong enough it blew the muddy path into oblivion. Create a tunnel. This forced Wowf's Nero to change their method, since they couldn't slide on the hard ground as fast as in the mud. So, what they did was to quickly create a hardened half-cylinder around them that acted as a shield but resembled a tunnel. Sure enough, the gale force was blocked by the tunnel, allowing Wowf to restart spewing mud yet again and slide on it. Yet, this didn't faze the executioner. Don't fail me again, please. He closed both of his eyes as he alienated his wind katanas above each other while leaning to the side. Wind gales began to shape up around him on their own, creating a stellar scene that allured everyone's attention. Notoriu, space-splitting storm blades. Then, he murmured to himself as he swung both of his katanas in a single beautiful motion. It was slow enough the viewers managed to see the katanas reach the other end. This confused everyone since executioners always swung them as fast as he could. Slice! Before the viewers could react, the space in front of the tunnel suddenly got split into two halves. Astonished, the viewers' mouths were left agape as they eyed the newly emerged 3 meters chaotic space tear. "What the fuck is that?" WoWF cursed with a hint of fear as he eyed the magnificent space tear. His reaction was shared by everyone watching, as they had never seen such an ability getting performed ever. Wind Elementalist splitting space. No one had imagined that it was possible. Alas, the space tear was as real as it gets. WoWF's Nero's body that was being pulled towards it with the crumbles of the tunnel was enough proof. "Slow us down," Nero yelled with a terrified tone. This was one of the first times he actually got afraid for his life. He never got scared when getting encircled by many players, he never got scared when a salvo of abilities raining down on him, and he never got scared even against a diamond rank player. All of this was due to his absolute confidence in his shell defenses and dragon scales. But, in front of an actual space tear, he knew that their defenses were going to be useless since they would be literally sent in a random dimensional pocket. "Didn't think I will see one of Rocky's signature moves get used here." J-Tilda raised an eyebrow in surprise as he watched WoWF's Nero create massive boulders and hold into them to slow their speed. When J-Tilda saw the executioner the first time, he knew that he was one of the youngest descendants of Rock, the Wind primogenitor. But he didn't expect that he would have such a high purity of his bloodline to actually be able to split space itself by using wind. A blade technique only Rock and his main descendants were capable of pulling it off. Cough cough. It seemed like the executioner didn't master it since he immediately started coughing blood while leaning against his katanas for support. His eyelids were drooped, appearing like he would fall unconscious at any moment. "Heh! It sapped almost all of my remaining energy." The executioner smiled faintly as he looked with his cloudy eyes at his space tear. He knew that he was done for and he should just give up right now. He already did the impossible and showed the viewers his race capabilities by splitting space itself by using mere wind. However, as Hokage, I will fall only when it's truly over. The executioner used the last bits of his energy to pull himself up. His knees were shaking and his katanas were left with only their handles as he stopped feeding them his wind energy. "Why is he not surrendering? I believe he has a coupon." Let Omar cried out loud as he split the screen, showing both WoWF's Nero's resistance to the space tear and the executioner's bloody appearance as he stood with great difficulty. The viewers shared the same confusion as him. In their eyes, he should hide his presence or surrender at once to avoid getting killed. Heavily wounded, no elemental energy, and far from the gate. Why was he still trying? Why? 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 The Exonians' viewers from all over the universe tightened their fists as they displayed intense emotions while looking at the executioner's miserable state. Some of them teared up, but none of them shouted for him to give up. Why? Because Hokages would never surrender without trying everything. For Exonia! With one intense roar and bloodshot eyes, the executioner used every last bit of elemental energy. He got to push himself in the air. The viewers were stunned. The primogenitors were silenced. The Exonians teared up as they saw his body getting pulled like a frail corpse towards the space tear. By now, everyone had realized his insane Hail Mary to win this game. He was using the space tear to get closer to the gate. If he was lucky, the space tear will disappear before devouring him. With the momentum, he would be hurled straight inside the wide-open gate since the space tear was in front of it. But if he was unlucky, his body would get frozen solid the moment he entered the dimensional pocket. Felix wasn't the only one willing to risk his life with insane plans. "He is crazy," WoWF exclaimed in disbelief as looked behind him and saw that the executioner was approaching them rapidly. Since they were focusing entirely on slowing themselves up, they didn't dare to try and stop him. However, they soon realized that they were facing less resistance. When they looked at the space tear, they were stunned to see that it was starting to repair itself. For them, it happened at the worst possible moment since the executioner had just crossed over their heads. The space tear had nothing to do with the executioner anymore since it was an aftermath of his ability, not the ability itself. That's why everyone called him insane, since he was literally relying on luck instead of being able to close it on his own. Luck seemed to favor him this time as the space tier got closed shut a mere few meters before he crossed the other side. Now, he had a clear pathway to the exit under the disbelieving looks of the viewers and WoWFX. Those two knew that not a single ability at their disposal would be fast enough to block him when he was merely a few meters away from the gate. Phew. Fee. Alas, just as the Exonian's eyes began to widen in exhilaration, a green arrow, a blood arrow, icy spear, energy bullet, and lastly, a lightning spear all bombarded the executioner at the same time, managing to propel him away from the exit just a few inches away. Thud! Thud! The executioner's bloody body rolled 3 times on the ground before lying still. The camera automatically zoomed on his face, showing that his eyes were closed shut while his mouth kept spewing blood like a water tap. No one knew if it was from the bombardment or he was actually unconscious since the moment he used all of his energy to push himself in the air. They didn't waste time thinking about this as the scene on the big screen sent goosebumps on their skin. Disfigured beauty holding a bow, Bloodright's chilling palm. The vampire Bloodlust having his hand transmuted into blood, Peng Fu's body emitting white aura, and Felix's arm turned into lightning beacon as he aimed at the gate. All of them had an expression of relief. Those were the only players quick enough to fire their abilities and hinder the executioner from winning the game. As for the rest of the players, they started emerging one by one from the paths into the wide-open center. It might feel like a long time had passed, but in reality, from the moment Nuke went off to this moment, only 6 seconds had gone by. Orca, Hebra, and the executioner all have fallen in those 6 seconds. Now, it was finally time for the alliances to join the fun. Looking at the alliances still hanging with each other, it seemed like they had taken advantage of the time that the executioner had bought to sign another contract with different terms. Retreat! WoWFX didn't hesitate to create shields around themselves and head back to the walls after seeing that they were being surrounded by 17 players all aiming at the gate. They had difficulty entering the gate with just the executioner hindering them. Imagine what would happen to them if they took a step forward in this current situation. Phew! Finally, a breather. Omar wiped his sweaty forehead and sat on his seat after seeing that the players weren't making any rash moves but just assessing the situation. So much had happened in the past few seconds, he really wouldn't have been able to comment a thing if he wasn't a retired SG player. Meanwhile, in the maze, the players kept sizing each other up with their guards heightened to the max. Besides WoWFX, everyone had a partner, making it easier to watch each other's backs. Still, it was flawed greatly in Felix's eyes and the others. I need to worry about Peng Fu racing to the gate while leaving me in the middle of a fight. Felix sneaked a peek at Peng Fu before eyeing the gate again. The contract they signed was rushed and basic due to the circumstances. It gave them an ease of mind that their allies wouldn't directly backstab them, but it left plenty of indirect ways. First, I need to save the executioner before the battle begins, Felix thought as he glanced at the executioner's motionless body. Although he was an opponent, Felix owned him a big solid after he stopped WoWFX from winning the game. Naturally, he knew that he didn't do it for him, but still his ass was saved by him. How about we remove the executioner's body from the field? Felix decided to be straightforward and voice his suggestion to everyone. He knew that no one in platinum rank would be that stingy to greed for a couple of hundreds of game points after eliminating the executioner. I second that. The vampire Bloodlust lifted his hand in a graceful manner. His ally Merkseeker nodded his head in support without lifting his head. Soon, the traitor, Toxinfong, the putrid corpse, and the rest of the players started lifting their hands one by one in agreement until only WoWFX, Disfigured Beauty, and Bloodrights were left. It seems like WoWFX held grudge against the executioner, while the other two held it against Landlord. Omar commentated, "Too bad. The majority had decided." In high-ranked games, those kinds of votes were taken extremely seriously by the players since their reputation was counting on it. I will do the honor. So, when everyone saw Felix walking towards the executioner casually, no one aimed at him, and they weren't worried that he would use the executioner as an excuse to exit the maze. If anyone dared to break it or pull a fast one, he would be disgraced publicly, and worst of all, he would be targeted by every player in his future games. That was the same as a death sentence in high-ranked games. It was cool to betray your ally, it was understandable to do everything to win a game, but the moment a vote like this gets held, one should have the dignity to hold it true. Naturally, this kind of civilized vote happens almost only on high-ranked games. Well played, you were really close, Felix said in admiration near the executioner's ears after lifting him on his back. Without glancing at the others or trying anything sneaky, he walked towards the empty path behind Pengfu and placed the executioner's body next to a wall. Get some rest. Felix patted the executioner's shoulder while fixing his hat to hide his bloody face. Then he walked back to Pengfu and gave the players, who agreed, a head nod in appreciation. As for Hebra and Orca, no one cared about them since they knew that those meatheads would survive whatever going to land on them even if they were unconscious. How are the players going to fight this? Ledomar mentioned with a serious tone. There is no time limit in the game, but if everyone remained passive for too long, the Queen will be forced to take drastic measures to force them to fight. It was to be expected that a push would be enforced if things remained stale for too long. After all, the viewers paid a lot to watch those high-ranked games and be entertained by them, not wasting half a day watching statues. Unbeknownst to the viewers, the players weren't just standing there and staring at each other. They were actually talking telepathically. Everyone was involved in the discussion besides Felix and Pengfu. As long as Landlord has that nuke, I will not take a single step forward. Bloodlust expressed his opinion with a poker face. Same. Me too. We saw its destructiveness, and I don't blame either of you for thinking this way. Disfigured Beauty mentioned. That's why I propose handling him and Pengfu first. So you suggest a secret mega alliance? Yes. It will be voided the moment we get rid of him. I am in. Nero didn't hesitate to accept being part of it. Unlike them, his master had too much to lose in this game, and he was going to make sure to either win the game or get rid of Felix at least. Oh? If those two joined, I am in as well, the traitor said. The others began to express their desire to be part of it, since they knew that the alliance would work only if everyone joined it. If a single player didn't agree, no one would dare to focus on Felix and Pengfu and leave him to his own devices. After all, the players would be forced to sign a contract that forbade them from exiting the maze before those two get eliminated. Since everyone is in, sign this contract, and let's start brainstorming on ideas to kill him before he blew us up with his nuke. Disfigured Beauty forwarded the contract to everyone as she eyed Felix with her usual kind smile. Felix smiled kindly to her as well while giving her a middle finger, sensing the malice she hid behind that fake smile. Disfigured Beauty giggled at his insult, but she didn't retaliate back as she was in the middle of planning with everyone on how to take him down. How about we throw all of our superior bombs in his direction at the same time? Wowef suggested. It won't work against his speed, as well as Pengfu's control over the neutral energy around us. Bloodrights rejected the thought, knowing that no matter how fast their throw was, Felix could easily dodge it. The others nodded their heads, knowing that Felix could be considered as one of the fastest remaining players in the game after the Executioner and Flamebearer were taken out. Only Disfigured Beauty, Bloodrights, and a few more were capable of catching up to him in his supersonic mode. That's not the speed I meant. Bloodright's eyelids twitched as he disclosed. The bastard is capable of traveling at the speed of light. Speed of light? What? Are you being for real? The players all expressed a hint of shock before forcing a poker face again. Yet, still, their minds were in disarray at the sound of Bloodright's insane claim. In their eyes, having the ability to travel at the speed of light meant that Felix should have already won the game. Why would he remain standing there when he could reach the exit faster than a heartbeat? Unfortunately, he is not lying, Disfigured Beauty supported. I was there when I saw him teleport from his position to another faster than the blink of an eye. I didn't see exactly how he did it, but I believe that he had utilized lightning transmutation. Bloodrights added. Some players agreed with his notion as they had watched Diamond Gamers and saw that lightning elementalists were capable of teleportations by turning themselves into electricity and moving through conductors. The most famous style was using wires just like Felix. So, We need to bombard the gate with destructive abilities the moment we notice that he was about to throw something? Bloodlust inquired. Yes. Disfigured Beauty agreed as she kept her eyes affixed on Felix while having her arrows already ready for launch. No wonder you keep looking at him only. The players chuckled nervously after realizing that Felix would have already won the game if Disfigured Beauty wasn't keeping him in check. Felix was extremely irritated by her attention, but he never showed it on his expression. If it wasn't for her, he would have hurled a bomb to the gate while having a wire attached to it. Then, teleport next to the gate easily and win the game. Too bad. With Disfigured Beauty's unconditional attention. The moment he did so, she would use destructive abilities to cut off the wire. Since only items made out of common material were allowed in the games, his wire would snap immediately. Prepare yourself. Felix informed Peng Fu with an expressionless face as he took a quick glance at Battle God Orca and Hebra. Although his primary plan was ruined, Felix had already moved to Plan B. Mon, when are they going to fight already? I really hope they don't stay like this for hours. I have a job to attend. Fucking pussies. Orca and Hebra are 10 times braver than them. Unbeknownst to the frustrated viewers, a mega alliance had already been set and the plan to take down Felix and Peng Fu was coming to an end. Everyone knows their part in the plan? Disfigured Beauties asked as she narrowed her eyes at Felix after spotting a slight movement inside his pockets. She didn't know what he was doing with his hands and she didn't want to find out now after already erecting a good plan. So, she told everyone to move at 3. 3, 2, oh. Arg. My lower back. Fuck. This hurts. Out of nowhere, 2 pained growls echoed in the silent open field, attracting everyone's attention to the source instinctively. It turned out to be Hebra and Battle God Orca had just regained their consciousness at the same time. They actually recovered from those serious wounds that should have been more than enough to keep someone in bed for months. Before Disfigured Beauty and the rest of the players could react to this sudden variable. Chills coursed on their spine after they heard the familiar noise of electricity raging. Fithier! Disfigured Beauty didn't even turn her head to Felix before she shooted 3 arrows at the gate. The moment they reached it, they exploded and turned into hundreds of sharp little leaves, storming the gate and its surroundings. When Disfigured Beauty finally turned to the gate, she saw that her leaf daggers had managed to hit nothing. It can't be. Bewildered, Disfigured Beauty looked at Felix's previous position and realized that he was gone with Peng Fu. She thought that Felix would have taken advantage of their slight distraction to send a wire at the gate and teleport to it. That's why she used her external manipulation to change the shape of her green arrows into those sharp daggers, so she would have a higher chance of cutting off the wire before he teleports. But in reality, help! They are on us. Felix and Peng Fu had actually targeted the nearest players to them. Bloodlust and Merkseeker. The viewers were jolted from their boredness at the sight of Felix and Peng Fu going all out on those two. What's going on? Why did Landlord and Peng Fu make the first move on players instead of on the gate? Let Omar was just as startled as the other players, who had no idea what to do now. The plan they worked hard for to ambush Felix was totally ruined, making them confused about their next move. Fucking hell. Help us already. Merkseeker bowled furiously while getting absolutely owned by Peng Fu. He was a water elementalist from the fisherman's race, making him excel in crowd control and defense. However, his water abilities were almost useless against Peng Fu as he shielded himself with a skin-tight barrier. This protected him from getting touched by water as he kept striking down on Merkseeker with fists made out of neutral energy. Still, his condition was actually much better than Bloodlust, who got struck right in his chest by Thor's ordnance while he was distracted before. Thor's ordnance sure was useless against Flamebearer due to his dragon scales, but against vampires? It created a gaping bloody hole in Bloodlust's chest immediately. Felix took advantage of his successful ambush and started pressuring Bloodlust up close with his electrical field, forcing him to continue retreating inside the path behind him. Merkseeker was in the same boat. It didn't take even a few seconds before the 4 of them disappeared from the center of the maze under the bewildered looks of the viewers and the players. What's going on here? Battle God Orca murmured to himself while fixing his dislocated shoulder casually. He thought that the game or his life would have been over after he lost consciousness. Yet, the moment he woke up, he was met with this image of players frozen in their places while some were fighting away from the exit. The shit was too confusing for his brain. Fuck. They must have figured out our alliance. Nero cursed out loud with veins popping on his forehead. He didn't know how they found out about their alliance, but he was certain about his guess. After all, nothing could explain Felix and Pengfu's trust in them to not aim for the exit while they were isolating Bloodlust and Merkseeker away from them. If they knew about their alliance, it was to be expected that a condition must be met before the contract gets voided, allowing them to enter the maze's exit. It was obvious that the only reason why a mega alliance would be erected was to get rid of the most dangerous player in the game. In this case, Felix with his nuke. This is the only plausible explanation. Bloodrights agreed with a twisted expression, feeling infatuated about being played twice in a row by them. While most viewers were still ignorant about the current development, Ledomar was smart enough to reach this conclusion just like the other players due to his experience as a veteran player. Especially when he heard Nero's out-loud burst about their alliance, helping him clear all the fog. I don't know if Landlord or Pengfu had planned this, but whoever did it truly is a mastermind. Ledomar commentated in admiration. They even timed their move with Battle God Orca and Hebra gaining consciousness, since they knew that the players would be in a disarray whether to chase after them or protect the gate from those two variables. In addition, the alliance was probably built on the premise of killing Landlord. This meant no one is going to accept staying away from the gate and go hunt them down. Sure enough, the players' lack of movement was because they were worried that the moment they kill Felix, they would be too far from the exit, unlike their allies who were left to protect the exit from Battle God Orca and Hebra. Since the contract would be voided the moment he dies, their allies would have no reason to wait for them to arrive. So, it might seem like the players were idiots for not taking advantage of the opportunity to hunt down Felix, but in reality, they knew exactly what they were doing. Ha 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 ha. My boy really grabbed them by the balls with a single move. Thor laughed loudly while clapping his hands in delight. I have to admit that his move is truly brilliant. However, Aspidocalone smiled. The players have already found the best way to counter it. Sure enough, Disfigured Beauty and the rest all pointed their abilities at Hebra and Battle God Orca and threatened with a cold voice. Either join us or die. Ha! Battle God Orca and Hebra took a step back in shock after seeing that they were being cornered against the wall by everyone. Speak. Yes or no? Bloodrights yelled at them after hearing another distressed call from Merkseeker. Time was out of the essence. He knew that if Bloodlust and Merkseeker got eliminated, they would lose track of Felix and Pengfu. That's a horrifying thought since they would be forced to split and chase after them. Even if they decided to vote and break the alliance pact, they would be like lamps to be slaughtered by Felix since he could appear at any given moment with his nuke. That's why they didn't want to fight it out with Battle God Orca and Hebra. With their monstrous defenses, it would take a lot of time to eliminate them. Yes, yes, yes. Hebra was the first to nod his head at their suggestion. Battle God Orca agreed after him, knowing that it was the smartest decision if he didn't want to lose his life. After they signed the contract, Disfigured Beauty lowered her bow as she asked telepathically, Merkseeker? Bloodlust? You guys are good? No. I surrender. Alas, the only response she received was a monotonous cry delivered by the Queen. Before Disfigured Beauty could respond, a chilling notification was sent to every player in the Alliance. Alliance member Bloodlust has been eliminated. A moment later, a second notification followed before the players could regain their wits. Alliance member Merkseeker has been eliminated. The players looked at each other with widened eyes, not daring to believe the notifications. 2 veteran platinum rank players fell within a couple of seconds? What kind of sorcery is this? They all thought with dumbfounded expressions. They knew that Pengfu and Felix shouldn't be underestimated, but this was still way too fast. Especially when Bloodlust was known for his sub-immortality with his blood-based abilities and Merkseeker for his survivability with his water abilities. Alas, The deafening silence in the maze made them understand that their battles were truly over. "I can't believe my eyes." In utter disbelief, Omar commentated as he watched the aftermath of the battle on the big screen with the viewers. All of them seemed like they had just seen a ghost with their stupefied expressions. "Replay! Fuck. I refuse to believe that they did that. Replay it." Out of nowhere, the stadium exploded into shouts and yells, requesting a replay of the battle. They didn't even need to ask. Omar swiftly replayed the final scene of the battle. On the screen, Felix and Pengfu could be seen chasing after Bloodlust and Mercseeker while assaulting them with ranged abilities. Those abilities only caused some inconvenience to Bloodlust and Mercseeker due to them focusing heavily on protecting themselves. In their eyes, they just needed to stale for some time until their allies arrive and gang up on Felix and Pengfu. Unfortunately, Felix and Pengfu knew that with each second wasted, their situation would get grimmer. Hence, they decided to go all out on those two. That's when the viewers were left speechless as Felix had turned himself into a 10 meters giant, while Pengfu transformed into his spherical fluffy form. Then, under everyone's disbelieving looks, Felix lifted Pengfu in one hand and pitched him as hard as he could towards Bloodlust and Mercseeker. When those two heard the weird noise behind them and took a peek, their brains got short-circulated at the horrifying image of a 3 meters giant ball, flying at them akin to a missile. Boom! Alas, that momentary stiffness was enough for Bloodlust to get completely blown into smithereens after getting directly smashed by Pengfu. Neither he nor his shields did slow Pengfu's speed by a little. This resulted in Pengfu bouncing off the wall like a tennis ball and coming back at Mercseeker. After seeing Bloodlust's tragic end, Mercseeker was too horrified to even try and defend himself against Pengfu. Thankfully, he had a surrender coupon in his possession, making him activate it right before Pengfu collided with his water shield. Thud, thud, thud. Finding no target, Pengfu bounced a few times against the walls before releasing his limbs in the air and landing on his butt next to Felix. "Never again. I rarely rolled at such a high speed while colliding with objects," Pengfu complained as he massaged his temples to ease his dizziness. "I thought you will enjoy it." Felix chuckled as he dusted his palms while shrinking to his original size. "You don't know how hard it is for me to harden my flesh at the perfect moment while rolling at such a high speed," Pengfu kept complaining. Good job, good job." Felix didn't give him hard time or tease him anymore as he knew that he was right. If Pengfu wasn't able to soften and toughen his body at his desire, he wouldn't have been able to bounce like that on walls. It would have been impossible for Felix to hurl Pengfu with that kind of speed if he wasn't able to do that. That's because Pandians' bodies were always in a soft state like a marshmallow. Their weight is reduced significantly while their flexibility gets enhanced remarkably. When they want to harden their bodies, they simply turn on their energy core within them, allowing them to enhance their physical strength and weight to an abnormal level. So, before colliding with a wall, it was a must to turn off their energy core lest they get badly injured due to the force. Those two synergy is truly out of the world. Omar's eyelids twitched after figuring out their unorthodox technique. The viewers could only agree with speechless expressions, feeling like they had just seen the weirdest/strongest combo in the platinum rank. "It's truly hard to get bored when watching your champion," Siren chuckled while looking at three suspects. "Using a player as artillery. Kikik. My horizons are truly broadened," Charuf added with a hearty laugh. "Too bad. It seems like the isn't planning on doing it again," Wendigo snickered. "Let's see how long can he rely on his ally." The moment Wendigo said so, the primogenitors were left speechless after seeing that Felix and Pengfu had separated after the replay ended. What the hell? Omar and the viewers were dumbfounded as well. They just started to believe that Felix and Pengfu would remain as allies until the game ends after that shocking combo. Yet it was over just like that? Maybe they are still allies and they just decided to split? Never mind. They really did break their alliance. Omar corrected himself after asking the Queen about their alliance and finding out that it was truly over. This confused most of the viewers since they believed that those two would have higher chances of survival if they remained together against the Mega Alliance. However, the intelligent ones thought differently. I understand that Peng Fu wanted to break the alliance since the players were hunting after Felix due to possessing a nuke, but why did Felix agree to it? Queen Allura tilted her head in confusion as she watched the stream with Sage Delilia in her royal bedroom. Sigh. Queen, you really can't be wasting time like this. You missed one meeting already with the Dwarven ambassador. How can I miss my little junior game? Queen Allura shooed her away. Go handle my next meetings. I will join you when it's over. Seeing that Queen Allura was in deep thought, Sage Delilia's eyelids twitched as she glanced at Felix on the screen. Even when he is not here, he is still a pain in the ass. Sage Delilia exited the room, leaving Queen Allura to think out loud. Why did you break it, little junior? This question confused the other quick-witted viewers as well. They knew that an alliance couldn't be broken unless the majority had voted in favor. This meant Peng Fu was stuck with Felix until the end of the game since their alliance could break only when one of them had exited the maze. Felix had literally freed Peng Fu from the hassle of being targeted by the Mega Alliance. What's worse, the viewers knew that Felix would act as the perfect distraction for Peng Fu. After all, they would be aiming at him specifically, giving Peng Fu the chance to sneak back to the center if he got lucky. Just like they thought, the Mega Alliance all moved at once to locate Felix after splitting into teams made out of 2 players. Since 15 players remained, this meant that Felix was currently being hunted by 7 parties. As for the last player, he was left behind to protect the gate. That player was actually WoWF's Nero. They were standing next to the gate while spewing a flood of mud continuously from their palms and feet. The mud kept spreading around the gate in a controlled circular motion. It was clear that they planned on taking advantage of their situation to set up an Earth domain for them. Bro, are you sure we should be staying here instead of helping them? WoWF complained. We even had to sign a term to block us from exiting the maze for 5 minutes after they kill him. Naturally, the players would never leave WoWF's Nero near the gate without being certain that they wouldn't pull a fast one on them. While you were wasting your time with your stupid catalogs, I was studying Landlord's previous games thoroughly. Nero narrowed his eyes dangerously. In all of them, Landlord almost never made a move without planning 10 steps ahead. His strategic mind and cunningness is too frightening. Nero warned WoWF. Against those players, you never know when and where did you become part of their plan. Are you saying that everything that happens and is currently happening is part of a larger scheme? WoWF raised his eyebrows in surprise. I don't know for sure. That's why we need to think simple and keep our eyes on what truly matters. Nero smirked as he glanced at the gate behind him. In this game, no matter what he did, he will need to leave the maze first if he wanted to win. Nero's decision was truly the smartest one to take. That's because he was right. Felix was always 10 steps ahead of everyone. He didn't get rid of Peng Fu for no reason. They must be searching for me around the center by now. It's time to kickstart the 3rd part of the plan. Felix smirked faintly as he sprinted in the opposite direction of the center. The viewers thought that he was just trying to run away blindly, but in reality, Felix had a destination to reach.